Alrighty, welcome everyone. I'm hoping that you can hear me now. Welcome to a special zetamath holiday stream. We'll be streaming most of today and tomorrow, and we tried to set it up at a time where even those of you who have mysteriously transported to the UK in some way or are in Europe or whatever can join into the fun. So hopefully get lots of new people and lots of old people hanging around. You can't hear me. That's not good. Let's see. Why can't you hear me? Can you really not hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Well, tallcat can hear me, so that's the most important part. I suspect. I see. Okay, we're already getting started into this. I see how it's going to be. Alrighty, so welcome. I'm going to 2 glasses of wine in already, huh? Welcome, Playmaker. Let's see. All right, so we're going to start with a sandwich 159 to be in the holiday spirit, question mark. This is a puzzle which has a sandwich rule and a 159 rule, so I'll explain what both of those are. Oh, yes, you did your Secret Santa puzzle, or puzzles in your case. I really enjoyed my Secret Santa puzzle, so if my Santa is watching, very well done. My Santa was a first-time setter who set me a Chaos Construction Whisper Renbon puzzle that was just sublime, so I cannot wait to share it. So I am excited by that. All right, so...
Tea incoming.
Thank you. So sandwich rules are something that tells you the sum of the digits in the grid between the 1 and the 9. So if I've got a 1 here and a 9 here, then this would be telling me the sum of these 3 digits, sandwiched between the 1 and 9, is 20. And so they could...
Hello, Internet.
They could be 875, for example. That would be a perfectly fine way to fill this in, except for all of the other rules. Oh no, someone gave you a hard puzzle? That's not very nice. Yes, a wild Tristan appeared. So that's the sandwich part. But in addition to the sandwich part, we also have 159 rules, which say that these digits in the pink, as I call it, are indexing the locations of 1, 5, and 9. So if this is a 7... Oops. Oh, yeah, and I want to turn the pen tool off for the moment. I tried to set up... I got a new fancy mouse so that I can pretend to be a real streamer, even better than before. So I set up a button now so that it will change between modes. We'll see how that goes. So if this was a 7... that would be telling me that this cell, 7 spaces in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that was a 1. Likewise, if this was a 7, that would be telling me, because this is the 9th column, that would be telling me that this was a 9. Now, much like Simon, I constantly have problems where I will, if I'm thinking about ones, I will try and say, that's a 7, so this is a 1, which is not how it works at all. So be wary of that, and I'm sure you'll jump all over me if I screw that up. But I have never more felt in league with Simon than him messing that up at the end of the one video. Playmaker says this has the most surprising opening of a 159 puzzle. Well, that's interesting. I have to say, with all respect to Broken 159, and I do enjoy Broken 159 puzzles, I actually think normal 159 is a better format for puzzles. Let's see. So The main 159 fact, and the one that I am eyeing as I look at this 10, 10, 20 here, is that always, if you look at any of the 3 pink cells in a box, they always contain one low digit. Oops. One low digit, one medium digit, and one high digit. Not necessarily in that order, but there's always a low digit and a high digit, and a medium digit in some order. And the reason for that is because whenever there's a low digit, it's going to put something in the left of the 3 boxes in that row. So the low digit would put something here. So if I tried to have 2 low digits, I'd be putting 2 different 5s into box 1, which I'm not allowed to do. If I tried to have 2 medium digits, I'd be putting 2 5s into this box. And if I tried to have 2 high digits, I'd be trying to put 2 5s into this box. None of which is allowed. So I always have to have exactly 1 low, 1 medium, and 1 high. There's a couple things to note. 1 is low and 9 is high. And also 1 is 1 and 9 is 9. And I suspect those two are both going to be really important observations in solving this puzzle. I want to think about, in trying to get to this 20, I want to think about if it can fit across just 3 cells in this middle box. Hey, Andrew, welcome. So the maximum, if I tried, so I'm saying, can I imagine a universe where, say, these are the crusts? And I think the answer is no. I cannot imagine a universe where these are the crusts, because then the maximum these could be would be 8 plus 6 plus 3 is 17. Tallcat asks if I'm sure I want to think about the 20. I mean, I'm not sure of anything. I am thinking about the 20. But now the funny thing is that Tallcat asks if I'm sure I want to think about the 20, and I'm not sure if I should take that at face value to say that I shouldn't think about the 20, or if I should take that as meaning that, in fact, the 20 is exactly where I'm supposed to get started, and he wants me to spend an extra hour on this puzzle because I give up on the 20 early. But I mean, I feel like the two natural places are to think about the 20 or to think about the 6. Let's see. Just like Michael Avenatti. Let's see. So I can't only make this the... I can't make those both the crusts. Hey, Nebu, welcome. Glad you could stop by at least. Okay, so let's start with the question. Can this be a crust? I think that is going to be the question that I am going to ask myself. Oh, I've just seen something. Well, let's start with this question, and then let's get to the thing I think I saw. So if this was a crust, I would need either that at the top, so let's try just that one. Let's imagine that these two are my crusts, which are going to be purple because the crusts are the good squares. And so then these would be none crusts. And so I'd have to somehow get to 20, which would have to be 875. And so the question is, could I do 875 in these cells? Note, I don't know if the answer is yes or no. The answer may very well be no. Or sorry, the answer may very well be yes, that this is very plausible. So in this instance, what would I have to do? Well, I couldn't put the 7 and 8 together up here because that would be 2 high digits. So I'd have to put the 7, 8 down here. And so now I'd have a 5 here and a 7, 8 here. Not a 7 and an 8, but I'd have a 5 and a 7 or an 8, which would mean this would have to be the 1. Oops. But now this would have to be the 9, and that breaks, because now I'd have 2 highs down here. So the upshot of all of this, and I have no idea if this is how I'm supposed to start or not, this is not a crust. So my crusts in this row are not here. Now, I don't think there's any way... Hey, Sam, welcome. Oh, this is your puzzle, right? I think this is your puzzle. I have so far deduced that this cell is not a crust. Which, judging by tallcat's commentary, is probably not at all where I was supposed to start, but I am now feeling stubborn, so I have deduced this. Let's see. So, my next question... So let me say the thing I noticed. Thing I noticed... Oh, we're not pinging people on Discord this time? The next thing I noticed is that if I try and put a 9 here, it immediately breaks. Because whenever I put a 9 here, that by the magic of magic puts a 1 over here. And then that creates a sandwich of 35. Hey, Alex, welcome. Hey, backseating is welcome at this course, or in this channel. I don't say no to backseating. It's more like front seating or whatever. So I can't put a 9 in front of any of the sandwich clues in this row. So the 9 crust here is not there or there or there. And likewise, the 1 in this column can't be there or there or there. Welcome, Acid Helm. Good to see some new people popping by at the new time. Let's see. We don't have a car, so fortunately we don't have to worry about navigating. But if someone were to navigate, it would definitely be Tristan. Because he is a much better directioner than I am. Okay, so now I'm asking myself the question, does one of these two have to be crust? Or is it possible, and it seems very possible to me, that the crusts are something like that. That seems plausible. Okay, so... is there something else that I can say definitely can't be a crust here? Let's see. Okay, so this is not a 9. If this was a 1, what would have to happen? So if this was a 1, that's the only crust it could be. I would have to have a 9 by that observation exactly there. So my question, and I'm just going to put these down so that you can see what on earth I'm thinking about. My question is, does this combination work? Again, I couldn't put the 9 here. Because if I put the 9 here, this 9 clue accidentally becomes a 45. And 45, as Simon would say, is not the same as 9. Okay, so this would have to be 5, 7, 8. Oops. And so, again, I couldn't put both the 7 and 8 here, so I'd have to put the 7, 8 here, and that breaks. Good morning, Virtual. 35. Tristan is right. It's not 45, it's 35. However, for the record, 35 is also not the same as 9. So for the same reason as before, this doesn't work, because I would need to put a 7 and an 8 inside the sandwich. And I can't put the 7, 8 here, so I have to put a 7, 8 here. Let's see, Sam is saying this doesn't break. This sure looks broken to me because I have to put the 5 here, so I can't put the 5 there, and now I have 2 highs up here in pink in box 1. But Sam is the constructor, so when he tells me that this doesn't break, I'm inclined to believe him, but it sure looks like it breaks to me, because I've pushed 2 high digits together. And I suspect the break into this puzzle is making some generalized, smarter version of this thing I'm doing piece by piece. That this isn't going to work. Yeah, so the thing I think, and I'm now very much believing I'm not thinking about the thing that the setter intended, but the thing I'm convinced is that this is all about figuring out what's going on with the fact that 9 is a high digit, and so wherever I put the 9 in this crust, it's going to push all the high digits out of its box. And so trying to put something there is just going to, is not going to work. Let's see. So that is not a crust either. Okay. Now, I don't know that this is getting me somewhere exactly. Let's see. So now I bet, though, we could answer whether this cell can be crust or not. Because if this cell is crust, I keep saying I realize this isn't what I'm supposed to think about, so I'm going to go think about something else, and then I keep making more progress here. This cell can't be crust either, because if this is a 1, I can't put the 9 here, because that would be saying I'm making 20 in 2 cells. So the next place I could possibly put the 9 is here. But my outies here are 15, which would make this a 7 and an 8. So that's definitely not going to work. So this is not crust either. Not going to work because having 7, 8, and 9 in the pink in this one box is definitely sort of the opposite of having a high, a middle, and a low. Okay, so we're really narrowing down where the crusts can possibly go. Let's see. So this one... okay, I think this could be a crust if it's a 1, and that's the 9. Maybe. Okay, but I think I'm running out of places where I can circumnavigate this. Because, like, I could have these two. Let me think about that. No, I can't. I can't have those two be the crusts. Okay, this is... Okay, I think this is what I'm supposed to be thinking about. So let me explain why I can't have these being the crusts. These can't be the crusts because my outies have to sum so that all the sandwich digits other than the crust sum to 35. So my outies, if these were my crusts, would be a 7 and an 8. So there'd be a 7 and an 8 in these two cells. One of those would be next to the 9, and so it would break immediately. So that's interesting. So these can't be my crusts. So... interesting. But I don't think the fact that this pair can't be the crusts is actually enough to tell me that either cell involved can't be the crust. The setter is telling me that perhaps a puzzle can get set around this. I mean, I really think the 20 clue is under incredibly large amounts of pressure because of the fact that if it's 3 cells, it does all kinds of wonkiness. Okay, so these can't go there and there. So let's see. So if this is a crust, that's the other crust. So that's the next thing to think about. But I don't think I can rule this out. Now, if this is the crust... Yeah, if this is the crust... I do think I can probably rule out this being a crust. If this is the crust, it's a 1. And so then where is the 9 going? The 9 can't go here, because then I'd be having to put a 7 and an 8 in here where I cannot put a 7 and an 8. The 9 can't go here for the reason I just said, so the 9 would have to go here. This would be a sum of a high, mid, low, which would be... No, actually, I think this works. Never mind. Okay, so I'm going to think about the 6 now that I have previously avoided thinking about. So the obvious way to make a sandwich sum of 6 would be with a 1, 6, 9. I'm going to delete these, by the way, because these aren't real. So the obvious way would be 1, 6, 9, like that. That's perfect. Everyone's happy. If I don't do that, the only other way to make a 6 is with a 2 and a 4. And that's interesting because it would put a 2, 4... Oh, wait, no, 2 and 4 aren't both low. Sorry. It's maybe not interesting. So how many digits can be in a 10 sandwich clue? 10 sandwich clues are always going to be either 2 or 3 digits. If you're used to thinking about killer cages, you might be used to thinking that 10 clues can be in 4 digits, because they'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. But swandwiches don't include the 1 in the sum. So, in fact, you can't sum to 10 in 4 digits. So the sandwich here is either 3 digits or 2 digits. Let's see. So if it's 3 digits, it's always 2, 3, 5, as Tristan says in the chat. And so if it's always going to be 2, 3, 5, what would that have to look like if it was 3 digits? I think it probably isn't 3 digits, but if I try and make a 2, 3, 5 sandwich, what happens? Oops. I think we're going to have exactly as Tristan predicted. I think we're going to have the same problem. No matter where I put this 2, 3, 5, I'm going to eat up the low digit in both boxes that it occupies. And so I'm not going to be able to put a 1 on either side of the sandwich. And I certainly can't put the 2, 3, 5 right in the middle. So this is never a 3-digit sandwich. It's always a 2-digit sandwich. Again, just to reiterate that, if I try and make this a 3-digit sandwich, I can't put them all in one box. Because if I put them all in one box, I've already used 2 low digits, which I'm not allowed to do. So I span it across 2 boxes. But now, because I need a 2 and a 3, I can't fit a 2 and a 3 in the same box. So I'll have to put a 2 and a 3, 1 in each box. And then that's going to be a problem because I also need a 1. Or if you prefer, a different way to say that would be I would need a 1, 2, and 3 all in this span of digits in 2 boxes, but I can't put 1, 2, and 3 across 2 boxes in a 1, 5, 9 puzzle in the pink digits. So this 10 and this 10 are each 2 digits, sums. If you think about the ways to make 10, I can't do 1, 9, because those are the crusts. So I could do 2, 8, or 3, 7, or 4, 6. I'm just writing out the possibilities here. Now 4, 6 would straddle one of these lines. Would have to. Because these are both mid digits. So I think we'd much rather do something like these 2 8s. And so I think the thing I'm expecting is something like, oops, something like that. Is that a problem? The chat really likes the idea that it has to be 4-6 across these, which I would love, because that would tell me one of these that's a 4-6 pair, and that's a 4-6 pair, or that's a 4-6 pair, and that's a 4-6 pair. So I would love for chat to tell me that this is fundamentally broken, but it does not look broken to me. It would put a middle digit there and a middle digit there, which all seems fine to me. Okay, so I am convinced we've shown that these 10 clues are not in 3 digits. They're in 2 digits, but I don't think we've ruled out any of the different ways of doing 2 digits. Doing 10 in 2 digits. So that means maybe we should look at a different clue. Like maybe we should go back to thinking about the 20 clue and trying to rule out one more of these from being a crust. Let's see. Tristan says, the 2 digits of the sandwich contents always straddle box boundaries. So... yeah, that's a good point. So Tristan's point is this. So if I tried to put, I put 2-8 across here, and then it was fine. If I try and put 2-8 here, though, it's broken. And the reason is because I can't put a 1 or a 9 on the other side. So actually, one of these is a sandwich. So my sandwiches, go either here and here, or they go here and here. Because they have to straddle this, because I can't, as Tristan beautifully points out, put any of these in these. Likewise, the 4-6 obviously has to straddle the box, because I can't put 4 and 6 in the same box. But because of the way it works with the 1-9, these also can't go in the same box. So if I now look at these cells are now all officially on the sus list. So that did not show up like at all. Let me try a different color. I'm trying not to use purple. So these cells, these are my sus list cells. Because one of these pairs is the either 2-8 or 4-6 pair. One of these pairs is a sandwich, and one of these pairs is a sandwich. So definitely one of these is a 1 or a 9. One of these is a 1 or a 9. And one of these is a 1 or a 9. Okay, so... So Redstone Eric suggests, I think I read that right. No, I did not read that right at all. Redstone suggests that this has to be a 1-9 pair, which I am also suspicious of. Yeah, because regardless of how this works, yes, okay, so I agree. Regardless of how this works, these are both sandwich clues. So these are both going to officially be promoted from sus to actually sandwich. So these are 1-9s. And I bet we know which way they go. Because if this was a 9, that would be the 1. So in fact, that's the 1. No. Wait, what? No, if this was a 9, sorry, I tried to do it backwards. That's how it works. If this was a 1, it would be saying that's the 9 instead of that. So this is the 9. And all of these are now no longer suspects, so they get cleared. Okay, so yeah, I definitely like how that worked out. Now, one of these two, no, not necessarily. It could be both of these, right? Okay, so this cell cannot be crust. Because if this cell is crust... Wait. No, maybe I don't agree with myself. I don't think I agree with myself fully there. Not yet. I'm getting there, but I don't think I fully agree with myself yet. Now, one thing I can definitely do is I can green all of the rest of these. Because I know... Oops. Sorry, still learning new mouse habits. I can clear all of these. Because I know the other crust is one of these very sus yellow cells. I can also remove this for anyone who is appearing as I'm doing this and wondering what the hell I have. That was just all the ways of writing down 10 that I was writing out from earlier. Oops. That can be cleared. Okay. So I know nothing about this sum. I know one of these two. So Tristan says, yes, they do have to be offset. So if they're not offset, what am I doing? I'm trying to put a 9 here and a 1 here, which is not... I'm never going to be able to do that. Right. If I try and put these in the same line, then yeah, I have to put a 9 and a 1, say, there. And that's not going to work because this 1 is actually saying, hey, the 9 goes over there. So yeah, so these, in fact, are offset. And so one of these is a 9, and one of these is a 9. Sorry, one of these is a 9, and one of these is a 1. And so one of these being a 1... There we go. Okay, so one of these being a 1 tells me one of these is a 9. But it can't be this one, because we've previously observed this cell can't be 9. So this is the 9, going with a 1 here. And now this is the 9, going with a 5 here. Wait, who's drunk? Am I drunk already? I don't think so. Let's see. Okay, so now we can do some clearing and arresting of these cells. So this cell no longer on the suspect list. This cell no longer on the suspect list. And then these cells actually are no longer just suspects. They have been convicted. Okay, so this is interesting. So now I know that this pair... Oh, I guess they could be 4, 6. So... yes, thank you, Barbie, for pointing that out. I can now green row 2. I can now finally be the one who was not greening cells sufficiently in a sandwich puzzle. Let's see, are there any cells that see both 1 and 9? I don't think so. Let's see. Okay, so that seems like excellent progress so far. Hey, Ambrose, welcome. Long Island hot tea. Hot tea. Tallcat says I'm now allowed to think about the 20 clue. And so, thank you for the permission. So I can't make 20 in 0 cells. I can't make 20 in 1 cell. Now the question is, which of these is this? Okay, so this can't be the 1, because I'd need to put a 15 up there. Could this be the one? No, because if this was the one, I'd have to put a 7-8 pair. So actually, our thinking about this earlier, I think really did actually pay off, despite all of the color commentary from tallcat. So that's the one. And so my favorite sandwich thing of all is now these two can't be bombs because they see both a 1 and a 9. That is my favorite sandwich thing to do. So that is all done. Yeah, so one of these is a 1. But the one of them that's a 1 I actually know because of this 10 clue. So where does the 1 go? So by the same logic, these can't be crust. These can't be crust because I can't make 10 in one cell. Now, I can't make 10 in 2 cells either, so the only place that can be crust is there. So that's a 1. And that being a 1 tells me this is an 8 by 159 logic. I guess it's not even really by 159 logic, by literal 159 rules. Logic is probably overselling it slightly. Okay, so these two sum to 10. These two sum to 10 without being a 2-8. So these are a 3-7 or a 4-6. Let's see. These two sum to 7. And I think we know what they are, actually, because they can't be 1-6, and they can't be 2-5, so these are 3-4. And so we actually know the rest of the contents of this sandwich. Namely, they are 2, 5... No, not... Well, yes, 5 is in the sandwich, but it's already placed, so I don't have to write it. 6, 7, 8. No, not 8. 2, 6, 7? Okay, so now we do the sanity check. 2, 6, 7 is 15, plus 5 is 20. And there we go. Okay. Now, this 3, 4... and Tristan is pointing out before I even get to it, this 3-4 is not the 3-4 I should be looking at. This 3-4 is the 3-4 I should be looking at. Tristan is, by the way, much better at 159 puzzles than I am. If this were a 3, it would be saying this digit's a 1. But that would be a very serious problem, because if this digit was a 1, that would be a second 1 in the box. So in fact, that's a 4 and that's a 1. And so that's a 3 and that's a 1. And I can go ahead and poiple these, which lets me clear the rest of this box, and lets me clear the rest of this box. Let's see. So now, yeah, so the 2 has to be in here, because if I didn't put... No, 6 and 7 can... No. Yes. 6 is not going to work. And chat is seeing this as well. The 6 can't go here, because there's already a 5. So that means that's a 6. So that's a 1. So that means that one of these is a 1. And one of these is a 1. Now, because one of these is a 1, it tells me these aren't 1. And they're not 9, because they already see a 9. Okay, and so... Oh, someone asked where the 1 goes in column 6, but I think we already have a 1 in column 6. Okay, so the question is, what's going on with this 6? So this 6 clue, remember we said there's 2 ways to make a 6 clue. They are as a single 6 and as a 2-4. Well, this can no longer be 2-4, because if I try and put 2-4 up here, then my sandwich runs off the top of the map and does not circle back down, and this couldn't be a 9 anyway. And if my 2-4 is here... Oh, wait, no, that is possible. Somehow I keep thinking 2 and 4 are in the same high-mid-lowity class, and they are not in the same high-mid-lowity class. So there's either a 9 here and a 6 here, a 9 here and a 6 here, or a 9 here and a 2, 4. I'm not even in the never mind. So when I said these couldn't be 2, 4, I was wrong in 16 different ways. So one of the ways was that they could be 2 and 4 because 2 is low and 4 is mid. But the other way in which I was definitely wrong was that these aren't even in the pink area of the sandwich, which I realize is getting a little cluttered here. I'm actually going to just go red flash all of these things just to remind me where the actual thing is. Okay, so Barbie suggests, and this is an excellent place to look at row 1's 9 sandwich clues. So I can't make 9 in 0 cells. This is not allowed to be crust. And I certainly can't make 9 in more than 2 cells, because we even said we can't make wait, sorry. Yeah, if I tried to make 9 in 3 cells, it would be as 2, 3, 4. But I already have used the 3. So this has to be the last crust in the row. So that is a 9. Okay. And now that makes this 6 just write itself into the grid. Now what's really annoying here is that I want to figure out what this 2-digit 9 sum is. And so we've ruled out 3, 6 because of the 3 in the row, but we've also ruled out 3, 6 because of the 6 in the box. So this is either 2, 7 or 4, 5, but I don't think I know which one yet. But this being a 9 lets me write in over here. That's a 6. Which I think Tristan is very subtly trying to tell me about. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 6. Look at the row 6, 10 clue, Barbie suggests. Okay, so this is going to have one of its ends at one of these 2 places. I don't think I quite see this one yet. Let's see. This can't be the 1. Okay, I got it. Okay, so this can't be the 1 because where would the 9 go? Not here, because that would be a length 0. Not here, because that would be a length 1. Not here, because we've already ruled it out. Not here, because we've already ruled it out. So the 9 would go here. And so I'd somehow have to be making... well, A, that couldn't even be a 9 because there's a 9 in the box, but that would also be making a way, way, way too long sandwich clue. So that's not the 1. So that's the 1, and that's the 1, which makes that a 2 and that a 7. Lets me poiple both of those. Now that's green. Okay, so now this is going to put a 9 either here or here. Because remember, the horizontal 10 clues that are not running through pink stuff, I don't immediately know that they can't be 2, 3, 5. I think they could be 2, 3, 5. You have been cleared, Casey? That is good to know. Okay. So, are there any other places that I've not looked at sandwich clues that are super helpful? No, because there's a 5 there. I'm not sure what is no because there's a 5 there. Okay, so green row 6 column 2 is what I'm hearing. Yes, I can definitely green this cell because the 10 clue could not be done in 4 as previously noted. Thank you, Ambrose. That is a good catch. Let's see. Okay, so what digits can this cell be now? This is a good question to ask, because this cannot be a 2 or a 3, because there's already a 5 in this box. So this is a 4 or a 6, or it could be an 8. And what that means is that this has to be a 4 or a 6 or a 2. I don't think any of those are immediately ruled out. Let's see, Carl suggests looking at the column 9 sandwich, which seems like a good idea. Okay, so these can't be 1, 9, or 4, 6, so they're 2, 8, or 3, 7. Let's see, so this cannot be a 2, so that can't be an 8. Let's see. This certainly can't be a 7 or an 8 either. Okay, excellent point, Carl. So this can only be a 3. It can't be a 7 or an 8 because it would put a second 9 in the box here. So that's a 3. That's a 7. This being a 3 tells me that's a 9. This being a 7 tells me that's a 9. These get purpled. So that gets greened. These two get greened. That goes green. That goes green. Now there's only one spot for a 9 in the entirety of box 5, so it's there. And goes purple. No. I said there's only one spot for a 9, and then proceeded to write a 5 in the box, because I said box 5, and my brain remembered that I'd said the number 5. Oops. So now that being a 9 tells me that's a 4. So that's green. These are green. Alrighty. That's not a 4 anymore. So that's not a 6. Oh, this certainly can't be a 6. I don't know how long I could have thought about this, but if this is a 6, it makes that a 5, and 6 plus 5 is not 10. So this is an 8, and that's a 2. So this being a 2 tells me that's a 5, and that's a 5. 5s are green. So that finishes off that one. Yes, and so now, as Carl points out, once I know that's an 8, I probably also know that that's a 2. So these two digits, I know. They are a 3 and a 7, I want to say. No. Try again. 3 and a 6. Better, better. Okay, so these two digits, I now know. They're a 4 and an 8. Let's see. I wish I knew what this sandwich total was. Okay, one of these two has to be a 3. Okay, so this is a 4, 5, or 6, but I don't think I know which one. This is a 4, 5, or 6, but it's not a 4 for 2 reasons. But it could be a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Tristan says I can resolve the rest of the 9s. Do I not have all the 9s placed? Oh, I don't have all the 9s placed. Yes, so that's a 9. And it's purple. So that's green. And that's the last 9. And it's purple. Okay, and so now the coloring is complete. So now that the coloring is complete, I can now select everything and clear it, because I now no longer need the coloring. Yes, this is a very nice puzzle. Okay, so these two, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are a 2 and an 8, and I know the order, so that's an 8, that's a 2. Oh, I knew that just because I placed all the 9s, and as soon as I placed all the 9s, I should have known where all of the 9s went. But I didn't. Okay, so this is 3, 4, 6, 7. These aren't 4. let's see. This I should probably now know. It's not 4, 6. It's not 3, 7. So this is also 2, 8. And it's resolved by this 4, 8 pair. So that's a 2, that's an 8. So these two cells now are... And apologies, I'm pretty sure Barbie had been telling me to do this sandwich clue for about an hour before I got to it. But I got there eventually. Let's see. 1, 2. Let's see. I need a 3 here. A 5. And I know the order. Yeah, we may be at the point where things are cleaning up. Okay, so that's a 5, so that tells me that's a 7. I still have to remember when I place a 5 that it actually tells me something. Let's see. So these digits are 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 8. Strangely, I don't think I know anything because I think these are all 2, 4, 8. Let's see. That sandwich is done. That sandwich is done. That sandwich is done. That sandwich is done. This sandwich is now done because I need these to sum to 9. So that's a 2 in order to make that happen. Oops. Let's see. That sandwich is done. And this sandwich I need to make work. So this needs to be a 3, a 4, or a 6. Well, it's not a 6, so that's not a 4. But I think this can still be 3, 4, 6, or 7. But that places the 4 there. So that's something. Progress. Let's see. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not a 6. And that's all I get. Okay, these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not a 3 or a 2. It's a 6 or a 7. One looks like it can be anything. Okay, so there's a 6, 7 pair, which gives me that that's a 5. That being a 5 tells me that's not a 5, at the very least. So this digit's a right-in now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an 8. Let's see. So there's got to be an 8 in one of these two cells. I don't know which one yet. Let's see. One of these two I know is a 5. One of the... okay. So the Carl points out, I need a low digit in these cells. It must be a 3. So the 3 can't go here, so the 3 goes here, and the 5 goes there. I also feel cheated when a 1, 5, or 9 appears in its own column. I think good 1, 5, 9 constructors avoid having the digit appear in its own column. Let's see. So that's a 6. That's a 3. That's not a 6. None of these are 6, in fact. So that's a 7 and a 3 and a 7 and a 6. Let's see, this is not a 3 or a 7, so it's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 7. That's a 6. Let's see, this is a 3, 4 pair that is somehow, as of yet, unresolved. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that is not a 7. Let's see. I have actually considered if in broken 159 puzzles it would be more fun if you just didn't label the 1 in the 1 column, the 5 in the 5 column, and the 9 in the 9 column. Oh, this is not a 2, because there's a 2 in the box with my scanning. Let's see, 4, 8 pair here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's a 3. It's a 4 and a 3. That's a 6, 7 pair there. Let's see. I need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's way too many digits, isn't it? No, it's right. Okay. That's not a 6. Oh, there's only one digit in this column. That probably would have been a good place to start. It's the 5, so that's the 6. So that's the 7. That's the 6. That's the 7. That's a 4, and that's a 5. This is a 4. That's an 8. Let's see. This is a 2 or a 4. Let's see, that's not a 4. Let's see. 4, 8 pair in column 2. I think Barbie said that a while ago. So 4, 8 pair. So that's a 2. That's a 7. 4, 8, 2, 4, 8, 4, and 1 digit left, hopefully. 6, 7, 8. And the checker likes it too. Excellent. Excellent puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that. Yes, that was a lot of fun. I will be back in just a second. And we're back. This time with the puzzle. I can't tell what letters those are. I think it's TVVIX. Tvvix by Playmaker. The font is very fanciful here, so I can't quite tell. Alrighty, so here, this puzzle, we have between lines. Is the title here, do you know, Tallcat, if the title here is a reference to your puzzle Twixt? I sort of thought so when I saw it, when I came across it, because it's like a between lines puzzle, and Twixt was also a between line puzzle, but I was not sure. So the way between lines work is that every digit on a between line has to be between the two digits on the outside. So if I put a 2 here and a 5 here, these three digits would all have to come from 3 and 4. If I click the rules button, I get it in a different font. Oh, hey. It is TVVIX, which like almost looks like it wants to be a Roman numeral except for the T, and I don't think a T is a Roman numeral, but it could be. Okay, so that's how between lines work. Let's see. So, oops, those can go away. We also have V's. Digits on V's sum to 5, speaking of Roman numerals. And digits on X's sum to 10, speaking of Roman numerals. And that's all of the rules we have here. So my experience is that usually when you've got a V, you want to just immediately throw a 1, 2, 3, 4 in here. And I am inclined to think that we're going to have to start coloring here, that I'm going to color highs and lows, but I'm not going to just immediately jump into that. I'm going to think about whether I really want to start doing that right away. Okay, now, a question that very often is the right question to ask for so I'm going to pause because I see Barbie says, okay, so this has to be a high digit on the other side. Oh yeah, there had to be 3 total digits here. Okay, so sorry. In my mind, I read this as that and was trying not, or was thinking, but this could be a 1 and this could be a 4, but it can't be. Okay, so the point when you're looking at between lines is to be careful because digits can repeat on between lines, but also to scan the between lines correctly. So there are 4 digits on this between line, but there are at least 3 different digits on this between line because of these 3 cells up here. And so even if this digit is a 1, these would have to be at least 2, 3, 4. And so this digit would have to be at least a 5. But it can't be a 5 because it's on an X. So this has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And that's all the justification I need to start coloring high and low. And that was an excellent spot, Barbie. I even looked for it and then convinced myself that it did not work that way, but it definitely works that way. Okay, and so I am noticing the same thing is going to be true of this cell and this cell. So these are a high-low pair by the same logic. Oh, yes, Barbie points out the other between line thing, or another between line thing, which is that I just threw a 1 onto a between line. 1 is not between any 2 Sudoku digits, so that's not a 1 and that's not a 9. Which is excellent, because now I can't have 8s anywhere on here either. Let's see. Okay, so this is already getting quite interesting in terms of the way that these X's are going to play together. Yeah, so it's probably worth noting in this box, almost everything's on a between line. So the 1 and 9 are actually forced into just these 3 cells in this box. Yeah, so because this is a 6, 7, 8, this could be a 5? No, okay, so so interestingly, these 2 cells on their between line effectively have 3 digits on it, because these 3 digits, although they're not technically on the same line, these 3 digits are all between this 6, 7, 8 and this digit. So if this is an 8, these could go 7, 6, 5. This would still have to be low. Oh, I'm bad at life because the 1 could also go here. As Tallcat has pointed out in the chat. So that's low. That was the point of that story. That is very clever setting. Okay, so now Now we have some very interesting tension, because these two are both low digits that live on the ends of a between line. So these digits are between 2 and 3. I know that. And so because that's a 2, 3, I know they're between 2 and 3 because they have to be between 1 and 4. Because this is a 2, 3, and there's only 2 flavors of V, the 2 flavors of V are 2, 3, and 1, 4. Those aren't 2, 3 anymore, so this is a 1, 4 pair. I can know that. See, is it possible this is a 4? No. In fact, this just couldn't ever have been a 4. The reason this can't possibly be a 4 is because if this is a 4, this digit becomes unfillable. So this I could have ruled out from being a 4 a long time ago. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. And so we can clear this cell. This cell is a crust. Let's see. So this cell now needs to be at least a 3. So, aha, I was right. That could not be a 1. So this isn't a 4. That's not a 4. That's not a 6. Okay, so this is 7 or 8. All right. So now that this is as high as 3, now I want to look at this again. If this was a 3, this would be at least 4, 5, 6. I didn't roll my eyes at you. I looked inconspicuous by looking off to the side. So yeah, this could be a 3 and a 7. That would be fine. Or a 4 and an 8. So actually, I think all the combinations here are fair game. Now, here's a fancy fact. Because this is a 1, this cell can't be a 1. So the 1 in this box is over down here somewhere. Oh. Also, I didn't mark it, but these are low. I don't actually know if this whole high-low coloring business is useful. Well, I know, actually, I take that back, because this X definitely has a low digit on it, because every X has 1 digit bigger than 5 and 1 digit less than 5, which is the last low digit. In fact, I actually know it's a 2 or a 3, and so it goes with a 7 or an 8. That means that this digit has to be high. And so that digit's low. So maybe my coloring is actually going to end up being more useful. So this is a 6, 7, or 8. So this can be a 2, 3, or 4. I'm going to go ahead and make the note that I did not make before, that this can't possibly be a 9, because that would put a 1 on the between line. Okay, so now this goes 8, 7, 6, 5. So yeah, so now there's no way this can avoid being low. It keeps looking to me like there's a degree of freedom enough for this to still be a 5, but there's not, because of the fact that this can't be a 9. Which is, I'm assuming, how Playmaker set this whole puzzle was around making it so that you actually could force this other end here to be low rather than being a 5. Okay, again, why? The highest this can be is 8. So then what could I fit as these 3 digits? 7, 6, 5. So this still can be at most 4. So it's always blue. And the thing I'm going to note this time that I did not note last time is this actually can't... Oh, I even did that in a way more convoluted way than I needed to. There's a blue digit on the line. As soon as there's a blue digit on the line, I need to have one of the ends be lower than a blue digit, which is to say it has to be a blue digit. And this can't even be a 4, because then that would remove all the possibilities for this digit. Okay, so I, as usual, overcomplicated something. Which is not too uncommon in these parts. Let's see, there's a virtual 2-3 pair here. I don't know how immediately useful that is. Yeah, and this is going to be a high-low pair for the same reason again. And this is a high-low pair where the low digit's actually a 1 or a 2. I don't know which is the low digit, but whichever is the low digit, it's got to be a 1 or a 2 because of this 4 on the line. Or sorry, this 4 off the line. See, Sam is suggesting this digit is restricted, although I don't know what the parity is. But let's see. How middling could this be? So if this were an 8, say, we could go 7, 6, 5, and this could be a 4. Yeah, so I think this can't be a 5, but I think that's the only restriction on this that I actually see so far. Okay, so... Interesting. The normal question I like to ask with between lines is, okay, where does the circle go in some other box? But that doesn't seem especially useful here. But because the circle can't repeat on the line, lots of puzzles come down to observing that you can sort of place the circles and chase them around the grid. Let's see. I really want to know if these two digits are the same or not. That is one thing that I keep sort of coming back to, is to try to say, okay, are these two digits actually the same digit, or are they different? Because if they're different, then I know what this digit is. But I don't quite see how I'm supposed to figure out if they're the same or different. So Sam is pointing out that if this digit is a 7, then if this digit is a 7, then it puts a 3 here, and so then this digit here is a 1 or a 2. If this is a 3, it puts a 7 here, so this digit is an 8 or a 9. But if this is an if this is an 8, then this is a 2, and so this is a, yeah. So this actually does have to be from 1, 2, 8, 9 in order to take care of this. Okay, so let me go over that. So let's just think through the possibilities. This could be a 2, in which case there's an 8 on the between line, which means this has to be a 9. So what's the less extreme version? The less extreme version is that this is a 3, in which case there's a 7 on the line, but then I still need an 8 or a 9 up here. Okay, so this digit actually does have to be quite extreme. Apologies to Sam for not believing that earlier when I looked at this. I did not think about the existence of this digit on the between line at the time. Okay. Alok says this digit has to be a 1 or a 2. Can you explain why it can't be an 8 or a 9? That is the thing I do not see. Okay, one of these is a 5, and the rest are high. But I don't think I know which one's a 5 yet. 189 triple in box 4. Ah, excellent. Okay, excellent catch. So we've noted these are the only places that 1 and 9 can go. But Barbie points out, and this is a beautiful observation, they're also the only places 8 can go, because now 8 has been boxed off of all of these between lines. So this is, in fact, a 189. And so that's not a 1. So that's a 189 triple, so that's pretty nice. And so we actually know the rest of the digits here in the box. And so now Carl asks the key question now as the follow-up. Okay, so where is 7 in this box? And at first it seems very unexciting as a question, because 7 can go in these 4 places, but all 4 of these places are on a between line with this endpoint. And so this endpoint can't be a 7. It has to be an 8. So that's an 8. That's a 2. That's the 9. This is a 1-8 pair. So that's good. So this is not a 2. That's not a 2. Yeah, that is gorgeous. Okay, so these are all between 1 and 8, which is not the most useful deduction. But yeah, one of these is a 7. Okay, so where does the 2 go in this box? It either goes here. Actually, the 2 has to go in one of 2 places. The only places the 2 can go are here and here, which has been true for a long time. That these are the only places, I guess, since we placed the 189. And so because these are the 2s, this can't be the 2, and so that can't be the 8. And so now that pushes this to be a bit lower. 7. So let's see. If this is a 7, this could go 4, 6, 5, and this could still be a 3. That's fine. Okay. So Sam points out we can do similar logic to this deduction with this deduction up here. So whatever this cell is, let's see. This cell can't be a 9. So this cell is either a 2, 3, 4 or a 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm actually going to write out the candidates because there's actually a lot of things we know this can't be. Can't be 5 because it's on an X. Can't be 1 or 9 because it would put a 1 or 9 on a between line. So this can't be 8 because it would put a 2 here and I'd need a 1 on the other end and I can't have it. Let's see. If this is a 2, that would put an 8 on the between line, which would force this to be a 9 and I can't have it. If this is a 3, it would force this to be a 7, which would force this to be an 8 or a 9 and I can't have it. So yeah, this has gotten very restricted very quickly. This can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, it would put a 4 here, which is a problem with the fact that there's a 4 in the box already. So in fact, this is immediately reduced down to being a 4 or a 7. So this is either a 6 or a 3. That is amazing. That ended up being so restricted so quickly. Let's see here. So if this is a 7 and this is a 3, then this has to be a 2. If this is a 4, then this is a 6, and then this has to go 5, 6, 7. And this has to be at least 8 or 9. Yeah, if this is a 4, we know it has to go up, and so it would have to go up at least 5, 6, 7. And so this would have to be an 8 or a 9, and it can't be. So this actually can't be a 4. This just is a 7 and a 3. And this being a 3 means that's a 2, which then by Sudoku means that's a 3. Which then by Sudoku in a different way means that's a 2. So these actually were different. I don't know if there was a way I should have been able to see that. 2 and 3 are low, 7 is high. And that being a 7 means that's a 6 and that's a 4. And the 3s mean this is actually a 2-8 pair. And this being a 2 or 8 means this is a 1 or a 9. Oh, I actually had the 8 looking at this before, but we won't talk about it. This is a 1 or a 9. So let's see. So these things all live between 2 and 7 without being 3 or 4. So they could be 5 or 6, and that's it. So this is a 5-6 pair, which is good to know. Let's see. So can this be a 3 anymore? This can no longer be a 3, because 3 is too close to 6. If this tries to be a 3, then I'd need to go 4, 5. I'd need 3 4 5s in here. So this is a 1 now, thanks to that. Good point. Barbie, I think, is the one who I saw catch that. So that's a 9. And now if this is a 9, the other side has to be a 2, and that has to be an 8. And let's do some coloring, because we love coloring. Everyone loves coloring. That's not the 1 anymore. Okay, so now all kinds of things are happening. Everything is coming up zeta, as they say. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so these are from 2, 3, 5. Just to write these out. These are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't feel great about that. But these aren't 3 or 8, so, you know, that's something. That's not a 4. That's not a 4. I feel like this could be anything. Could even be a boat, I guess. Let's see. So, this isn't a 5, and it's not low, so it's high. It's not a 5 because there's a 5-6 pair in the box. So this is a 7 or a 9. I don't know which one. Would you just like a little splash of green, Casey? Would that make you happy for the holidays? We can have a little green tree down here for now since we're not looking at this. Just for you, Casey. Let's see. Okay, so the 4 here. Okay, so here's the point. Where does the 4 go? No, sorry, that's not the point. I was going to say something wrong. Yeah, if this is a 4, I need to put the 3 somewhere, and the 3 goes here, but that's okay. But things are getting a little claustrophobic in this box. I should pay close attention, because I'm certain we're going to be able to resolve this and not too terribly forever. Oh, yes, as Tristan points out, yes, I can resolve this by using the very fancy fact that there's literally a 3 on the line. And so that means that that's a 4. Yes, very good. Okay, and so because that's a 4, now, as I was saying before, now where is 3 going in this box? It can only go there. So that's low. So now this digit, so now these digits are actually all quite restricted. They're all from 5, 6, 7. Because they all live between 4 and 8. Thank you, Sam. I was impressed with myself on that one as well. Let's see. Ah, Barbie points out that 2 is placed in box 2. It's there. So let's see. There's going to be a 2 in one of these 2 cells, but that's not helpful yet. Let's see. What's left in this column? Let's go ahead and fill it in, just in case I get something. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is what's left in this column. Okay. Could this be a 4? Yes. Annoyingly, yes. Well, that's too bad. Let's see. What can these be? Lots of things is the answer. 9 is high. I'll do that. Good way to look busy. Let's see. I know there's a 9 in, I guess, 3 places here. I know there's a 7 in one of these 2 places. Okay, Barbie asks me where 9 is in column 9. Oh boy, that's a good spot as well. 9's not here. 9's not there, so 9 is up here. And so now where is 9 in row 3? It still looks to me like 9 could be either of those places in row 3. Let's see. Row 9, column 3 cannot be 5 or 6. The cell sees a 7 and a 9. This one? I don't see it yet. Row 3, column 8 must be a 5. Okay. So this cell, okay. Got it. Okay. So what are the candidates left for this row? The things left to place in this row are a 5, 7, and a 9. But the point is, and sorry, chat, for not seeing this sooner, this is not a 7 or a 9. And now it is a 5. And 5s can get a sort of disappointing gray color to indicate how they feel. So that is now a 7-9 pair. Okay. Got there. It took more dragging even than usual, but you all got me there. This cell sees a 1, 2, 3, and a 4. 2, 3 in the row, 1, 4 in the column. So it's high because it also sees a 5. So this is an 8 or a 9 for sure. Let's see. Are there other cells that see all of 1, 2, 3, and 4? Not that I see. Hey, Alex. Welcome to the chat. Are you the mod Alex, or are you a different Alex? I'm given to understand there are multiple Alexes in the world. Okay. Just for the festive time of year, and because I like Casey, 5s in this puzzle can be green. So 5s are green. Does that help? So these 2 cells are, I might as well go fill in. One of them's a 1. And then a 7 and a 9. So this one's not a 7. So this one's a 1 or a 9, interestingly. If he wants to be blue, he can be blue. Let's see. A 4 up here somewhere is in one of those cells. Hey, 11 tickles. Welcome, welcome. We've done some good puzzles so far today. I'm now being sick. So I was told that this digit can't be a 5 or a 6. Okay, so let's try and make this a 5. What happens if this is a 5? So then we could go up 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not going to work. Oh, or we could go down 3, 2, 1. Sorry, 4, 3, 2. And then that would have to be a 1, and that doesn't work either. Okay, so the fact that 1 and 9 are gone in this box is actually putting a lot of pressure on this digit. Okay, so now let's try making this a 6, because I noticed this 2. Okay, and this, by the way, this is something that I think it was Alok, but I don't promise, noticed a while back, but I've been distracted by other things. Let's try and make this a 6. Well, then what could this be? 5, 4, 3, maybe. But this actually can't be a 1 or a 2. And so that doesn't work. Okay, so if this is a 4, we could make this a 5, 6, 7, and make this an 8. If this was a 7, we could go 6, 5, 4, and make this a 3. So 3 and 8 are actually the only possibilities for this digit here. Which interestingly tells me 3 isn't on this line, I guess. So yeah, what digits are where in this box? Because I am noticing now 9 and 8 are both pushed off the line into these 3 cells. That one can't be 8. See, I don't think I quite have... Let's see, 7 could show up on this line, and then if I go to the other direction, 1... Oh, 1 is pushed into those cells too. It's exactly the same one as before. One, 8, and 9 are all pushed into these 3 cells. Okay, so did not do a great job at spotting that in any sort of reasonable amount of time, but I spotted it eventually. So we all just have to be happy with the fact that I got there eventually. It's going to be a long stream. I'm going to be a lot worse by the end, so we'll try and accept this speed. Yeah, nobody expects another 189 triple. Is an excellent way to put it. Okay, so now, what digits do I have left in this box? And I actually want to write them out because I want to think about them in the context of this line. So I have a 1, a 2. I don't have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I have an 8 and a 9. Okay, so this is not a 3. That's not a 3. 4 could be on this line. 7 could be on this line. Okay. Okay, maybe that was not as useful as I had fantasized about it being. 4 is restricted to only these 4 cells. Okay, that was not at all exciting. Sorry about that. Let's see, Alok points out 3 goes in row 7, column 5. Okay, why can this not be a 3? If this is a 3, Okay. So this is complicated to see, but this is an excellent point, Alok. I am very impressed that you spotted this. Uh, where can 3 go in row 7? It can go here or it can go here. But it can't actually go here because if this is a 3, now this is an 8 and this is a 4, and now 3 is locked out of the entirety of box 8. So because of the magics of between lines, this is the 3 in the row. Whew, that was something. Oops. There we go. Those are not 3. Okay, now I am told by Sam to look where 4 goes. So 4 is going to go in one of these 2 places. Do I know which of these 2 places the 4 goes in? I don't think I do. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, I was told moderating got to have fun juggling porn bots yesterday. Let's see. Sam ominously says, "You do know which of those is a 4." Well, one thing that I notice is that the 4 in this row definitely goes in one of those 2, so it does not go there. Or, for example, that tells me that goes there. Pointing quadruple. Or I guess I would just call it a quadruple. There's a 4, 5, 6, 7 quadruple in this column. So that tells me that's not a 4. That's, in fact, a 1 or a 9 to finish the column. So that's a 4. Okay, good point, Sam. Took me a long time to see that, but we got there. Okay, so that's not a 4. Let's see. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the... Okay. So one of these is a 4. Oh yeah, the 4 is already up there. Color the 3 in box 8. Oh yes, good point. I don't want to leave the 3 in box 8 lonely. Especially since that was a really cool 3. It can get a purple splash as well because it was cool. Let's see. I was really proud of myself for spotting that this had to be an 8 or a 9, but I don't think it has done me any good at all. This cell sees 1, 2, 3, and 4, for what it's worth. Let's see. Sam says I have a 1, 3 pair in box 7. Okay, in box 7, none of these are 1 or 3. These aren't 3. Yes, okay. Yeah, okay, yep. 1 and 3 are both shoved into these cells. So that's a 1, 3 pair, which is great. So those are low. Oops. Come back. There we go. Good catch to Alok and Sam, who both saw this. Okay. And now I am being told by Nebu, who I'm glad has gotten to stick around for at least a little bit, that 2 is placed in box 5. So 2 has to go here, just because there are no other places it can possibly go by Sudoku. So that's a 2, which makes that a 3. Disaster. Okay, that's a 3, so that's not a 3. Okay, so now where does the 1 go in row 5? The 1 in row 5 now can only possibly go here. I think I might have seen that one before chat said it. But I think I'm right. I think that's the one. So these are each 5 or high. Where is 2 going in this box? The 2 in this box has to go in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one. I don't think that helps me a great deal, but let's see. This cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4. This cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this cell's definitely high. So there's another coloring piece of progress. Let's see. Row 7, column 5. What? I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the row 7, column 5 business. Are we looking at 3s? Yeah, we're looking at 3s. Yes, this is a 3. I think that's what's going on with some of this discussion. Okay, so I think chat is pointing out, I think, that this digit has to be a 4 or a 7, because this line is either 4, 8, in which case it can't have a 4, or it's 3, 7, in which case it can't have a 7. And so whichever of those things it can't be has to go here. So this is always the one that can't go on this line. I think that's what chat was saying, based on my skimming of some of chat. Okay. Row 3, column 5. Let's see. We're saying this is a 7. Let's see. I don't quite see that. Row 5, column 9 is an 8. I did not count correctly. Let's try again. Row 5, column 9 is an 8. Okay, let's just fill out the rest of this row. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6, 7, and an 8. Except this can't be a 6. This can't be an 8 because it's on a between line. This could be... Okay, and so we've got a 5, 6, 7 triple. Okay, so 8 was hidden in this row in a rather oblique way, but it's there. Good catch to tallcat for that. At least was the one who saw it that I saw. So that makes that a 9. Okay, and so that's going to do a lot of damage, because now that's going to make that a 1. And so that's going to be low. That's going to be not a 9. That's going to be not a 1. So now that's high. Let's see. The amount of damage this is going to do may have been exaggerated somewhat by me. But I can place 1 now. 1 has to go here in this box, just because there's 4 1s looking into the box. So that's a 1. Let's see. So the 3 is in one of these 2 spots. So yeah, what's left in this box? We have left a 3 and a 4 and an 8. Okay, well, this is not a 4. This is not a 3. Let's see. I can resolve the 1, 8 in box 4 now. Saith the newly modded Alex. Resolve the 1-8 in box 4. It must involve something about ones? Did I somehow break into ones in a place I have not yet figured out? I don't think I see it yet. Oh, on the grounds that you need an 8 in row 6. Should it be obvious to me that this can't be the 8 in row 6? Oh, yes, it should be obvious to me that this can't be an 8 in row 6, because that's an 8. Everybody should clap for me for that one. Okay, so, yes, Alex correctly points out 8 is hidden in row 6. So that is 8. That is 1. That is blue. That is red. Okay, so there's an 8 up here. I'll go ahead and note for posterity. Three hidden in column 9, says Casey. Let's see. So if one of these is a 3, makes that an 8. Makes that a 4. I don't think I see why these can't be 3. I believe it. Oh yeah, it's very easy to miss, like, especially towards the end of a puzzle with thermos or whatever, and you think you've used all the clues, but you haven't quite done it. Well, Casey, I was assuming that you were saying this was the 3 that was hidden in the column, but that meant I had to disprove these being 3s, and I didn't see how to disprove those being 3s. But Tallcat says row 2, column 9. Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay. This 8 is going to get all the colors because I keep not looking at it, and I need to make sure I actually look at the 8. This 8 really is there. So it really does place a 3 there. I don't know what that was. We'll not talk about it. So that's a 3. Good, good. Okay. So now there's a 3. Yes, somehow, yeah, this 8. Every time chat says something and I stare for a long time and try and figure out what was going on, it turns out that I'm just not looking at the fact that this 8 is here. And welcome, Pat. What's the help button? Oh, if I like hit this question mark, everything lights up red like the bomb is about to explode or whatever. Excellent. Okay, so now I'm told about a 5, 6, 7 triple in column 4, which is an excellent point, Alok. And so that is not a 5, 6, or a 7. And also, I will see this one. It is not a 1. So it is a 9. So that's a 7. Oops. And that's a 9. Okay. Thus completing something that I think Alok saw half an hour ago, that this was a 7. Let's see. Okay, so the 5, 6, 7 here means that this is either a 1, which it's not. In fact, 1 is now only here in this column. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so that's an 8. Okay, so this high digit. So now where does 8 go in this column? 8 goes down here, also known as yellow. This isn't a 7 anymore because there's already a 7 in the column. This digit should be a write-in. I think this is the 9 for the column. Yeah, this is the 9 for the column. It's the only place 9 can go in the column. Okay, so this is a 6 or a 7 for what it's worth. This is a 5, 6, or a 7, but it's not a 7. I can go ahead and figure out. Okay, so we've got this 5, 6 pair here. We've got a 5, 6, 7 triple here. We've got a whole bunch of stuff there. Okay. So now for more Sudoku. Okay, so row yes, okay. I even saw that before Redstone, and then I just forgot about it in the 6 seconds before I went to actually fill it in. I placed a 9 in the box, so that's a 1, and that's a 9. So that's low, that's high. So the only low digit here is a 2. The rest are 5s or whatever. One of these 2's a 5. Let's see, that 1 in box 8 is doing stuff, I'm hearing. So yeah, yes, this 1 in box 8 is doing stuff. Oops. So this one sees that. Good catch, 11 tickles. And so, yes, and that magically finishes everything. Okay, so that 3 now sees this pencil-marked 3, because this could never actually be a 3, because the 3 in the box, that was just a lie. So this is now a 3, which now means the other side here can't be a 4, because then I would have to put 3.5 3 times in a box, and you can't put 3.5 more than 2 times in a box in a Sudoku, so that's got to be the 7. Okay, so this is now not a 7. So that's a 5, 6 pair. In fact, actually, and we know that's the 7, because it's the only place in the box now 7 can go. So this is now the 4. So that's low, that's high. These aren't 7. So this is 7. This is a... Well, yes, Casey, you can't put 3.5 once in a box, but it does follow from that you can't put 3.5 more than twice in a box. So I claim what I said was completely correct. Let's see. So now 5 6s have multiplied all over the planet. Let's see. I can do a little bit of coloring. Color. I really don't know if this was a coloring puzzle at all. I kind of suspect this was never intended to even remotely be a coloring puzzle, and I just made it one just recreationally, but what are you going to do? Let's see. During our joint solves, Tristan's always the one at the keyboard, so I'm always the one who has to try and tell him to clean up the pencil marks. So that 5 6 pair sees that that's a 7. This 5 6 pair sees that that's a 2. Which, again, I think Alok told me 15 to 30 minutes ago that this was going to be a 2. So their record is very good so far. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's the 9. So it's not blue. It's a 9, and it's red. So let's see. Am I going to have to color 5 6s now? Yeah, the high-low coloring definitely helped a little at the beginning, and it did so happen that it really helped with seeing that there was always 1 degree more of friction on these between lines because of the X than it looked like there was. I think more than anything, it gave chat a way to concisely communicate with me the things I wasn't seeing that I was supposed to be seeing. But we can probably ditch the coloring now, except for the 8. Okay. Let's see, because I think we might end up having to do more coloring on the 5 6s or something. Okay, so what is left in this column? We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well, that one's not a 2. That one's not an 8 or a 4. That one could be anything. Okay, that was not super useful. Oh, this is a pair, so that's good to know. Oh, hey, Worm, welcome. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, so this is a 5, 7 pair, and we know the order, so that's the 5, that's the 7. That 5 sees that that's a 6 and that's a 5. Okay, so maybe actually we're going to break into these 5s and 6s without having to color them. I did enjoy that Gurkle's Between Lines puzzle a lot. I did that one on stream, maybe like one of my earlier streams. It was one of the very first puzzles I did on stream that wasn't one of my puzzles. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 5 or a 6. It can't be a 4 because there's a 4. So this is the only place for a 4. So that's an 8. That being an 8 makes that a 4 and that an 8. That being a 4 makes that a 5 and that a 6 and that a 4. So that's seeming like a bunch of good stuff all at once happening. Oh, Thanksgiving stream sounds about right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go in there. Yes, that is resolved. It's like that has to be resolved. 2, 9. Okay, so this is a 2, 6 pair, so that's a 6, that's a 2. Okay, so across here, what do I have left? I'm missing I'm not missing a 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's a 7. That's an 8. Probably should have been able to do that from my pencil marks. Let's see. So what are these? 1, 2, 3. I need a 4, which has to go there. And a 6, which has to go there. So that's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 5. And that's a 7. Very fun puzzle. Yes, and then, yeah, then chat said a bunch of nices, and then Mark was asking if that was a meme or something, and was asking to have it explained, and I don't know if anyone explained to Mark why everyone in chat was saying nice. Alrighty. All right, we have another 159 puzzle up next. So combining the two previous puzzles, we now have Between Lines, and we have 159. So Between Lines, again, just in case you have shown up in between, mean that if I put a 2 here and a 5 here, everything in these digits has to be between the 2 and the 5. So these would have to be a 3, 4 pair in this instance. And then, again, these red regions here, I really like the way these red regions are bolded. I like this. I don't know how this is done, but however this is done, I like it, because now if I color it, I think it'll still show up that this is my 159 area. Can you, by the way, ping Memeristor and tell him we're doing his puzzle, Tristan? Hey, Raph, welcome. Oh, and a penguin. I love penguins. Excellent, excellent. Everyone can put penguins in the chat. But yeah, I love this. I want to steal it. All right. And so these are indexing things. And so if this were a 3, let's see, I'm going to turn the pen tool off. So I don't think I need the pen tool for now. If this was a 3, it would tell us that this is a 1. And then the puzzle would break. So this is not a 3. That's the moral of the story. This column is similar, but for 5s. So if this is an 8, it would say that's a 5. And this column works the same way, but for 9s. Okay, so let's get started on this one. So first thing I'm noticing is that 1s and 9s are incredibly restricted in row 9. So I'm going to start here. Well, that's a cute little blue raven. Where can 9 go? It looks to me like it can go in the. It looks to me like it could go in the first spot. Can't go here and here because you can't put 9 on a between line. Could go here, which is the 4th spot. Can't go there. Could go there, which is the 6th spot, and can't go there or there. And it can't go there because there's already a 9 there. Hey, purple sidewalk / purple / Memeristor. The constructor of this puzzle is in the chat. So everyone penguin at the constructor in the chat. A very similar thing is going to happen with 1s, because I can't put 1 in the first spot. I can't put it in the 2nd or the 3rd. I could put it in the 4th. Can't put it in the 5th. Could put it in the 6th. Can't put it in the 7th or the 8th, but could put it in the 9th. So the 9 here, 1 here combo seems very, very likely, but not guaranteed by any means. And now almost exactly the same thing is happening here in row 6. So I'm hoping if I also fill in the candidates here for row 6, that magic will happen. Okay, so now this could go here, 2, but not 3. Could be 4. Can't be 5. Could be 6. Can't be 7 or 8, but could be 9. And here could be 1. Could be 2, can't be 3, could be 4, can't be 5, could be 6, can't be 7 or 8 or 9. Okay, and now we just hope for magic, because that's all we got. Nope, I don't see any magic. 9 in this box is only in one of these places. Oh, Carl is suggesting we also write it up for this row. I think that I at first looked at that and thought it didn't look as good, but maybe it's worth it. I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Carl. I'll write these out in this row. Okay, so this can't be a 1, 2, 3. Could be a 4. Can't be a 5. Could be a 6. Can't be a 7. Could be an 8 or 9. And here. This could be a 1, can't be 2, 3, could be 4, can't be 5, could be 6, can't be 7, could be 8, can't be 9. Okay, so maybe I'm supposed to look at this whole high mid-lowity of these. Because obviously these can't be a 4-6 pair. Well, I say obviously. These can't be a 4-6 pair because it would put 2 1s in here. Yeah, that's not ideal. Okay, so Barbie makes an excellent point, which I would like to now swap to, which is that column 5 is pretty suspicious because almost every cell in column 5 is on a between line. And so within column 5, the 1 and 9 have to live in these cells. Oh, which is actually going to be rather interesting with the fact that these things really want to put, because all of these wanted to put 1s and 9s here in this box, but that's going to make that harder. Intriguing. Okay, so that means there's going to be a 5 in 2 of these 3 cells in both columns. No, sorry. That was a complete... I was going to claim there's going to be 2 5s in column 1 in 2 of these 3 cells, which I don't think is going to be true. It might be, but I think it's unlikely that it's going to work out that way. Okay, so all very suspicious. So I kind of want to look at this now and think about what this cell is. I think this cell is now the sus cell, because this cell sees 2 of 3 cells out of the pink area. So it sees 2 digits of different high midlowity. Oh, tallcat is pointing out. So I am suspicious of this, and I'm going to return to this. But tallcat's pointing out my favorite between lines deduction that I somehow did not notice, which is that this digit has to be exactly the same as this digit. And the reason these 2 digits have to be the same is that this digit has to appear in this box somewhere, unless I'm putting 2 5s in column 9, in which case maybe it doesn't. But I'm going to try not to do that. So this digit has to appear in the box. It can't appear anywhere in here. And it can't appear on the between line because it's not between these 2 digits. And it can't appear at the other bulb because then I would need to choose these 2 digits from the empty set, and that would not work well. So this digit is, in fact, also 1, 4, 6, or 8. And by the same logic, this digit is that digit. So this is a 4, 6, 8, or 9. No. Try again. Rewind. So I did exactly the thing that I shouldn't do, which is I put this on the same end. It's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be there. So the correct thing to write is that this is 2, 4, 6, or 9. Okay. Do I actually know anything about this cell? Is the question that I wanted to know. Because it has to be... No, I don't think I do, because of the fact that these 2 are different. So I'm going to desus this cell for a moment, but I'm 100% willing to resus this cell at a later point if it is deemed necessary. Blue and yellow are definitely different digits. So blue is up here somewhere. Oh, Carl says row 6, column 1 can't be a 2 now. If this was a 2, what goes horribly awry? If this is a 2, that's a 1. And that's a 2. And then one of these would have to be a 1. Okay, I 100% believe this can't be a 2, but what happens? The between line breaks. So if this is a 2, that's a... Oh, yes. That's beautiful. It would have taken me a while to see it, but excellent point, Carl. So here's what happens. If this is a 2, it makes this a 1. But remember, blue is blue, so it also makes that a 2. And so, again, we would have to put an odd number of 1.5s on the line between 1 and 2, and we can only ever have an even number of 1.5s on a between line. So that can't be 2. And so for the same reason, This can't be 8. Okay. So we are doing something very interesting now, I think. So the thing going on with 4 6s here is really sort of blowing my mind, because each of these cells always contributes a 4 or a 6 to the row, either by being a 4 or a 6, or by putting a 4 or 6 over in one of those cells. So none of these cells can be 4 or 6. So that's interesting. And so particularly for this cell, I think it's interesting because that means this cell is either low, mid, or high. But if it's mid, it's exactly 5. I don't think that pencil marking that helps as much. So... yes, and so now... Barbie points out, we have 2 between lines now that actually have pencil marks at both ends. Hey, Paws! Happy holidays! And the pencil marks are actually helpful, because the furthest apart these 2 digits can be is 1 and 6, and so these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. And likewise, the furthest apart these can be is 4 and 9, so these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that is also useful. Let's see. Now, I'm a little suspicious about 4 being in one of these cells. Because if 4 is in one of these cells, then one of them is a 1. Okay, so here's what I can prove. This cell is definitely not 4. Because if this cell is 4, then these are 2, 3. And so I need a low digit in pink, and that digit has to be a 1. But that's a 1. Oh, no. Darn it. And so that would be the 1. Nope. Sorry. I still don't like it, but I retract my claim. I don't think I can quite prove that yet, but we're getting somewhere. Okay, so this blue is not yellow, so it's going to show up in one of these places. Okay, 1, 4. No, that's not the thing. Okay, so this is saying, okay, one of these is the one. 4, 6, or 9. Okay, so this is not a 1. Well, that's not a 2, but this could be a 2. Oh, here's the thing. These 2 are both high or mid. So that has to be low. Tony sees it as exactly as I start to say it. And by the way, welcome, Tony. I don't think I've seen you before, but welcome to Zeta Chats. So this being a 1, 2, or 3 tells me that this isn't a 1. And by exactly the same token, I need a high over here. So this is a 7, 8, or 9, which tells me that that's not a 9. Okay. Now, chat will probably also point out that this can't be a 1 by Sudoku, and this can't be a 9 by Sudoku. And so now this can't be a 9 at all, and this can't be sorry, and this can't be a 1 at all, because one of these is a 1, and one of these is a 9. So gorgeous. So now this really is a 1-9 pair. Which means there really is a 5 in one of these two places. We get a little mini X-wing on 5s, which I will orange for people's benefit, just to remind us that those are thingies. Hey, Eric, welcome. To transfer the blue and yellow to 1 and 9. Ah, yes, okay. Yep, so this is now a 4 or 6. This is a 4 or a 6. No. This is a 4 or a 6. Better. Okay, so that tells me a few things. One thing it tells me, since we need one of each high, mid, lowity, these are the high and mid. So these are the low and mid. So this has to be the high, mid, lowity of the box. And likewise, this has to be the low, high, mid, lowity of the box. So that's a 1 or a 2. So now this 4 or 6 says that one of these is a 9. Sorry, one of these is a 1. Oh, this could never be a 9. Well, it can't be a 9 now anyway, because I can't put a 1 here. Sorry, I am being slightly scatterbrained about this. That has to be an 8. Likewise, this can't be a 1, so it's got to be a 2, and that's the 9, not the 1. I just tried to do the thing I said that I would do on the last puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so, but this 4 or 6 is telling me that there's a 1 in one of those two. Okay, this 4 or 6 is telling me that there's a 9 in one of these two. Okay, so progress. So because this is a 2, these aren't 2. So these are at least 3, 4. And so there's no way that this can be a 4. And so I think this is what Alok is pointing out. This can't be 4 because there would only be room for 3s on the line. So that's a 6. That's a 4. So that's a 6. That's a 4 by the fact that those were the same digit. And that's the reason why they were colored. Okay, so we're making some amount of progress now. Okay, Ralph says something about the placement of 12 in row 9. Do I have to put a 12 in row 9? Or is it possible that I put none in row 9? Ooh, excellent. I'm glad that you are enjoying your Secret Santa puzzle. I really enjoyed my Secret Santa puzzle as well. Yes, and so now, just by Sudoku, where does 6 go? 6 goes here. Where does 4 go? 4 goes here. And I can decolorize these because their coloring has passed its prime. Okay, so that 4 tells me these aren't 4. And this now can't be 8, and it can't be 6, so that's a 5-7 pair. So I can now write in the middle digits. So these are a 2 and a 3, and a 9. That one's not a 9. These are uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's not a 1. Okay. Now, also by between lineosity, this can't be a 9. Because if this was a 9, 2, 3 is not between 6 and 9, no matter what choice I make. So that's not the 9 either. So that's the 9. Oh, also by the fact that this is a 6, this is a 9. And by the fact that this is a 4, this is a 1. The between line way was cooler, though. much cooler than using just the rules of the puzzle, but we'll go through it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the 5. Probably knew that a while ago, but we'll do that. Okay, but by the between lineosity, I still can resolve this because 2 is not between 3 and 6. So that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 7, that's an 8. No, other way. The 2 and 3 I did right, but this one I did not do right. That's a 7, that's an 8. Okay, so that 3 tells me that's a 5 and that's a 7. This 7 tells me that's a 5 and that's a 3. And then, voila, so much is done. Okay, so what is left here? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are just 7, 8, 9. And these, I bet, are 1, 2, 3. And I could make tiny eliminations here, like this can't be a 3. I don't know if this matters, but this can't be a 3 because it would make that a 2, which would make it a 1. And likewise, this can't be a 7 because it would make that an 8, which would make it a 9. Yeah, this is a surprising and fun puzzle. Let's see. Hey, Glum Hippo. Hopefully you are having a less glum holiday than the normal amount of glumness. Okay, so now this 6 tells me this isn't a 6. I'm trying to, oh, okay. Never mind, I see it. Okay, that's not a 6, that's not a 4. Good puzzles today so far. Okay, so this being a 1 or a 4 tells me one of these is a 9. And this being a 6 or a 9 tells me one of these is a 1. But I can't have both the 1 and the 9 in this box. So interestingly, the thing that's impossible is that this is the 4 and this is the 6. Okay, now I am hearing from Carl that this can't be a 6, which is my suspicion, because everything has been so symmetrical so far. It seemed unlikely that if these couldn't both be 4 and 6, that either of them could be 4 and 6. But let's try and imagine. If this is a 6, now that's a 9, that's a 1. And so 6, that's a 9. No. If this is No. If this is a 6, this is a 1. This is a 9, that's a 5, and this is a 1. Yes, okay. I'm going to show that in pencil. Okay. If this is a 6, this is a 1, this is a 9, so that's a 5, and now this can't be a 4, and so it's a 1, but we have a problem. So this is by the high mid-lowity, right? No? No? I'm going to go through it again. Okay. This is a 6. This is a 1. So this is a 9. So that's a 5. And this is a 4. Still doesn't work. Even if you say no any number of times, it still doesn't work because I've put a 4 and a 5, and 4 and 5 are both high mid-lowity, and I can't put 2 of those there because that would be also putting a 9 there. Okay, so anyway, the point is, by careful inspection of the interaction of all of these nonsenses, this is not allowed to be a 6, so it is a 9. And as soon as this is a 9, that's a 1. Oh, that would have been the way easier way to see this. Because I said earlier, these can't both be 4 and 6. Because that would put a 1-9 pair here. But as soon as they can't both be 4 and 6, that means one of them is 1 or 9, but as soon as one of them is 1 or 9, the other one is 2, like Slitherlink logic. And so these are always immediately 9 and 1. I didn't have to overcomplicate this any more than my previous observation. So I think I got way more bifurcated look-aheady than I actually needed to there. Yes, the high mid-lowity is whether a digit comes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9. And the reason that's important is because in 159 puzzle, to repeat, because I have not said this enough times today, of the pink digits in a box, they have to be one of each high mid-lowity. Okay, so Glum Hippo / PG Bluster says this puts a 7 in row 1, 3, column 1. Ah, yeah, because this, I need a 7 somewhere in this column, and the 7's can't go here, because it would put a 1 here, which is not allowed. The 7's not there, so yeah, so there's a 7 in one of those two cells, which tells me that one of these two cells is a 1. Okay. And probably very similarly, I have the 3 in one of these two cells, which is going to tell me that one of these two cells is a 9. Okay, I'm going to fill in the candidates for the rest of this column, just because candidates are so useful to have in any of the pink digits in a 159 puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Something, something. Okay, so I don't quite think that tells me anything yet. I mean, it tells me the 5 goes there, 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 or there in the row, which is not the most spectacular of deductions. Okay, so 8 is interesting. So actually, I think I want to think about where the 8 goes. Because wherever the 8 goes, there's going to have to be a 9 on one of the sides. And so here, actually, I can't put a 9 in any of these bulbs. So actually, we can make real progress here. Because if I put an 8, I have to have a 9 in a circle, and I can't have a 9 there, there, or there. So these can't be 8. And so now I need a high digit. And so the high digit has to be a 9 there. And so that's a 1. And so because that's a 9, that's a 5. And that's a 3. And this 3 makes that a 9. Now that 1 makes that a 5. Which somehow doesn't resolve where the 7 is, I think. Probably I'll get the 7 when I think about 1s down here, maybe. Yeah, so the 2 can't go on any of these between lines. So the 2 definitely goes on one of these between lines. And so the 2 going on one of these between lines... By the way, the 8 goes on one of these between lines, I should have marked. Because the 2 goes on one of these between lines, the 1 has to go in one of these cells. I can de-orangify all of these things, by the way. And de-5ify those cells. Let's see. Okay, so one of these is going with a 6 over here. So, yeah, so this is a 6-7 pair is the point of all of this, or a point of all of this. Chad is going a little excited-y about stuff. So this is a 2 or a 3. I don't know which one yet, so one of these is a 1. All right, so I want to think back more about the 8. So the 8 here has to go with a 9. So the 9 can't go there. The 9 can't go in any of those places, and the 9 can't go there. So the 8 has to go with a 9 in a circle, but actually the only place I can put a 9 in a circle, just by Sudoku, is that one. Hey, JoWovrin, how are you? Happy holidays to you and everyone who has joined since I last said happy holidays. This can't be a 9 because it would put a 9 there, and I would need to make up digits between 9 and 9 to fill this with. So that's the 9, and that's the 8. And that being a 9 makes that a 4, which makes this a 7 or an 8. Makes this a digit that's less than 8, for whatever that's worth. 26 is right up there yet. The high mid-20s is the peak that I have reached as concurrent people so far, which I am quite happy with. I was actually like ecstatic that I started streaming, and I don't think I've ever streamed to fewer than like a dozen or so people. So unlike most streamers who have to start out streaming to audiences of 0 to 2, I have been really happy to have people who are interested in watching me solve Sudoku puzzles, which has been great. So thank you all. 27 now. Excellent. Ooh, you got a pencil puzzle book and solved a huge Yajilin. Interesting. Oops, 26 again. Oh no. Oh no. Tallcat probably left just to stop my ego from getting too big. That is my theory as to what happened. Okay. One of these is a 5. But it's that one, because, yeah, I just did not even put that there. So that's a 5, just because that's an 8. Let's see. This is a 4 or a 6, so one of these is a 5. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. If this is a... Okay, so if this is a 5, this is a 6. And now this has to be a number that's bigger than 6, so it has to be at least 7, and that doesn't work. Okay, so I actually do know. So this is something that you can see. If this is a 5, it makes this a 6, which makes this a 7, 8, or 9, but none of those work with this 9 over here. So in fact, that's not the 5. That's the 5. That's a 4. That's very cool. I really like that. I also have not seen a Vault 159, but I could not disprove the existence of one. Let's see. So one of these is a 5, and one of these is a 5. Okay, so if this is a 6, then that's a 5, and so this has to be a 7 or an 8, because it can't be a 9. And that's a 2, and then that would have to be a 1. Yeah, that seems fine. Hey, Jessica, welcome. Happy holidays. Okay, so I hear something about row 8, column 6 being a naked single, which would be cool. Let's just go ahead and pencil mark the box, and then we'll be able to see it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and this is not a 6. That's not a 6. That's not a 6. That's a 6. Well, I got a digit anyway, even though I looked at the wrong place. Oh, wait, no, I did look at the right place. This is row 8, column 6. Okay, so this... Oh, yeah, okay. Point. This can't be a 2 or a 3 because of between lineosity, because I would need to put 2 different digits between 1 and 2 if this was a 2, or between 1 and 3 if this was a 3, so that has to be a 7. And we can verify that 8 is, in fact, between 7 and 9. So, good between lineosity there. Okay, so that pushes... Like the title, you see. That pushes 3s up here somewhere. In fact, 3 goes up here somewhere. So let's see. So what are these digits? So these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, they're 1, 4, 5. That's not a 5. That one's not a 1. I don't know what that one is. Oh, this one's not a 1 either. Wait, no, this could be a 1. What am I talking about? Yes, this could be a 1, I think. I'm again doing the thing where I'm reading the wrong index off of the thing, and then making conclusions based on it that are bad. But I won't let that deter me, and I'll go ahead and fill these in. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not a 3, so it's a 7 or an 8. Let's see, this is 3, 7, or 8. Let's see, if this were a 3, it would have to go 3, 2, 1. Let's see, does that work? This looks constricted enough. I'm thinking I might get to repeat this whole razzmatazz over down here. Oh. Speaking of down here, there's a 7 there. So that's an 8, and that's a 9. Which makes that an 8, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 9. And that is the kind of thing which is very helpful to notice when you are doing a Sudoku puzzle. So now the 7 is placed in this box. It's there. So now this digit, whatever it is, has to show up there. So this is a 2 or a 3 and is the same as that digit for whatever it's worth. So now these are 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no. 5 was wrong. 6? 6. One of these is definitely a 6. And the fact that one of these is definitely a 6 tells us that one of these is a 6, except it's not that one, so it's that one. So that's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 3, not a 6. So a bunch of stuff happening all at once. Let's see. I think Jessica has detectived out what's going on with this mess up here. So she says 3 won't work here because of the other between line. So let's see, if this is a 3, then I need one of these things to be a 1 with a 2, and one of them to be, one of them would have to have a 6 on it. Excellent. Okay, so I don't even have to think about 159 stuff in order to understand Jessica's point about why this cannot possibly be a 3. Because if this is a 3, one of these two digits is a 6, which means one of these two things would have to be higher than 6 in order to put 6 between 3 and that digit. But by careful examination, none of these digits are higher than 6. So this cannot be the 3. So that is the 3. That is an excellent catch, Jessica. And very well articulated. So now actually one of the, so both of these are now lower than that. Okay, so let's fill in the rest of these down here, and then we'll go back and take care of everything up there. Let's see, we still need a 2, 3. Oh, not a 3. We still need a 2. 4. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's a 2, 4. So that's a 3. Yellow is 3. Yellow is 3. That's a 2. It's not yellow. This isn't a 3. Yellow has served its purpose. Okay, so now these digits are a 7-8 pair. Oops. They're a 7-8 pair, and we know the order. And 7 and 8 are, in fact, between 6 and 9, which is good for purposes of having completed the puzzle correctly. These two digits are a 2, a 4, and an 8. I think, unfortunately, I get no help there. Let's see. These 3 digits, then. Not immediately useful, it does not look like. Okay, so I think I need more thought about these things. So if this is a 6, that's a 5. That's good. If this is a 6, if this is a 6, that's a 5. If this is a 2, that's a 1. Let's see. Lots of people are telling me how this all breaks down. Although I see a point that by Sudoku, this is a 3, which is going to make me not have to think about any of this. So thank you to the one of you who pointed out, actually more than one of you, thank you to the multiple of you who pointed out that by Sudoku I can place this 3 here, which frees me from thinking about how this mess works out. Because now that's a 5, and so that's a 2, and that's a 6. So that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 5. I probably could have, and it probably would have been beautiful, but this also works, and I will take it. So we've got almost all of our pink digits now, except that that's a 1, so that's a 6, that's a 7. Let's see. This is a 2, 4, or 8, but it's not an 8, so it's a 2 or a 4, but it's not a 4, so it's a 2. That's the 8. That's the 4. Let's see. 4. Let's see, 5. That's got to be a 6. So that's a 2. That's a 6. That 4, guessing that's a 2. That's a 4. Did I ignore a given digit? It sounds from chat like I maybe ignored a given digit, which is eminently plausible. Let's see. So left in this row, I need a 7 and an 8 and some other digit. It's a 2. The 2 has to go here. So this is a 7. That's an 8. That's a 7. And now this column looks like needs an 8. And this box needs a 4. Yeah, very nice puzzle. I'm going to take a very short break to have just a smidge to eat and get more to drink. I will be back in less than 10 minutes. But then when I get back, if you want to start on the next puzzle, it's a monster. I'll have Tristan link it here now. If you want, the next puzzle is going to be this skyscraper chaos construction puzzle by JoWovrin, so you can have a look at that. I'll have Tristan put a link in the chat, but I will be back very shortly. And you're welcome. Thank you for the awesome puzzle. Hello again, everyone. I see some people in chat have done this puzzle and said that it's brilliant. And I was warned in advance that it is bordering on impossible. So we'll have fun with it. But yeah, it seems like apparently I only do puzzles that tallcat has solved. So apparently tallcat and I have similar tastes when we flip through the list of puzzles. So I actually just finished making a new chaos construction puzzle yesterday because I had not made one in a while, and I know some people like my chaos constructions, and I wanted to make one, especially after getting a lovely one for my Secret Santa present. So you can look forward to a keep talking and nobody explodes themed chaos construction puzzle from me in the near future. So let's go. He is very cute, I have to give you that. So let's go over the rules because I've not read them yet. Okay, so classic Sudoku rules apply. So we need to put a 1 through 9 in every row, column, and region. By the way, is this showing up okay on screen? Yeah, this looks okay. Oh boy. Getting warnings from playmakers scares me. So we have to decide the regions, though. We'll decide them by coloring, probably. We'll figure it out. I'm going to have to scroll up to use the controls now and then, because Penpa. So apologies if you get motion sick for me doing that. Next. Okay, next it tells us we have to find the regions, which we just said. And then every cell contains a building with the height of its digit. Taller buildings hide smaller ones behind them. Yes. So this is standard skyscraper stuff. So when you look at a clue, when you look at the skyscraper stuff, you're supposed to think about digits as being hidden behind lower digits. Sorry, hidden behind higher digits. So if you're standing here, you can see this 5 if there's no higher digits in front of the 5. So if this was a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple, 1, 2, 3, 4 triple. If this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, you could see the 5. Otherwise, there'd be a digit like 6 somewhere, which would block your ability to see the 5. Okay. Now, the clues outside the grid are not standard skyscraper clues. They are chaos skyscraper clues, which give the amount of buildings seen in their row and column from their perspective, and all cells up to and including the highest height building from their perspective are in the same region. And if there is a cell directly behind that building, it must be in a different region. Okay, so... Okay, let me read that again. So, they give the amount of buildings seen in their row and column from their perspective, and additionally, all cells up to and including the 9 are in the same region. Okay, it's all cells, not just all cells you see. Okay, and so... the last building you see is always the 9, because, spoiler, 9 is the highest digit in a Sudoku grid. And so we're always going to see the 9. And so what this is saying is not only do I see 7 digits along here, I'm going to switch modes for a second. Not only do I see 7 digits in this direction, all 7 of those digits are in the same region. And I go up until the 9, and then immediately after the 9, wherever that is, be it here or here or here, immediately after the 9, we switch to the other region. Later, Glum. Okay, so let's start with let's start with the surface, and let's start making some regions. Okay, so this region, if I understand the rules correctly, and a bunch of people in chat have done the puzzle, so they will yell at me if I'm wrong. But if I understand the rules correctly, these are all in the same region because I can see at least 7 buildings from here, which would require going at least 7 over. And so the 9 is either here, here, or here, and I don't know which yet. Likewise, that has to be part of a region. That has to be part of a region. And that has to be part of a region. Okay. Also, the 4... The 4 is a different region. It has to go at least that far. And we're also told that all of the possible chaos skyscrapers are given. And so what that means, I think, is that if there's not a clue here, like for example, there's not a clue living right here, that's telling me that wherever the 9 is in this row, the cell to its left is in the same region. Okay, likewise here, wherever the 9 is, the cell to its right is in the same region. And the same goes with up and down, right? For all the vertical ones? So there really is a negative constraint on vertical horizontal skyscrapers, right? I'm not making that up. Since there are none given, I am just double checking that really there is a negative constraint, because it's actually huge if there's a negative constraint on vertical and horizontal skyscrapers, but maybe there isn't. Oh, if the cell's not... Okay, sorry. Joachim catches me. It's also okay if not everything is in the same region up until the 9. So, because being a chaos skyscraper means everything is in there. Okay. But yes, there is a negative constraint on the vertical ones. Okay. And so the fact that there's a negative constraint on the vertical skyscrapers tells me that red cannot possibly take this cell. Sorry, I keep scrolling this, which I'm sure is horrible for those of you, but I keep wanting to like color things. Okay, red can't take... I'm going to make this black just so that I can talk about it. Red can't possibly take this cell, because if red took this cell, it would be a 9. Yes, it would have to be a 9. Okay. I retract my decision to make it black. This would have to be a 9. So I'd have to switch. Let's see. Can I switch to Sudoku mode easily? I don't think so. Because I have access to all the modes that I could ever want, which has the downside that I can't tab through them, but the upside that I could do whatever I want. Okay. If this was also red... You know, I keep changing my mind on how I want to talk about this. If these are both red, what happens? This is what happens if both of these are red. I see the 7, which tells me that I see up until the 9, and the cell after the 9 is in a different region. Well, I can't put the 9 anywhere but here. So now that's a 9. But now, this cell is not red, because red is done. And so now there would be a chaos skyscraper clue here that would be a 1. So that's not going to work. So the 9 here is not there. So Uh, so that's not red. This might or might not be red. I haven't decided that yet. But the 9 here has to be in one of these two cells for the row, which is a corner mark. Oh, my mouse button does not work. Oh, it's tab? Is tab the shift between? Ah! Uh-oh. Did I break it? No. I can tab to switch between... No, I cannot tab to switch between things. Okay, we will just continue to do it this way. So one of these two is the 9. Uh-oh, I lost my chat. There we go. Oh, nope, chat's back. Okay. So where is the 9? Is there a way I can pop this console out so I can stop scrolling this left and right? Those of you who are experts at Penpa. Because if I could pop this out so it's like above the thing, then I could not scroll back and forth constantly. I think I've seen that happen before, but maybe not. Anyway, the same story is true here. Thank you, love. For whatever reason, when I press tab, it's not actually switching between them, which I would expect, but it's not. Oh, maybe I have to select something before it will actually do anything. That's probably it. Okay, so Sudoku normal, center, corner, and surface. Okay, so now maybe when I hit tab, it will swap between them. Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. So I think I can do this slightly better, although I'm still going to have to scroll up when I want the colors, because I can't get as high as the colors. Okay. So question now is, doesn't that mean row 1, column 9 is purple? I think row 1, column 9... Oh, doesn't that mean row 1, column 9 is purple? Okay, so does this go this way? Would be the very natural thing to have happen at the very least. Yeah, so the... Okay, so yes. So once we get to the 9, wherever it is, we turn down. And so... let's see. But can I pop out the colors? Because I know there's ways to pop out stuff. Like, I know that I should be better at Penpa, but I am not. Okay, anyway. Wherever the 9 is... Oops. Wherever the 9 is, it turns down. So it either turns down here or turns down here. But when it does that, it creates this isolated little space up here that can only possibly be filled with purple. And so the point is, these two things have to be this shade of purple. Oops. Affectionately known as pink in the thing. Okay, so we'll note that. But now, if this were to turn here, that would be a disaster. So now red has to come here. Because now, note, by the way, purple is done. And so now red has to... I see that there's a number for colors. If I hit the number, will it switch between them while I'm in color mode? Okay, so if I try and remember the numbers for colors, which will not happen, but if I pretend, I could do it if I learned the numbers. Okay, oops. Tab. So this is not a 9, and this is the 9. Okay, and likewise, this is a 9. Yeah, so it's the learning what colors go with what numbers thing that's going to be tricky. But let's go back to surface mode. Speaking of. And so now there's going to be a region that's going to have to come out here like this, at least this far. And so I'm going to pick a color and see if I like it. No. No. Yeah, that's fine. We don't have a blue yet. Okay. So there's going to be a region here that's going to do at least that. For sure. I don't know exactly how yet, but it's going to do something of that sort. Okay. And now these 7... This thing that sees 7... Oh, no, that's the 8th thing. That's annoying. Oh, tallcat points out, and this is a good point, this is exactly the same thing that happens at the bottom. So we can do... Wait, is it? Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Same thing happens at the bottom. So, wait. Okay, so I'm now trying to see the same thing. So it's going to be a 9. Okay, yes. Okay, so same story. So the 9 can't go all the way over here. So the 9 has to turn up somewhere, which means that these have to be yellow. And then these have to be green, which was 5. Woohoo, I remembered. Which means that if I switch to Sudoku mode, this is the 9. This is not a 9. Okay. And so that is also a 9. Wrong mode. That's the 9. Okay. So now we've got all kinds of 9s going on. And I need a color for this region. Let's see. Did I like 4? Oops. Wrong mode. Did I like 4? Wrong mode still. Did I like 4? No. 5, 6. Sure, it can be symmetrical. Why not? We'll make that 6 go like that. Okay, so we've got something. When it says all chaos... Yeah, okay, yeah. When it says they're all given, that means that we even have the question marky ones. Okay. I wish my keypad had a tab on it. That would be cool. I could probably reconfigure the buttons so that it had a tab on it. But not at the moment. Okay, so... Carl suggests that the row 4 clue isolates the blue region. And that, I believe, is correct, because at least these 3 have to be the same color. And this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then this would be 11, 12. And there aren't 12 cells in the blue region. So the blue region, in fact, is completely forced to look like that, because this 3 clue is going to be another region now. Okay, and I think blue was 4? No. 5? No. 6? 6. So blue's going to have to do that. And this new region, I'm not going to choose that one. I'm not going to choose that one either. Oh, no, I think I have to scroll up to actually pick a color that... Oh, I can do orange. 0 is fine. So at least these 3 have to be the same color. Okay, and now I'm trying to decide if the negative constraint on Chaos Skyscrapers tells us anything about blue, but I don't think it does. I mean, it tells me there's not a 9 there. I guess it tells me there's not a 9 here, but I already know there's not a 9 there. So, very little additional information here. Ah, okay. So Redstone points out wisely, uh, these could still link up theoretically. That is still very possible. Wait, I don't think they can, because they have to end in a 9. So I think you're completely right. I had not thought about it, but I think actually these can't hook up because of the fact that the Chaos Skyscraper clue tells me that there's a 9 included in the region in this row. So the orange 9 is in this row, and the purple 9 is not in this row, I think. Sorry, the orange 9 is in this row, the purple 9's in this row, is my understanding. Speaking of thinking about 9s, orange can't stop here, because if orange did stop here, it would be a 9. So that's going to be orange. Oops, wrong mode. So that has to be orange because of this 9. Let me know if chat does not agree with my reasoning that these can't be the same, but I think these can't be the same. Oh, and there's... Oh, no, there's not symmetrical logic of stuff going on down here because we don't have a clue here that cuts some stuff off. Okay, so because of the 7 skyscraper clue, this is one thing we can note. These cells are effectively these cells in this direction are effectively a thermo. So we can goodlift it. So this could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 6, 7, 8. Oops. Undo. Wrong mode. Wrong mode. Let's see. And that one's not a 5. So because that one's not a 5, that one's not a 6. What about digits? Are you telling me I'm wrong, or are you just telling me that I should start actually thinking about what digit cells can be? Because I think I am now beginning to actually think about what digit cells can be. Note, the reason I'm not doing this in this 7 is because that 7, that stupid 7, is one shorter than the total length of this. And so one of these is allowed to be out of order. But the same goes for this 7. This can go 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8. And so that's not a 5. And so we have a 6, 7 pair now in the column. And this also can't be a 6 anymore. Okay. This 6, 7 pair must be what we were trying to engineer here, although hell if I know if that's what I was supposed to see, but the 6, 7 pair really feels like it's supposed to be helpful in some fashion. Hey, welcome to Tommy. I don't think I've seen you around here before, so welcome. Okay, how many regions do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's only one region that is left in the universe that we have not yet marked. Okay, and I think... Yeah, so what parts of... Because I do think these have to be different regions, and I think someone would have corrected me by now if they didn't. And so because these have to be different regions, how far out... Oh no, this could still be... Sorry, I was trying to reason that we needed something from the other region in this gap in here, but maybe we do not. So what is this cell? So this is going to tell us, I see now, this is going to tell us that this is the out of order digit of these almost thermos, I think. Because this is going to go, these are going to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, not 5, 6, 7, or 8. But these can't be 8. Because if these were 8s, what would happen? Well, I'd see a building here, 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 but then I wouldn't see another building until there, and that is not enough buildings. So that is that. Yeah, I do see this has to be the final. This has to be the final region. But I have no idea. This could literally go one cell. So shading it as the final region doesn't help me an inordinate amount, I don't think. But I do agree that this has to have at least one cell from the final region. Yeah, and that where the 9 goes in column 9 is very interesting, I think. Actually, for that matter, where does the 9 go in column 1? The 9 for column 1 has to go here. Because it... Wait, no, sorry. The 9 could go there. Nope, ignore me. The 9 in column 1, though, definitely goes there or there. Those are the only two places it can go. And the 9 in column 9 goes there or there. Those are the only places it can go. But anyway, the point being, this can't possibly go in order anymore, because if this were still going in order as I read across left to right, this would have to be at least 5, and it can't be. So I can actually goodlift, and this is going to be very confusing, but I can goodlift these cells as a thermo. If I went across these 6 cells, this would be at least 6. So this is 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. I did that wrong. 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. And vice versa down this way, the other way. 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's interesting because of the fact that I've now got some 1, 2, 3s lining up, some 3, 4, 5s lining up. Just some more general good times. Now, because I know the thing that's missing is a 4, or sorry, the thing I'm missing is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Tristan points out, and this is correct, this can't possibly be a 4, because if this was a 4, it would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that would break. So that's not a 4. So that's not a 5, that's not a 6. Likewise, since that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, this can't be a 4, so this can't be a 5, that can't be a 6. So we've got an awful lot of high digits here, from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but it's not enough just yet. Okay. And I don't think that tells me anything yet about this cell. I don't think. Okay, so row 7, column 1. Okay, so now tallcat's claiming this can't be a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, because that would do bad things to this column. So what did? Okay, I'm trying to understand this. Okay, so it would break row 1, column 1. If this is a 3, I don't see it yet. What is going on here? Okay, where could 9s be? Okay, so the 9s for these two, where are they? So this column still needs a 9. This column still needs a 9. This column still needs a 9. And this column still needs a 9. So while I wait to then go back and reprocess tallcat's comment, the purple and orange have to end in one of the highlighted cells. And orange definitely can't end here. Wait, no. Sorry, that's not true. Orange could end there, and purple could end here, for all I know. Okay, so let me reread tallcat's point. So if this is a 3, it forces 1, 2 into row 8, 9, column 1. Okay, yes. So if this is a 3, it makes these a 1 and 2. Okay, wow, yeah, okay. I agree. So everything here that's not in this string is here. So if this is a 3, my 1 and 2 go here, and now that can't be anything. Okay, so I agree that's not a 3. And there's probably a symmetrical observation that this can't be a 3. Yes, there's a symmetrical observation that that can't be a 3. Okay, unfortunately, that doesn't trickle up. But hey, it's useful. It's a digit, or it's a candidate that we have removed. So these two are the same digit, just to make irregular Sudoku comments. And these two are the same as those two digits. I was trying to see if I could use the givens in any meaningful way. Okay. Carl has an excellent point, which is there's two possible universes. This is either a 1, in which case 1 is eliminated from this cell, or this is a 2, in which case the 1 is down here, and 1 is eliminated from this cell. So this is never a 1, and that's huge, because that actually percolates up. So that says this can't be a 2, so this can't be a 3, and then the rest of it doesn't do anything. But that is a beautiful point. And by the same logic, this can't be a 1. A 2 can't be a 3. Okay, so that is getting us a little bit at a time closer. Yeah, that's an easier sounding way to frame this than the way I framed it, JoWo, which is that we knew one had to show up somewhere in yellow, and it sure wasn't showing up anywhere along a thermo, so one was definitely showing up here, which meant it wasn't going to show up there. So, by similar logic, this can't be a 4. Because if this is a 4, it's going to force 1, 2, and 3 here, which is going to break that cell. So that's not a 4. Unfortunately, that's very much the wrong direction. Hey, Navaria, welcome. So that not being a 4 is going to correspond to saying that can't be a 4 as well. Yeah, I have heard tell that this puzzle is quite evil. Let's see. So trying to think if there's other digits that are super useful for understanding in this. Let's see. So the 1 in green is now getting pinched into only one of 2 places. The 1 is either there or there. If this is the 1, then the 1's going to have to live over here, which is going to put a 1 exactly there, which seems fine. In the original version, were just all of these question marks. Eight also can only go in one of these 2 cells. Is that a problem? Or is one of those a problem? Okay, so this cell is this cell. So that's interesting. So because these 2 cells are the same, the digit that's missing from this thermo is also missing from this thermo, which sure seems to be the kind of thing that would be helpful to know. What happens if row 9, column 5 is a 4? Well, there's a question I would not have thought to ask myself. Oh, that's not row 9, column 4. It's column 5. Like, if the question I'm supposed to be asking is this cell a 4, we're going to be here a while. Row 9, column 5 is this cell. Okay, so tallcat asked me what happens if this cell is a 4. And so if this is a 4, then this is forced to go 5, 4, 3. So this would go 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. So this would become, yeah, so this would become a, yeah, so as soon as this digit is anything but 1, this whole string becomes a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quintuple, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So yeah, if this is not a 1, this becomes a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quintuple. At which point this goes 7, 8, 9. And this becomes a 2, 3, 4. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. Wait, no. If this is not 1, then of course this is a 1. But yeah, that seems really important. If this is anything but 1, then this is just 7, 8, 9, 1. Okay, so if this is 4 or 3, then this becomes a 2. Okay, so if this digit, and keep in mind this is our digit that's not really on the thermo. We know this is the out of order digit for the row. If this is a 4 or 3, this becomes a 2. And so then where does 2 go? In pink up here. So then 2 has to go here. And that's a 1. Oh, but then what happens in row 1 is what I have to ask. Okay, so following tallcat's chain. Okay, so if this is a 4 or 3, this becomes a 2. And that becomes a 1. And so now where are 1 and 2 in row 1? Now 1 and 2 in row 1 are there exactly. I still don't see why that's a problem. Yes, so, okay, so if this is a 3 or a 4, this becomes a 2, just by Sudoku. This becomes a 1. And so 1 and 2 are ruled out of everywhere but here and here. So that becomes a 1. That becomes a 2. That becomes a 1. Oops. What did I do? I had no idea what I did, but I think I ended it back to where I was. Yeah, I was trying to like figure out like is there like a Y-wing or something out of all of these cells, but I'm still not figuring out how this how anything goes awry with, like, we already know the 1 is here. The 1 goes there in row 9. And so that's a 1, and that's a 2, and this cell's broken. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. Okay, so if this is... So the real problem, I think, is if this is a 2, right? If this is a 2, and that's a 1, then now that's a 1 and that's a 2. And so now that's a 1, and this has no value. So this can't be a 2. That's the point, I think. And so... Aaron, I have no shame about typing stuff in. The only reason I'm not doing it is because I'm not super comfortable with Penpa, and I'm afraid if I enter stuff, I won't be able to undo it, or I'll screw something up. Okay, so I'm hearing this is not right. So if this is a 2, that's a 1. So 1 and 2 have to go there and there. So that being a 1 means that's not a 1, which means that's a 1. I don't see why... No, row 9, column 5 can't be a 1, because this is the 1. Yeah, no, you're wrong. This is completely right. This has to be a 3. That's the whole point. That has nothing to do with this cell. This cell is a red herring. This is a 3 for that reason. Oops. Speaking of not being comfortable with the interface, that's a 3. So that's the conclusion of all of this story. So this is a 3. So that's a 4. So that's a 5. So that's a 6. So that's a 7. That's an 8. And so, thank you, Carl. Let's see. So this is not a 3 or a 4 anymore. That much is for certain. This is a 1 or a 2. And so that being a 1 or a 2 gives us a 1-2 pair in yellow, which makes that a 3. Makes that not a 3. Which makes that not a 4. Okay, so that's all fine. That being a 1-2 pair makes this a 3. Makes that a 4, makes that a 5, makes that a 6, makes that a 7, makes that an 8. Let's see. 3, 4 there. That's a 1-2. Okay, that being a 1-2 pair tells me that this is a 3. Which tells me that's not a 3. So that's not a 4. Okay. So, woohoo! Okay, so that was that was good progress. Yes, okay. Good point. Now I need a 1-2 here and a 1-2 here in order to finish this cell. Okay. So now, yes, and these are the same 1-2. And so these are the same 1-2. Is that going to help me in some fashion? Yeah, so these are all the same digit, I think. I wish I had multicolor, but I don't think multicolor is one of the things that Penpa does. Let's see, row 3, column 2 is a 1-2. Yes. this 1, 2 has to find its way into blue somewhere. And so it doesn't find its 1, 2 its way into blue there, and it doesn't find its way into 1, 2 there. So this is a 1 or a 2. And so now, yeah, so this is not a 1 or a 2, which we already knew. Good eye. Six in column 6 sees up. Ah, yes. Okay, excellent. Good eye, Barbie. So that's a 5. So that makes that a 4. Let's see. Does anything else see anything? That's 7. Sees that that's an 8. So that's not nothing. So this is a 6 or a 7. To finish off Poiple. Oh, this 5 sees down here. So that's a 4. Ah, that 6 sees down there, so that's a 5. Ah, this 7 sees down here, so that's an 8. So this is also a 6, 7. Okay, this 6, 7 gets placed there. Good catch, Aaron. So Tristan says 6 in column 4. Oh, that was probably fixing that a while ago. Okay, so 6, 7, 6, 7, 1, 2. So we're actually getting down to not that many digits left in there. Where are 8 and 9 in column 1? Let's see. So they're not there, and they're not there. So 8 and 9, yeah. Good point. Excellent point, tallcat. Those are an 8-9 pair. Okay, so that means I know what these cells are. Not 1, 2, 3. These are a 4, 5 pair. Which is very interesting with these clues. Let's see. Got lots of 5s. Is there anywhere else I can place a 5? Not that I can immediately see anyway. Welcome back. Candidates for row 7. Not that many. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and this is not 1 or 2. So that's a 6, 7. That can still be anything, I think. No, this can't be 6 or 7 anymore. Because there's a 6, 7 pair in the row. So that is a 1 or a 2. Gives us a 1, 2 pair in the column, 6, 7 pair in this column. Let's see. Oh, Glum Hippo wonders if this can really be a 9. If this were a 9, it would force this cell to be a different color. Which is interesting. What? Oh, if this were a 9, it would force this to be the same color. Better. Okay. Yeah, the counting here is interesting because one of orange and purple has to get into this row somehow. Okay, so Barbie asks about 5 in blue. It's not here, not here, not there, not there, not there. Ah, so 5 is just placed in blue. That is a very good spot. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so 5, yeah, 5 can only go there. Ah, so if this is a 9, okay, so this is the problem. If this is a 9, this whole row is one color, which means this whole row is one color, which would make that be a 9. Which is all fine. But then the problem is this purple is now forced to take that shape, which does not work because now I need to put a 9 here, and that's not fine. Hey, Brian, welcome. I don't always feel smart enough for these puzzles either, but I have chat to help, so that makes it better. Yeah, so in the long run, this can't be a 9. In the short run, fine, but in the long run, no. So that's an 8, that's a 9. I don't think that immediately buys me anything tasty, though. Let's see. Okay, this column does not have many digits left, so what are they? I still need a 2. That's not the right type of mark. I still need a 2, 4, and a 9 in this column. Okay, well, that one's not the 9. I mean, the real problem isn't about what happens to the people in your pocket when you take them out. I think the people in your pocket would probably be pretty unhappy most of the rest of the time. There might be human rights concerns or something. Okay, so one of these two cells is a 9. And either it's a 9 that's going to force purple to turn up like that, or it's a 9 that's going to force the unnamed region to turn down like that. I do think there's some geometry stuff that we could try and figure out in the middle, but I also think it's hard. Let's instead think about 8 in column 2, because somehow that idea just came to me out of the aether. This is an excellent point. So where is 8 in column 2? 8 cannot be here because it would break this skyscraper clue. So 8 can only go here. Oops. That is an excellent spot. And 8 in row 2 as well. Not there, not there, not there. Ah, yes, 8 in row 2 is placed. No, you can't have him. He's mine. Let's see. So Yeah, so obviously that's not the 9. Um, well, it basically just makes this automatic. Uh, let's see. So is there something else that's going to be forced now? I think the 6 can still go, and oh, the 6 can still go in a few places. Okay. The fact that this still has to see. Let's see. 6, 7 pair to finish column 2. Okay, that is a good spot. Let's see. So can I really say anything about what blue is ever going to do with its life? This blue, not that blue. Let's see, where are our 9s? Yeah, so there's a 9 here. That's not the 9 in blue. Where is blue getting its 9? Okay, so oh yeah, blue is definitely getting its 9. No, blue's getting its 9. Yeah, blue has to get its 9. Sorry, I'm trying to decide if blue has to get its 9 in this row or can't get its 9 in this row. Yeah, if this is a 9 and not blue, then there would be a clue here. So it'd have to use the negative constraint. So the 9 for blue is definitely in this row somewhere. It's not there. So it is here or here. Oops. Ah, I am in the wrong mode. The 9 in blue. Oops. I am even more in the wrong mode now. Now I've got to get blue back. Okay, the 9 in blue is either here, here. Why are you not letting me multi-select? Okay, suddenly it's not letting me multi-select, but that's fine. It's one of those places. Okay. So here this has to be blue. So this digit has to show up in blue somewhere. Where is the next place that blue could get it if it does not get it here? Because this digit is, right, this digit is that digit, so it is that digit. So in order to get this digit somewhere else, because it's not available in this column or this column, if blue tries to avoid this, blue has to reach around like that in order to have any chance at all of getting this digit. And that's way, way, way too many cells for blue to have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so blue has to take this cell. That is not a thing I was expecting, but is a very nice deduction anyway. Oops, wrong mode. There we go. Is the same thing going to be true about this 6, 7? Because those two 6, 7s are the same. Where else could blue get a 6, 7? Because I guess blue could get that 6, 7 there. It's possible. Let's see. How many cells is blue at now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, blue gets 2 more cells. So blue could do something ridiculous like this. That seems very possible. Let's see. Let's fill in column 5. That is a good idea, Barbie. Let's see. We've got a 1, 2. We don't have it. Oops. Ah! Not like that. Not like that. We need a 3 or a 4. We've got a 5. We've got a 6 and a 7. We've got an 8. We need a 9. Ooh, there's an elimination we get from a given digit. That's always exciting. Have a great holiday, Sam. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, one of these two is a 3. I don't immediately see what that does for me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't do anything. I kind of want to fill in candidates for these because there's so many digits looking at these vertically. So we still need a 1 and a 2, 3 and a 4, we need a 5, we need a 6, need a 7, don't need an 8 or a 9. Okay, that's a gigantic list, but I'm hoping it gets pared down quite a bit by looking at the column. My hope is not going that well, I'll be honest. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 2 or a 4. Let's see, that's... Oh, nope. It's not an 8. It's not a 9. It's not... Nope, boy. Okay, that... Okay, so this is kind of a disaster, as these things go. Yeah, so 3 has to go row 2, column 7. It's not a 4. Ah, yes, not a 4. Thank you, thank you. That made me feel slightly better. Row 5, column 1. Ah, row 5, column 1 cannot belong to orange anymore. And it could only belong to this cell if this cell took all of those, which is not at all plausible, for many, many, many reasons. So this cell is purple, which, pardon me for a moment while I scroll up and find purple is 11, and I don't have an 11 button on my keypad, so I've got to do that in order to make that purple. So that is an excellent point, Mr. Tallcat. Hey, Kodak, welcome. Had some fun puzzles today, but there should be plenty more fun puzzles. Although I think some people think the stream would be more fun if I did unfun puzzles. I did dream last night that I was doing quite a mouthful on stream. You'll have to ask Tallcat to define it exactly, but okay, so if this is a 7, then we've got to go 8, 9. Is there any way that purple can see an 8? No, purple can't see the 8. Okay, so this can't be a 7. Here's why this can't be a 7, because of Tallcat's point. If this were a 7, it would still need to see 2 more things to make the skyscraper work, but it can't, because the 2 more things would have to be an 8 and a 9, but the 8's already used. So this can't be a 7. So we've got our first digit in an hour or so. That's a 6. That's a 7. Hey, I've said quite a mouthful. I'll do it for like 50,000 subs or something. I don't know. Maybe if there's a Patreon, it can be a Patreon reward tier. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, the part of me that loves playing Dark Souls kind of admires that whole shebang. Okay, yeah. So this 7, Tristan now asked me what color it is, because now this 6 still needs to see two more things, this skyscraper clue. And what are they? Well, they have to be a 7 and a 9. So the 7 can't be purple. Uh, so the 7 has to be orange because there's no other color for it to be. Again, sorry, I don't remember what color what orange is. Oh, oops. Orange is 0, so I can actually make that an orange. Okay. So that's a 7. Okay, so row 5, column 8 is a 6. Only family-friendly typos? Are we going to start moderating typos? Is that what is going to happen here? Okay, so this column is missing 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not 7 or 8 or 5, so it is a 6. Yep, it is just a naked single 6. Good spot, Barbie. That's not an 8. This can only possibly be a 7 if that... No, this is just not a 7. There's no universe that this is 7, because remember, the 7 has to be part of this skyscraper clue. So this, I think... Yeah, I don't think that is restricted. Okay. So speaking of, we have to fit a 7 in purple before the 9. Where can that 7 possibly go? So this column, its 7 is done. This column, its 7 is not in purple. This column, its 7 is done. So the 7 that goes in purple either is here exactly, because it can't go up, or the 7's all the way this far over. And the 7 can't be all the way this far over because it has to be followed by a 9. And it being followed by a 9, the 9 would have to go over in column 9, and owing to this 8, purple can't possibly get into column 9. So in fact, actually, this is the 7. There's no other place for the 7 in purple than that one. Okay, so we have placed a 7. That's not a 7 anymore. Okay, so the question is, where is this 6, 7 in blue? And so it could be... So I think there's two places it could go. It could be there or there. Oh, wait, no, this... Okay, but there's a 6 and a 7 here. Okay, excellent. Good point to re-ask that question, Sarvish, because now 6 and 7 have disappeared from this row. And so now this blue, if it wants to get that 6, 7, it's either getting it there or it's getting it there. So yeah, one of those two. This can't be the 6, 7. Oh, no, sorry. Can be the 6, 7. Okay. So yeah, so there's still 2 places it can go, but it's getting very narrowed in. Okay, and wherever the 9 is here, this then turns down. So let's see. So the 9 could be there. I don't see why it couldn't be there. Let's see. Okay, so where are the 9s again that I already have ruled out? Okay, so the 9 for purple could be there. Sorry, by the 9 for purple, I certainly mean the 9 for orange. 9 could go here. 9 could go here. Yeah, one of these 2 is the orange 9. I believe. I don't think I know which one it is. Sorry, I'm attempting to read Redstone's comment because blue is either both cells in column 8 or both in column 9. Rows 4, 5, and 6 are in column 9, definitely blue region. Okay, yes. So this is an excellent point. So blue either takes this 6, in which case it has to look exactly like that because it's only got 2 cells left, or it takes this 6, 7, in which case it takes those 2 cells. And so what that means is blue never takes any of these cells. And so all of these cells are the new region. So we're going to look at the colors, and we're going to take our time picking out a color for the new region. Oops. Let's see. We could pick... So we haven't used brown yet. Brown is a lovely color, right? It's actually a pretty nice brown. I would call that more of like a tan, maybe like a light leather. I don't know. But this is much nicer than you would picture from the description brown, at least for me. So let's fill in column 9. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that was technically filling in column 9, but let's do it this way instead. We've still got a 4, 5, and an 8 and a 9. Okay, let's see. That can't be an 8. That can't be an 8. Also, this can't be a 9 because it would have to be the orange 9. This can't be a 9 because it would have to be the purple 9. Let's see. This looks like it could be the 9. So one of these 2 is the 9. As I think it was Aaron said way early in this puzzle, this is almost certainly going to be the 9, but I'm not sure. 4, 5 pair in row 4. Oh, excellent, excellent. Good catch. Yeah, so this is a 4, 5 pair, so that makes that a 7. Which makes that not a 7. What color is row 5, column 3? I don't think that I know. Let's see, I know that 7's color. Yes. Okay, so every region has a 7 except for brown. So this must be my tan, which I definitely can't do without scrolling up. Okay, so that is tan. Oops. Okay, so 4-5 pair means this is not a 4. Let's see. 4-5-8 triple now in the purple row. So this is not a 4, and that's not a 4. 3-9 pair now in this column makes this a 4. Means this isn't a 4. Now this 4-5-8 triple actually makes me want to write out candidates for these cells. So we need a 1 and a 2 and a 3, 6, 7, 8, and a 9. Okay, let's clean those up. Okay, so that I think is as cleaned up as it's going to get. This one's not a 9. Oh, yeah, okay, so that was not as helpful as it could have maybe possibly been in some alternate universe. I think the question, now that I think about it, the question I think about what color this cell is, I think was related to the observation that purple is going to have to turn up at some point. And so it's going to box these in. But it still looks to me like this could be orange, unless it somehow, like, doesn't have all of the candidates left. Okay, so there's a 4, 5, 8, 9 left over here. Should start each day with 6 mugs of tea with milk. That is my recommendation. That's the Zeta way. Okay, these. What are these cells? These cells are 1, 2, 3, and 6. Yep, I already got the 4, got the 5, got the 7, got the 8. Yep. So that can't be a 1. This can't be a 6. This can't be a 3 at the very least. Oh yeah, sorry about the random corner marks that are existing. Okay, so can the purple 9 possibly be as far out as here? Okay, well, maybe I should instead ask about the orange 9, because the orange 9 can't get further than here. So one of these is the orange 9. I'm not quite as bad as Simon with the apologizing yet, but give it time. Give it time. So orange either turns here, in which case that's a 9, and then this is orange, or that's a 9, and then this is orange. But I don't quite see yet. Yeah, this has been a fun puzzle. I'm glad I've had chat's help. Let's just say that. But I have enjoyed it. What color is the rest of row 4? Ah, yes. Okay, so that is a good point, Tristan. So one of these two is the orange 9. Can this be orange ever? Well, only if it did something like that, which it definitely cannot do. So actually, the rest of these cells are definitely tea with milk. So that is a good point, Tristan. Let's see. If this cell tries to be tea with milk, that's interesting. Not right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did Tristan talk me into something wrong? The one can't be purple. The one can be purple. Oh, Tristan tricked me. Yes, the one can be purple. If it does that. Good, thank you. Wouldn't the brown 9 just go here? With blue taking that up, brown taking that up? It seems okay. Okay. I'm trying to look at 4s and 5s, because one of these needs a 4 and one of them needs a 5. So one of them is going to have to take... In fact, this cell's definitely orange or purple. So these cells are both orange or purple. I don't know which one. It is very easy to trick yourself into believing that something can't work with regions like this, and then find out that it can. And what's especially pathological about that is that if there's something you don't see because it's really convoluted and complicated, it's quite likely that that is exactly the way the setter made the puzzle work out uniquely. And so if you miss it, it's more likely to be right. Okay, so I need a 6 and a 7 in this column. Let's see. This is not a 6 or a 7. So what is this cell? Oops. This cell looks to me like it can be a 1, 2, 3, can't be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or a 9. Okay, so this cell is a 1, 2, 3. Now this cell, we've established, cannot be coffee colored. Yeah, this cell cannot be... The 9 can't go this far over, because one of these is a 9, and whichever one is a 9 forces that orange to grab it. So coffee can't make it this far. So this cell can't be a 9. So this cell's a 1, 2, 3, and it looks to me like it could be a 4, but it can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Because the 9 in coffee is one of these two, or the 9 in tea. The 9 in tea with milk. We'll go with a 9 in tea with milk. Oh. I am noticing that I have had this cell marked with 5 as a candidate for who knows how long when there's a 5 in the row. So that's something. Let's see. I'm so close to a 1, 2, 3 triple, which would be really nice, but I don't have one yet. Wait, why would you not have to make a turn? I thought you'd need to make a turn so that the skyscraper would work. Oh, yeah, it could just end. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so the... but I don't think... yeah, if purple tries to end here, I think it still forces this this thing, I think, maybe. Bless you, Tristan. Okay. I feel like it almost certainly has to do this because I don't think it's going to turn out to be... I don't think it's going to turn out to be rotationally symmetric, but who knows? Uh, yeah, there is a negative constraint, but I can't figure out where the negative constraint could even possibly be useful. I suspect we're going to find out together. Let's see. Do I want to continue trying to fill this in? Okay, so this is going to grab that 6, 7 either there or there. Okay, I don't see that. Yeah, the negative constraint I don't think was ever especially useful. Like, it got me that. I think that might be the only thing we got from the negative constraint. But the... let's see. Okay, so what are these cells? Maybe I should write in these. Okay, so these are not 1. They could be 2 or 3. They can't be 4 or 5 because there's a 4 or 5 pair. They could be 6. Can't be 7, 8. They could be 9. Okay. Except this one is definitely not 9. This one's not 6. Five, 8 in row 8. That's not a 5 and an 8. Okay, I like that point. Okay. By the way, welcome, Garrett. There's a 5, 8 hidden pair in row 8 because 5 and 8 can't go here, they can't go there, and they can't go any of those places. So, in fact, this is not a 9. That is a beautiful way to finish this that will make life better. Okay, so that's not a 9. Which means now that this is the only place for a 9 in the column. So this cell now cannot be coffee anymore. That was a 1 the whole time. Let's see. Okay. So we've got a 5, 8, a 4, 5. Yeah, also a 9 in row 8. Let's see. That's not a 9 anymore. Yep, so we get a 2, 4 pair, so this is a 9. So that's a 3. That's a 9. Let's see. So these are not 9. These are not 3. Let's see. Yeah, I'm getting to row 8. I just know, as I was looking to try and figure out where row 8 was, I happened to find that one. So yeah, so now row 9 can't get a 9 anywhere but there. So now this isn't a 9. And so because this isn't a 9, purple has to continue. So we're going to scroll back up, apologies again, to purple. Purple has to continue at least one cell. In fact, purple has to continue until the 9, we know that. And then purple can't keep going. So this cell now could be who knows what, but it's not that. Is there any universe in which this cell is orange? That's the question. If this is orange, how many cells is that taking? That's 5, 6, 7. No, this is 1 too far away to be orange. And so this cell can no longer be purple It could never be purple. And so this cell actually has to be blue. So that's going to finish blue. So tea with milk is going to have to keep going down like this. Tea with milk has to get out. This cell can't be purple, and it can't be orange. So it's going to have to be tea with milk. So we're going to have tea with milk looking like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so tea with milk is now done. So now orange has to go up until the 9, but it can't keep going. And so actually this cell now does, as foretold, have to be purple, which means that cell has to be purple. And now purple, I think, is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, purple is now done. And so now orange gets the rest. And now it's Sudoku time. Okay, so the one I saw right away is that, oops, no. Sudoku time. There we go. What's the time? Sudoku time. So that 7 sees this 6 via that. So that's a 7. So that's a 6. So that's a 7. So that's a 6. So this is not a 6. Yeah, this is a brilliant construction. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7 now. So let's see. Okay, so this 1, this 1 sees through the region that that's a 2, which sees that that's a 3. Let's see. That 2 means that's a 4, means that's a 5, means that's a 4, means that's a 5, that's an 8, that's a 5, that's an 8. Let's see. That 2 means that's a 1. I can definitely imagine how long it took to set something like this, especially given that I spent yesterday setting a chaos construction that similarly was quite a thing. Let's see. But yeah, they always take longer when you want to get them to resolve than you would hope. Let's see. I was hoping I could finish this without switching modes again, but I don't think I can. Okay, so, oh, that's a 2. That's a 1. Okay, and that's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 2. So that's a 2. So that's a 1. And they were different, this pair and that pair. I was not sure if I would eventually learn if they were the same or different. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 1 just by Sudoku for where it goes. Or for Sudoku by any flavor of Sudoku that you like. Let's see. There's already a 1 in here. There's a 6. There's not a 2. Okay, so this is a 2-3 pair, I think, is the moral of the story. Let's see. Row 6, column 2. Got that one. Okay, so we will switch back to some candidate writing. So that's not a 1. That's not a 6. This isn't a 2 or a 3 or a 1 or a 7. So that's a 6. So these aren't 2. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 1 either. So that's a 3. That's a 4. Oh, that's a 2. I didn't see that one up there. Let's see. Let's see. Only one thing left in this column. I should be able to figure out what it is. It looks like it's a 1. This 3 is seeing that that's a 2, and that's a 3. This 2, 3 is seeing that that's a 6. This is a 2. And then we got it done. I'm going to take a very short break to sneeze, and then I'll be right back. up eventually not sneezing. I thought I was going to sneeze, but my sound is not good. What? Oh. Is it better now that I have the microphone put back? Maybe, hopefully. Mic is weird. Oh no. Okay, yes, we're better. Thank you. Yes, good to point that out. So, continuing the theme of puzzles Tallcat has done before. Oh, enjoy the advent of code, Redstone. Have a good night. So I'm not sure if Tallcat has seen this one before. I think this one might be a surprise. So here we have two flavors of things going on. So we have German whispers, which are lines where the digits on them differ by at least 5. So if this is a 2, then this has to be... The puzzle is a bit big for screen. Oops. Let's see, I can... How's that? I'm going to keep futzing with it and then make it worse. I'm going to make myself a little smaller. How's that? The top is cut off. The top doesn't look cut off to me, does it? Do other people think the top is cut off? It was your screen. Okay. Let's see. So if this is a 2, then this digit has to be at least 5 different from 2. So it could be a 7, could be an 8, could be a 9. That is how German whispers look or work. Yeah, this is, I'm sure, just combining various constraints that I like. So this was a sure one for me to find. Oh no, now is the mic bad? Or am I being teased again, which is also very possible. Let's see. And so these are between lines. And so the digits on the line have to be between the outer digits. So if this is a 2 and this is a 5, these digits have to be from 3 and 4 to be between 2 and 5. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and get started. So there's a few observations. One is that anytime there's German whispers involved, it's usually helpful to color the high and low digits. And the reason for that is that any digit that's low, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, is only 5 away from digits 6, 7, 8, 9. So along a German whisper line, things will alternate red and blue. Let's see. So, oops, redo. Okay, so then another observation that is important is that you can never have a 5 on a German whisper line. So the 5s can only live in these two cells. Let's see. So likewise, the 5s can only live in those cells. There's a similar thing going on with 1s and 9s. We have to have both a 1 and a 9 here and here, because you can't have a 1 or a 9 on a between line. And now one thing that means, and this is very clever, I like this already, is that the center cell has to be a 1, 9. And the reason why the center cell has to be a 1, 9 is if it's not, then I've put a 1 and a 9 2 spaces away on a whisper line, and that's not going to work because 1 and 9 are not going to be the same parity. So these are 1, 9. I guess I should have left the corner marks there. But these are definitely 1 and 9. So we've got that going on. So these are not 1 or 9, which is interesting. So where are 1 and 9 in box 5? 1 and 9 in box 5 can now only go here. So that's a 1-9 pair. Let's see. So, yep, we've got a few more. Okay, so now someone points out, and this is wise, where does 4 go in this column? I think I see 3 places 4 could go in this column, I think. The reason why 4 is always interesting on a German whisper line is that it's always going to be connected to 9s. And so if I put a 4 here, I have to put a 9 both there and there. Which is not quite going to do it. But the point is, okay, I see what chat is saying now. So chat is telling me... So, are these all the same parity? High, low, high, low, high, low, high. Yeah, okay, so the thing about all of these is that they all have the same parity, so these are low. So excellent choice. So these are low, which is great because it gets us our first digit. That's a 1. That's a 9. So it is joined quickly by our second digit. And so I'm going to go ahead and color that. Oops. Like that. Go ahead, grab this like this. That red looks a little aggressive. I'm going to use orange instead so it looks a little less angry. I don't know if I like that better or worse, but whatever, we'll go with it. So corner marks. There's a 9 in one of those. There's a 1 in one of these. I really like the puzzles where the parity doesn't get revealed until the very end. I like the keeping track of, oh, this is a 3-7, but this is the other kind of 3-7. I will always eat those puzzles up. So, okay. So now... there are 4 blues in this column, so this cell can only be orange. So that's blue, so that's orange. Rumors or any puzzle that 2 to 10th has ever made. It's a slight exaggeration, but not by too much. Let's see. The last orange in this column is here, and so that's also the last orange for the box, so that's blue. Let's see now. Absolutely. Let's see. Okay, so... see. Someone says low, high in row 3. Let's see. These are the... Oh, all of these are the same parity. Okay, that is a good catch. That is a good catch, Garrett. All 3 of these are the same parity, so that parity can't be high. That is a good spot. Those are low. It can't be high because there are only 4 high digits, so I can't put 5 of them in the same row. So those are high, which then gives us yet more digits. To fill in. So that's blue. And so these are orange. That's blue, right? No, I did not do that right. Try to. Blue, orange, blue. Better. Okay. So these are from 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Okay, so this can't be a 4 though, because that would make that a 9, and that can't be a 9. Okay, I can go ahead and clear out. That's not a 1. That's not a 9 anymore. So this is not a 6 or a 9, so this is a 7 or an 8. These are from 7, 8, 9, because they can't be a 6 because they see something there. In fact, this sees 2, 2, 3, 4s. Why did I say this couldn't be a 6? Oh, yeah, this can't be a 6. Never mind. Sorry, this sees 2 from 2, 3, 4. And so it can't actually even be a 7. It has to be an 8 or a 9. If one of these is a 4, this has to be a 9. Stray 2, 3, 4 marking. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for catching my completely random marking. Let's see. Okay. Oh, yeah. This can't possibly be a 4. I don't know why I didn't write that in sooner. Which gives me a 2, 3 pair in the column, which tells me that this is a 4. I want to turn off my pen tool. Which now tells me that's a 9. And so this is a 7 or an 8. And we're off to the races. Let's see. Now, we do have all of our lows for this column. So everything left in this column is high or 5. But I don't think I know which yet. Okay, so these are 2, 3. So these are 7, 8, 9, except that one's not 9 for 2 different reasons. Okay, now we previously had discussed where 4 could go in this column, and it can't go here anymore, but I think it still could go there or there, as far as I can tell. Four in row 3. There or... Oh, okay, so good point. So, as I just said, and then Carl says this, or sorry, and then Sarvesh says this, 4 in row 3 now can't go there, and it can't go there, and it can't go there, so 4 goes here in row 3. Good point. Let's see. Yeah, so these are 2 lows. So this is 2 lows and a 5. So that means that these are all orange. Which is great. So these are a 6, 7, 8 triple. I somehow got that deduction over here, but not over here, it seems. Okay. See, this digit is going either there or there, which doesn't really help, I suppose. Whereas 6 in column 8. Yes, 6 in column 8 is an excellent question, Carl, because 6 definitely can't go. So 6 is the twin sibling of 4, where 6 can only be flanked by 2 1s. And so it can only go here with the 5. So that is, in fact, a 5-6 pair. Okay, let's see. Where is our coloring helping? Where is row 5, column 4 in column 3? Ah, that's an excellent point. So this digit in column 3, it can't be up here. This digit can't be up here, can't be down here, because those are both on the between line with it. Can't be 9, can't be 1, because there's a 1 in the box already. So this digit is this digit. So this is a 2, 3, 4, and this is a 2, 3, 4, and it is blue. Okay, now this can't actually be a 4. Oops. For multiple reasons, in fact. So it's a 2 or a 3, which gives us a 2, 3 pair in the row, actually. And I bet we can do something similar over here, where, yeah, this can't be 1, can't be 9, so this is that digit. And so this digit is 6, 7, 8. See, if this is a 6, it would make that a 1. That looks fine, actually. Now, by logic, much like our first puzzle of the day, if you have been watching, now, these are 3 different digits that are bigger than this. So 2, 3, 4, 5. This is always going to be high. This is always going to be high. And likewise, even if this is an 8, it goes 7, 6, 5, these are still going to be low. Okay, so, there's a 5, 6 pair here. So that's not a 6. And that digit, we'll remember, was the same as that digit, so that's not a 6 either. All the better. Okay. Excellent point from Andrew. If this is a 3, then there's no place to put a 2 in the entire column. So this is a 2. Oops. That's a 2. Likewise, if this is a 7, there's no place to put an 8 in the entire column. So this has got to be an 8. It's an 8. That was an excellent spot, which makes this a 7. Now this can't be a 3 anymore, so it's a 2. And so that can be 7, 8, or 9. That's still true, but that's a 3. I guess I resolved this in a way more complicated way than needed, but that's fine. So that's a 6 now. These aren't a 6. That 8 sees over here, so that's a 7, that's an 8. Let's see. Okay, this is now only a 4 or a 5 out of all the digits, because it sees 1, 2, 3. This is only a 3 or a 5, because it sees 1, 2, 4. And this one is 3, 4, or 5. Okay, so one consequence of that is that that's a 1, 2 pair. Let's see here. Okay, so I do need to fit a 2 on one of these between lines, which means one of these two ends is a 1. I don't know which one yet, though. Likewise, I know one of these ends is a 9 because I have to fit an 8 in this column somewhere. Look at row 5, column 5 possibilities. Okay, so this can't be a 1, 2, 3. It could be... Oh, it can't be a 4. It could be a 5. Could be a 6. But it can't be a 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so that's a 5, 6 pair for the row. So that means that's a 4. That was an excellent spot. So that's not a 4. Okay, so yeah, I don't think it's possible to decide which of these is 9. It's definitely... I don't think there's any clues as of yet. But we'll figure it out. We'll get there, I'm pretty sure. We can do it together. Let's see. Welcome, Avaro. Let's see. Okay, so the things left in this row are 3, 4, 5. The things left in this row are 3, 5, 6. Let's see. Let's see. There's a 9 here. So where's the 9 in this column going? It's going in one of these two cells. Let's see. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3. Let's see. I think you get a 4 in box 5. Yes, because that's not a 4, because there is a 4 already in the column. So that's a 4, which means it's bleu. Let's see. So this is, well, I guess I already knew that was 1, 2, 3, so that is not the most exciting. But still 1, 2, 3. Yeah. You gotta sneak them in there sometimes. Let's see. 3, 5. How do I have a 3, 5, 6 quadruple in box 5? That's concerning. Let's see. Probably because there needs to be a 7 down here somewhere. La 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 la. We'll sneak that in there too, while we're sneaking things. Good luck in the Dead by Daylight. Sounds like an excellent family activity. Let's see. Sometimes you just gotta have a 3, 5, 6 quadruple, I suppose. Let's see. There's an X-wing with 1s in column 2 and column 4. Oh, that's an excellent spot. Does it do anything? I agree that ones in those is useful. Let's see. I have all of the lows in column 6. I agree. So these are 5 or high, but I don't have a great color for 5 or high. Except for row 9, column 4. Is not orange. Okay. Orange, orange, orange. Lots of orange. Still a 3 living in one of these places. Definitely a 7 living in one of these. Okay, if this were a this can't be a 7. Okay, this is the tallcattiest deduction ever. This can't be a 7 Because if this is a 7, it makes this an 8 and makes me impossible to make this an 8 or a 9. Okay, so this is the quintessential tallcat elimination. This can't be a 7 because of the percolation through this between line. So that's the 7. So that looks like that. Okay. So apparently it was a secret tallcat deduction. Not intended. I just remember something very much like that deduction showing up in like 4 corners 4, I think it was, that I didn't see because it's like, oh, if you choose this digit to be this, then it breaks this digit over here in this sort of complicated way. Let's see. Okay, so now we have to look for the next very tallcat deduction. Let's see, is there like a Y-wing here or something? Let's see. Well, this is a 1, 2, or 3. I'll go ahead and fill that in. That way I can look busy. Yeah, so this is a 5, 6 pair. I don't know if I don't know how long ago I could have filled that in, but it is a 5, 6 pair. Let's see. Okay, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, that's fine. What is going on with the mic? If you just tell me what to do, I can probably... Am I not close enough to it or something? Or is it using the wrong mic somehow, even though it's set to the mic? Something touching the mic stand. Is that better? Can confirm nothing is touching the mic stand. I moved the mic stand, so it's no longer... So even if something was touching it before, it can't also still be touching it now. Let's see. So there was this beautiful X-wing on 1s to find that was discovered earlier. Is there any way it has become useful? Let's see. So, yes, it is useful because it places the 1 in box 9 now. So 1 in column 2 and column 4, someone much earlier spotted, and I don't think it was useful at the time. But now this X-wing means that the 1 can't go there. Oh no, it doesn't. It still doesn't place the 1, does it? Because the 1 could go here or here. No, never mind. I retract. I don't know why my brain thought that would work. Let's see. Where's the 4 going in this box? The 4 in this box is definitely going along this line. So there is a 4. Okay, so finally, the 4 is up here. Now for our last 4. So that's a 9. So that's not a 9. So that's good. We've got a 9 along here somewhere. Okay. So these are from 1, 2, 3. Row 9, column 4 is a 6. then we get too many high digits in box 1. If this is a 6, then these are all of the low digits and 5. That's beautiful. Okay. So this is Andrew's point. If this is a 6, these are all the low digits and 5, because those are the only digits that could fit. Except that now means all of these are high, which is just too many high digits in this box. So this is not a 6. So this is a 7 or an 8, which actually gives us a 7-8 pair, which is potentially useful. So the consequence here is there has to be a high digit on this. So there's a 6 or a 7, or maybe both, on this line here. Let's see. Is there a similar trick over here? So sorry, I was sitting on something, I think. One moment. There we go. Okay. So... Oh, I think I'm sitting on my phone, maybe? No, I don't know. Oh, hey, Awila. One in column 4. For you, Alvaro, anything. So 1 in column 4 is in one of these two places. I don't see... Okay, so if this was a 2-3 pair, that would be a 7. 8 in column 8. Ah, yes. Okay, 8 in column 8. I can definitely do that one for you. That is within my means. I'm not seeing how I know which of these ones is there. Okay. Oh, there's a 1, 2, 3 triple. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There's a 1, 2, 3 triple in box 2. So this is not a 1. So this is the only place for a 1, which makes that a 2 and that a 1, which is now going to have consequences for our 6 in the column, because our 6 is now going to have to go in one of those two places, because the 6 can't play with a 2. Let's see here. Let's see. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. I don't know if that's super helpful to note, but it's worth recording for my own future sanity. 8 in column 3. Well, it can't go down there, so 8 in column 3 is definitely in one of these cells. Excuse me. Which means 8 is in one of these two cells. Which seems all fine. Ah, excellent. Okay. Andrew has spotted a 7-8 pair, which was, one could argue, not all that well hidden, but I didn't see it, in column 4, which rules 7-8 out of this. So this is actually now a 5-6 pair. So this isn't 5 or 6. It is 7 or 8, and so it oranges it. So we now have more 5-6s to live by, as they say. Okay, so I'm encouraged to think about Sudoku with 2s. So there's definitely a 2 up here. There is a 2. Aha. Aha. This 2 has made this a 3, which has made that an 8, which has made that a 7, which has now put a 7 up here as well, because now 7 can't go on this line anymore, so the 7 in the column has to go up here. And then that 8 has ruled this 8 here. So this is an 8. So because 3 and 7 aren't 5 apart. 3 and 7 are 4 apart. Let's see. Here's a 5, 6. So should we start subcoloring 5, 6s? I think maybe we should start subcoloring 5, 6s. So that's a yellow, that's a green, that's a green. Let's see, that's a yellow, that's a green. I don't know if it'll be useful, but if you have not seen this before, I have a lot of 5, 6s floating around, and I want to keep track of which one is which. And so I'm just arbitrarily calling one of them the yellow 5, 6 and one of them the green 5, 6. And then I can do Sudoku on yellow and green. And I can look for cells that see both a green and a yellow. And then I know they're neither 5 nor 6. That has not so far actually proven to be at all useful. But what can you do? Okay. Row 7, column 2, can't be 7 by German whisper logic. Oh, sorry, can't be 6. Yeah, that's a good point. Where is 7 in column 2? Well, we said 7's up here, so 7 can't go on this, so this has to be a 7. Oh, welcome back. That was a fast return. Okay, so these are 6 and 9. And that one's not the 9, so it's the 6, and that's the 9. So that's not a 9. I now see that I have a 1 and a 3 over here. So this is a 2. That is a less sophisticated observation, but it will suffice to at least make some conclusions. Now, remember, one of these had to be a 1. It's now not this one, so this one has to be 1. And now this C is a 2 and a 3, and so it can't be an 8. It has to be a 7. So that's the 8. So we get lots of stuff all at once. These are a 2, 3 pair, so that's a 1. Okay. No. What did I do? No. The other way around. What did I do? Oh, did I just fill in these 7, 8 backwards? Yes, I did fill in 7, 8. Okay. There we go. Okay. Ah! That's worse. There we go. Better. Okay, it's like, all that felt good. Don't take it away from me. But I just explained carefully why this couldn't be a 7 and then wrote a 7 in, which is very, very on brand for the channel. So we've got a 5, 6 pair here. It's not... Okay. This can be a 1. I think that's still a 1. I think that was one of the things I claimed before, but then made a mistake. Okay, so... Where is 8? It's in one of those two cells. Okay, so these digits are all between 1 and 8. These digits are all between 2 and 8. So let's see. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are not That one's not 4 or 7. Let's see. This isn't a 2. That one's not a 7. Where is the 7 in this column? Is that the 7? I guess the 7 could be up there, maybe. This was not as fruitful as I hoped. I was hoping this between line was more restricted than it looked in some way that I had not processed, but I don't think the between line is actually particularly restricted at all. That can't be a 3, I can say that much. Let's see. So there's a 1 already in the column. I am very happy that there are no 1, 9 between lines. So there's a 1 in this column, so that makes that a 3, which makes that a 2, which is probably something I should have seen a long time ago. So that means this is a 9. Yeah. Because 9 is the only digit other than 8 that a 3 can accompany on a between line. These aren't 3 anymore, now that I have done a little tiny bit of Sudoku. Let's see. So 9 goes in one of these two places, and it doesn't go on the between line. So 9 goes here. And so immediately, that tells me this cell is blue, because now this cell sees a 5 and every high digit. So this cell is 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. There's a 1 in one of these two cells, and I don't know which one it is. I don't think. Let's see. I hear that row 3, column 1. Beautiful. Row 3, column 1 sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, 7, 8, 9. So that makes it a 5. Beautiful. Okay, so the 5... Oh, that's right. We don't have a color for 5s, but we'll make it gray, since we're using green for more fanciful things. Okay, so that makes all of these blue, because now we finally know where all of these go. Okay, so the 1, yeah, so these are from, I'm just going to handle these separately. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's not a 2 or a 3. That one's not a 4 or a 2. That one's not a 1 or a 4. Let's see. I can place a 1 in box 9. Yes, I can place a 1 in box 9. Thank you to everyone who pointed that out. So that being a 1 makes that a 3, makes that a 2, makes that a 4, and that a 1. Alrighty, let's see. So what is on these digits? These are, well, let's see. This is the 5 or 6 to finish the row. These are, those are 4, 5, 6. I don't think I can color these 5, 6s yet. So that lets me write in these digits. These digits are 3, 7, 8. Let's see, that one's not a 7. That one's not a 3. So that's a 7, 8 pair, which lets me write in this digit, which is now a 6. And so that's a 5. Maybe this is going to unravel a lot of the 5, 6 shenaniganery. So that's a 5, that's a 6. These aren't 6. On the other hand, maybe it will unravel basically nothing. That is also very possible. Let's see. Okay, this column. This column needs an 8, which I guess can go there or there, so that's not exciting. Clean up column 7 pencil marks. That sounds like a good idea. These aren't 5 anymore. Or 6. Ah, yes, excellent. That was an excellent suggestion, Andrew. Or are we having a gin and tonic day? Is that what's happening? Let's see. Okay, so now all the yellows are 6s. Take 2. All the yellows are 6s. Take 3. All the yellows are 6s. Excellent. Okay. Let's see if we can do the 5s faster. All of the greens are 5s. There we go. So all of these can just lose their color and become gray. We should have known from Casey earlier that the 5s were going to turn out to be green. And these can lose their yellow and become orange. This can get that, blue, orange. Wow, suddenly this grid is like mostly filled in. I don't know when that happened exactly. So that's a 3, that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 3. Really, I feel like I looked up and suddenly you all had filled in the grid for me. Let's see. Gray. Gray. I probably can figure out what this digit is. It's probably a 6. Let's see. But we've still got assorted nonsenses going on here. So what are these digits? These digits are a 2 and a 3. So, there we go. That's going to do it. That's a 3, that's a 2. So that's an 8. So that's a 7. That's a 3. That's an 8. Let's go ahead and see what this is. That's a 7. Okay, and so now I've got to color everything before I fill in the last digit, because otherwise it will prematurely claim I'm done, even though I don't think you can really say you're done one of these puzzles until every cell is colored. But no one told this checker that. So now I get to press 5 and hope. Woohoo! Nice. I'm going to take a quick break to eat a slice of pizza, but I will be back in 5 minutes or so, so don't go anywhere. I can preview the next puzzle we're going to do, is we're going to do a full rank Sudoku by Jovial. But I will be back just in a moment. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. So this next puzzle is by Jovial, and this is something that has been slowly percolating around the Sudoku community that I keep hearing about, which is something called a full rank Sudoku. And so the observation behind a full rank Sudoku is this. If you look at a Sudoku grid and you read across any row, forwards or backwards, and any column forwards or backwards, one way to interpret that is as a 9-digit number. So for example, if I were to write in something like this, whatever the last digit is, I don't know. I don't think there is any more digits that are left that I have not put here. I really don't. 8. I could interpret this as 359,762,148. So, if I read it backwards, I could interpret it as 841,267,953. And so in this way, in every completed Sudoku grid, it is possible to make 36 different numbers. Well, 36 numbers. I don't know if I believe they all have to be different or not. But 36 numbers. And you can put those 36 numbers in order. And these labels are telling you where that digit shows up in that order. So this is the smallest number, the one in this column. This is the second smallest number. Now note, you can read the number forwards and backwards, and so that's going to change. It's going to change how exactly this works. All right, so I've never done one of these before, but seems fun. By tallcat, sorry, not tallcat. By codec. Let's see. Is it part of the rules that they have to be different, or should it be obvious to me from the rules of Sudoku that they have to be different? Let's see. But I could make a grid where, say, column 1 forwards was the same number as column 7, or as row 7 backwards, right? There's no reason I can't do that, I don't think. Oh, I think actually I can't do that, because this digit would have to be there, and that's not going to work. Anyway, for purposes of this, they're all different. That's all that really matters. Okay. So a key observation here, and this is as far as I've gotten in thinking about this, is of the 36 numbers, 4 of them start with 1 because there are a total of, well, there's a 1 in the first row, a 1 in the first column, and so on. So there's 4 start with 1, 4 start with 2, 4 start with 3, 4 start with 4, and so on. And so what that means is we can actually write in the first digit of every number based on its rank. So that's got to be a 1. Oops. Sorry, I screwed up my desk. 1 second. Sorry about that. Yeah, the screen still looks good. Okay. This has got to be a 1. This now has to be a 2. So the 1, first, second, third, and fourth, they start with a 1. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, they start with a 2. Oh, there was a 1 down here that I did not write down. The 8th. Then the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th start with a 3. The 13th, 14th, and 15th. No, sorry, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th start with a 4. I don't think there's any more of those. The 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th start with a 5. So there is that. Uh, 21, 22, 23, and 24 are going to start with a 6. Don't have any of those. 25, 26, 27, and 28, those are going to start with a 7, right? I think I'm at 7. I think there weren't any for 6. 29, 30, 31, 32 are going to start with 8s. 32 was one of those. 8. 8. And then 33, 34, 35, 36, those are going to start with 9. So that's a 9, that's a 9, and that's a 9. Okay, so without having to really think about this, we get these digits at least. Now I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen, but let's go ahead and fill in candidates at least? Question mark? Do I want to fill in candidates? Do I want to just look and see if there's any Sudoku? Let's look digit by digit. Okay, we don't have tons of 2s, 3s. Don't have tons of the. I guess 3s are locked into one of these 2 cells. I can at least say 4s, only 1 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do have lots of 9s. So one of these is a 9. One of these is a 9. One of, I guess it's one of those 3 is a 9. So one of these 3 is a 9, but I think we already have our chance to use this condition, because this is the 9th in a row. So this is the smallest number that starts with a 3. And so, oh, that's annoying. All of these numbers start with a 3, and they all could have 9s in them. There's not a 10 somewhere, is there? No. So technically, we could have this 3 followed by a 9, this 3 followed by a 9, this 3 followed by a 9, and then one more 3 somewhere followed by a 9. Actually, is there anywhere I could put a 3 in the top row where it could be followed by a 9? It would have to go exactly there, wouldn't it? This would have to be 3 and 9. Okay. So Andrew has a better point. This is the smallest number. So could this be a 9? Well, no, because it has to be smaller than the number across the row. So that's not a 9. So 9 is in one of these 2 spots. So the 9 in this column is then placed. The 9 in this column now has to go here. There is nowhere else for it. So that's not a 9. So that is a 9. Let's see. Is that going to place more 9s? I don't think so. Unless I am missing something. I still don't think this is going to be a 9, but it's plausible-ish that it could be. Okay, so I do want to fill in candidates for at least these 2 cells, because I want to look at the fact that these 2 things have to satisfy this inequality. So this can't be 1, 2, 3. It could be 4, 5, 6. This can't be 1, 2, 3. Can't be 4. Could be 5, 6, 8. Okay. So, got that. It's something. Okay, so these two. So I think filling in all the corners is a good idea. So for candidates. So this could be a 2. Oh, but this can't possibly be a 2 because this is lower. Sorry, this is bigger. Both of these numbers are bigger than both of these numbers up here. And so this can't be a 2. It can't be a 3. It can't be a 4 either because it's the fourth number here. 5, 6, 7. No, it can't be a 7. So this is a 6 or an 8. Oh, but it's not an 8. This just is a 6. Which is going to be really interesting with this one. Okay, so what is this going to be? Can't be 1, 2, 3. Looks like... Oh, it can't be 4, so it could be 5. It has to be 5. Okay, and so this has to go 4, 5 in order for me to be able to possibly put these in order. So that, let me change my highlighting here so that we can focus on the thing that matters. We've got a digit, we've got a small number starting here, a slightly bigger number starting here, an even bigger number starting here, and a yet bigger number starting there. And these have to go in order. And so I think we have been just completely forced into making this 1, 4, 3, followed by 1, 5, 2 something, followed by 1, 5, 8 something, followed by 1, 6, 9 something. Okay, so these digits, let's just fill in because there aren't that many options left, are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these are, so that's not a 4. Okay, let's see. This is, there's only 2 digits left here. 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, so I need a 6 still. It's there, and that's a 5. Let's see. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, we already got an 8. Okay, so we'll think about those in a second. Other than that, can't be 6. So, yeah, that just thinking about it, there have to be 4 numbers that start with a 1. Because there's a 1 in the first row, there's a 1 in the last row, there's a 1 in the first column, and a 1 in the last column. And so the thing you're thinking, I think, is that it being in a corner somehow makes a difference, which I also thought at first, but actually it doesn't change the number of 1s if I put it in the corner. So let's see, I'm going to finish filling these in, and then I'll look at what Barbie is saying. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Okay. So now we can look at this. So the 25 clue is smaller than the 27 clue. And so because the 25 clue is smaller than the 27 clue, this can only be a 6, which means that's not a 6. So that gives us all of column 1. Okay. Now here, the 26 clue has to be smaller than the 28 clue. Which means this can't be a 2. It has to be an 8. So these aren't 8. That's not 8. But that could be 3 or 6 still. Okay. So now we're at least getting started. Okay, this isn't a 6 because there's a 6 given there that's looking at it. There's a... no, it's a 6. It's not 73. So why is it not 73? Has to be more than 25. Okay, there's a... because 27 is between I had not picked up that 27 is between 26 and 28, but you are, of course, right that 27 is between 26 and 28. Today I learned. So the red number down here has to be between these two. So it has to be bigger than this one and smaller than this one. So this one is 769, so it's smaller than that one. And so it has to start also 769, because it has to be bigger than this one. So that is a 6. That's the moral of the story. So those are 3, 8 like that. Okay, now can we make it further? Did I do that wrong? Let's see. So the 26 is smaller than the 27. Sorry, that doesn't tell me anything. But it's bigger than the 25. That was the correct place for me to point. Sorry, I highlighted the wrong ones. I'm going to get the same conclusion, but I have to do it correctly. So 26, this clue is bigger than this one. And so that's a 5, so that's a 6. Hey, we're something like almost 6 hours in. I'll take right for the wrong reasons at this point. That's fine with me. So 769, 758. Okay, so I now want to think about what happens when I do compare these two. So we've got 769 something, and the 769 something is supposed to be bigger than the 769 something up here. So this can't be the 8. This has to be the 3, and that's the 8. And now that being a 3 tells me that this has to still be bigger than it. So that's a 4, and that's a 2. Okay. Well, it helps that I don't have anything to do anytime soon. So the fact that I can do this is really sort of like me saying, well, I'll just spend this time with y'all and see what happens. There's a 6 here by Sudoku, I can point out. Can confirm. Let's see. There's a 4 in one of these two cells by Sudoku. Let's see, what are these cells? Are any of them resolved by this mess? Okay. Not even a little bit. Not even any interaction at all amongst those digits. Okay. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, those are 1, 2, 3, 4. So those aren't 2. I at least got to remove a pencil mark. I'll consider that a victory, however small. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. These aren't 6. These aren't 9. These aren't 8. See, this is what I was hoping. You other corners should look at this corner and be more like box 1. That is what I'm saying. Have a good nap, Playmaker. Thanks for the puzzle. I enjoyed it. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 again. Those aren't 4. Okay. Okay, those can't be 3, I am now realizing. Okay, we appreciate having you here at any degree of sobriety. Okay. Can I say anything? Row 5, column 5 is greater than row 2, column 3. 2, column 3. sorry, row 5, column 2. Row 5, column 2 is greater than row 2. Oh, row 2, column 3. Row 2, column 3. Okay, so yes. Okay, now that I have found the correct two cells, we're going to compare these two numbers now. This is the fifth highest, or sorry, this is fifth in line, so this is bigger, and so this digit here has to be at least 6. Well, it can't be 6, so it's got to be 7, 8, 9. Well, it's not 9. So this is a 7 or an 8, which gives us a 7, 8, 9 triple in the column, mysteriously enough. Have a good day, 11 tentacles. So these are from the rest. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't think I can simplify that any. Okay. Not 2. Ah, yes, the 2 is already in the box. Oops, not that. That can't be 2. Hey, Ranks, welcome. Okay, so we've compared those. Let's see, where else do we have some budding comparisons? So that's not super exciting. Let's see. Okay, so this is the 11th, which I could compare to the 12th. Not immediately clearly useful. Now, here's an interesting note. The second digit in the 36th number in row is very low. So the highest possible digit is a 9, 3, something, something, something. And so because of that, this has to be at most 3. So that's only a 2 or a 3. Now this one also has to be even smaller than this one. So this one can't be a 4 or a 3. It has to be, again, smaller strictly than that one. 33. This one still has to be smaller than that. So this can be a 1 or a 3, but not a... No. Nope. Not a 4. There we go. Okay, so that does a lot of damage real fast. Okay, so now here's another... Oh no, I went too far, didn't I? I was okay up until here, but then 31, I went down one too many. So these are the numbers we are comparing. Yeah, the 31 I just made up. I just pretended it kept working. 33, and I don't have the 34th one, but I know where the 34th one is. Right? This has to be the 34th one, even though it's not labeled, because, well, all the others are labeled. So this is 34th. Okay, so the one up here is bigger than this one. And so as a result, this can't be a 1 anymore. Oops, I did not mean to gray that. Okay, so this one being bigger than this one is that. Okay, now the 34th is larger than the 33rd. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, so this one... Okay, and then these two could be the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah, these two can't have... I thought I already took these 4s away. These two can't yet. These two can't have 4s because they're smaller than these. And the only way that these are 3s is if every single one of these digits is a 3. Is it possible that every single one of these digits is a 3? It is not, because this digit is a 3. Someone pointed this out before, and I didn't quite process it, but we placed the 3 here just by pencil marks. So that's a 1. Doesn't do me any good about these things. Let's see, those aren't 1. Let's see, this 3 and that 3 tells me that there's a 3 down in one of these two places. I don't know which one yet. Compare 9 and 11 next. Let's see. Am I done milking everything I can out of this? Row 2, column 7. Ah, yes. Okay, so now this is the 34th. Yes. This is the 34th one, and so it's bigger than the 33rd one, and so this one must start with a 1. Good point, Andrew. So that's a 1. That's not a 1. Got a 1 in here somewhere. Okay, so now I have been encouraged to think about the 9th and 11th. Okay, so what did I do? Tristan is umming at me. Wrong row? I don't think so. Is it? This is the 34th highest. Okay, I'm going to just assume that this is right, and if I'm wrong... Oh, my 1 pencil marks are in the wrong. Well, who cares about the 1 pencil marks? We'll put the 1 pencil marks up there. Okay. Okay. So now Barbie has for some time wanted us to look at this 9 clue and this 11 clue, so it seems like a good time to do that. Okay. So the 11 clue has to be bigger. This one starts with the 7, 8, or 9. So this is definitely a 7, 8, or 9. Unfortunately, I think it could be any of those. Oh. Let's see. So that at least gets me that this digit has to be huge. I think Tallcat's been here for the whole thing, if not very close. Yeah, sadly. I mean, it's really nice that we got to pencil mark that this is that. Okay, where's the 10th highest one? Because maybe that's what we're supposed to look at. So we've got a 12th highest one and a 10th highest one. So those are the other 3s. There's the 12th. And where's the 10th? There we go. Okay. So this is the 10th highest because it's the only one that's not labeled. And so this also has to start with a 7, 8, 9. Oops. But it doesn't start with an 8. So actually, it starts with a 7 or a 9, which actually percolates over to give me a 7, 9 pair and tell me that that's a 6. So that's something. So this digit, so this number is bigger than this one. And then this one down here is bigger than that one. And then that one's bigger than any of those. Okay. So that was fairly helpful, actually, once we looked at that. Yeah, it's all about, I think, finding the unlabeled clue that matches the labeled clues, because of course the setter's never going to label the useful one. So we still need a 1, 2, 3. We need a 5. Okay. Uh, this 7, 8 goes here. I just, in the most complicated possible way, ruled 6 out of a cell that had a 6 literally right above it. But hey, it worked. That's all that matters. Uh, okay, so yeah. So what is our next? Row 3, column 3. Okay, so we're looking at the 5s now. Okay, so oops. Okay, so now we're going to look at 5, 6, 7. Okay, so these, all the ones that start with a 2. Okay, one of these two starts with a 2, but I don't know which one. Okay, so this one is bigger than that, which does not help me. But these two are this one and whichever of these is a 2. I don't know whichever of these it is. But this digit, or this number, has to be smaller than this one, which means this can't possibly be the 9. Oops. Which then places the 9 here in this box. Okay, so that is something. Does that, like, place a 9 somewhere or something? It does not. It tells me one of these two is a 9. Okay. What about the digits or numbers that start with 3? That seems like a good place to go back to now that we have a lot more 9s in the grid. So okay, so let's look at all of these. Hot take, row 3, column 2 is a 7. Let's see. Yes, apparently I am a celebrity in the most niche possible community, which is very cool. I dig it. Uh, yeah, so this, so this is the in-between one. So this is bigger than that. Or sorry, this number is bigger than that number, but this number has to be smaller than this one, and then this one. Can't quite make sense of that yet. Okay, let's see. Numbers that start with 4. Let's look at those. I'm just going to go starting digit by starting digit, because I think that is a useful approach. So of all of these, so these are the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th. Can the 9 clue be 3, 9, something? Let's see. So if this were 3, 9, something, so going back to the 9, going back to these. If this was a 9, this would need to also be a 9. And then these would become a 7, 8 pair. Yeah, because if this is a 9, it's the smallest. And so these would have to be a 7, 8 pair, with this one being the 7 and this one being the 8. The key is row 3, column 3. The 12. Oh, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the 12, somehow I had just not fully processed this 12 clue at any point in my life. Okay, so this is a 396. So if this is 39 something, it breaks. Okay, thank you, Ranksk. So this is not a 9, which means this is a 9. Thank you for your patience. All lines are busy at this time, but please call again when something. Sorry. What was I doing? Let's see. Okay. So now this is a 378 something. Okay. But this is bigger than this, right? So this has to be, yeah, this digit or this number is bigger than this one. So this has got to start 78. And so now this has to be a 9 for multiple reasons. These aren't 3 anymore as of some point. Let's see. These are from what? They're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Do I get any joy out of those? I don't think so, regrettably. Okay, so we're going to look at the numbers that started with 4. Let's go back to looking at the numbers that start with 4 and see if we know more now. Or maybe I should look at digits that I have all of placed. So what about the digits that start with 5? Okay, so here are the numbers that start with 5. All I know about this is that this is the third largest of them. Okay. Well, this is definitely the largest. So, because it has a 9 there. So, in fact, what we know is this number is larger than both of these. And so, this number being larger than both of these tells me lots about this digit. Namely, it tells me this digit certainly isn't 7. And it can't be 4 because that would make this smaller. So this becomes a 2-3 pair. So that becomes a 1. And that becomes a 4. That becomes not a 4. So that becomes a 1. No. Becomes a 2. I was very close. So that's a 3. You just out pencil marks in box 2, row 3. Box 2, 2, 3, 4, triple. I may very well have put pencil marks somewhere I wasn't supposed to. Yell at me when I get back to it if I start trying to use pencil marks that don't work. Okay, so that's 2, 5. These are 1, 6. Okay, so this 5, 4, 2 is now bigger than these no matter what happens, even if that is a 4. Okay, so these two cells are 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are a 7, 8 pair. So these two digits are now a 1, 5 pair, I think. And that's not the 1, so that's the 5. That's the 1. Hey, Merry Christmas, T. Place 8 in box 8. Excellent. I can do that. Okay. I can do that was a very amusing thing for me to say as I did that, I will say. I can do that take 2. In 2 tries, I can place the 8 in the box. Let's see. So the 8 in box 5 is now restricted to either there or there, but I don't think I know which one. 2, 3, 4, triple in row 7. Beautiful. So that's a 7. That's a 4. This is not a 4 anymore. So now this is a write-in. Good point, Barpy, by the way. Oops. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 7 now. Okay, there's also a triple here. Oh, well, good job, Andrew, then. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 5, 6 there. That is not a 6. That's all I get. Ah, where is 2 in this column? 2 in this column can only go here. So that's something. So that's not a 5. So let's see. This is a 1, 5, or a 6. It's not a 6, so this is a 1 or a 5. Let's see. Must be getting very close here. Let's see. So let's look at numbers that start with 6. Oh, that's right. I put my keyboard down here so that I could erase all the coloring at once. So 6, 6, 6, 6. Okay. I see a problem with looking at numbers that start with 6, which is that I have no clues at all about numbers that start with 6. So let's look at numbers that start with 7 and see if I know anything more that's useful, or if it's automatically satisfied. Probably is automatically satisfied at this point. So the smallest is this 25. So it should go 7, 5, 8, 7, 6, 9. Yeah, okay, this is automatically satisfied because that's the only one where it could possibly overlap, and it doesn't. Okay, the numbers that start with 8. I don't think I've ever looked at the numbers that start with 8. Okay, so this one is smaller than this one. Oh, there's a triple in box 5, I'm being told. Let's see, so this is a 1, 4, 5, I think, looking at the column. And so, yeah, so this is a 1, 4, 5 triple. And so this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and so that's not an 8. Or a 2. It's a 7. As foretold, I would get a 7. So I am confident, or I am reassured by the fact that I was told by chat I would find a 7, and that I found a 7. Good night, Alex. Thanks for stopping by. See you tomorrow. Okay. Now where is 8 in this row? Oh, nope, never mind. I don't know where 8 is in this row. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Let's see. Let's fill in this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yes. So this is not a 3 or a 5. This is not a 7 or a 3. This is anything your little heart desires, it looks like. You still got a couple hours. Now, you might be coming up at the end of my sanity. That is very possible, but I am not intending to stop just because that goes away. Okay, so but yeah, you do always have, if you do want to see the more coherent zeta, you can go back and watch the VOD. I think I seemed almost competent on one of them. Let's see. So 31. This is 32. So this has to be bigger than both of those. That doesn't quite get it for me yet. Look at 5 through 8 again. Oops. That. Okay, so 5 through 8. Maybe I should be selecting more digits now. 5. So we're looking at ones that start with these. Okay, so we have at least these. Okay, so this is the biggest 2 starting number. So this one, this has to end up less than this. So if this wanted to be a 5, this would also have to be a 5, but then that wouldn't work. Okay, so because 8 is the 8th 2 number is the highest 2 number, I realize that this is not the easiest parlance to understand, but this is the 8th in order, going from lowest to highest. So if this is a 5, because this number up here still has to be higher than it, it would also have to be a 5, except that would force a 1 here and a 4 here, which would break. So this can't be a 5, it's a 1. So that was a good spot. If that is what you were looking at, that was a good spot. Or if you were looking at something else, it was probably also a good spot. Let's see. Okay, so that's not a 1 anymore. Now look at 1 in box 5. I've already put a 1 in box 5. So 4, 5 pair. Let's see. Okay, so now, is it possible that I can use the fact that whichever of these is a 2 has to be smaller than this? I don't think I can. Oh, I bet this is going to be 2, 8, 1, this digit, and it's going to disambiguate those 2. I deleted the wrong pencil mark. I've gone back and redeleted a different pencil mark. I think I have a naked single in box 5. Do I? Where? Okay, so yeah, I still don't think I know how this is going to go in terms of which of these is a 2. But I can see the possibility that this goes 2, 8, 1, whatever this digit is, and this one also goes 2, 8, 1, whatever digit this is, and we actually make it all the way up to the 5th in row before we disambiguate what's actually happening. Okay. So let's look at the high ones again. It's been a while since we got to the high ones. See if they bring us any joy that we have not yet had. Oh, I'm told 9 through 12. Okay, I'm going to trust that chat is more sentient than I am. So we'll look at 9, 11, 12, and 10 wherever that is. There we go. There's 10. Okay, so here is 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 11 starts 3, 9, 6 something. So this digit has to be smaller than that digit. So that does fix that this is a 2. And that's an 8. So excellent catch, Brian. So that does a lot of damage. Let's see. 3, 7, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2. Okay, a lot of damage meaning a lot of damage. That just collapsed the puzzle. So excellent spot, Brian. Well, that was interesting. I'm not sure it is my ultimate fantasy to have this become the next hot thing, but it was quite enjoyable to do one of them. Yeah, the fact that you can make a puzzle out of this rule set is really really neat. Okay, we seem to have another Memeristor puzzle up. So let's see. So here we have. Oh no, that is scary to hear. So here we have a mix of Renbon and German Whispers, and Killer and Irregular. So what do those things mean? So irregular means I need to fit 1 through 9 in these regions. Now this time, unlike the previous time, at the very least, we are given the regions. So in that sense, Memeristor was kinder than JoWo earlier. The Renbon lines contain consecutive digits in any order. So this could, for example, contain 5, 6, 7. That's perfectly fine. I mean, generally, irregulars are easier the less box-like the grid is, I think. That's how I pronounce Renbon. I don't know that it's the right way to say Renbon, but... Okay, and then these are our Whisper line friends from 2 puzzles ago, where digits that touch each other along this line have to be at least 5 apart. Oh, and in these cages, the digits have to add to the total. So in this case, they have to add to 10. Okie dokie. So that's not at all ominous. Let's try and solve this puzzle. So a 6 cage is either 1, 5, or 2, 4. We have now concluded the list of things that I am able to deduce about this puzzle. I'm going to recreationally color this this longer Whisper line, just in case it makes anything appear. I don't know which is high and which is low, which is why I'm using neutral colors. Let's see. Uh-oh, I'm already told I screwed up something? How can I possibly have screwed up something? Did I color this wrong? Oh no. Oh yeah, I totally did. Okay. An excellent preview of what is to come. So here we go. So those look like that. I only know the word Bedlam from a Magic card, so okay. So I'm trying to figure out what equivalences of digits we have going on here, because that's often the trick in... Did you just call someone old? Let's see. So... Well, old for this community, tallcat. Let's see. Do these sum to 23? Okay, so there's something weird going on. Okay, so this does not seem helpful. So I want to turn my attention over to this one. So whatever parity this is, these are the same parity, and it finishes over here. So this over here is a 5 and 2 blues, or 2 greens, or whatever you want to call it. Because my yellows are over here, which seems irrelevant. Not that I can see anything interesting that it means. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that 5 pencil mark there. I'm going to do the thing where I highlight columns of the grid and see what happens. Okay, so this is 5 sets of the digits 1 through 9. And if I take away those and those, I'm now left with 2 sets of the digits 1 through 9. I can take away this and take away that. And I'm now left with 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. So, yeah, I said 2 when I meant 3, but close enough for this time of day. So the moral of the story here is that these 2 cells are these 2 cells. Just by magic of the thing. So I'm going to purple those to remind myself of that. I don't know if it's at all useful, but it's true. So I'm going to use it, or take it. Now, the 10 cage with the 3 Renbon coming out of it is certainly very interesting. Oh, I erased... Where did I... I was only supposed to de-yellow this. Okay. The 10 cage with the Renbon coming out of it is certainly interesting because the digits in a 10 cage can't be that big, so there have to be some repeats floating amongst these lines. Oh no. Oh no. I never would have picked this puzzle if I had realized the word set was in the title. But we're stuck now. It is too late. Pot committed. So okay, so that seems like a okay, so what if we did it with the other 5 columns? Okay, so that and that are gone. This and this are gone. And we get that this is a set of the digits from 1 to 9. Which is not especially surprising if you combine it with the fact that we already knew this region was a set of the digits 1 through 9. Interesting. Okay, so the... Okay, so Andrew suggests take row 2, 3, 4 and subtract off these boxes that are contained inside them. And so that is a set of the digits from 1 to 9. The yellow. Which just does not seem useful to my ability to determine it. Let's see. Yeah, so what's the highest number I could possibly put on here? So this could be a 7. Ah, yeah, so this could even be 7, 8, 9 if these are a 1, 2. Oh, no, these can't be a 1, 2. That's not possible. So this can't be as high as 7. So I think now it's coming time to try and force what this can be. So this can't be as high as 7, because if this is a 1, 2... Oops. Wait, actually, maybe this could be a 1, 2 if that's a 2 and that's the 1. Never mind. I retract. Let's see. Tristan says by irregular geometry, there's a 5 in either row 6, column 5 or row 7, column 5. Row 6, column 5 or row 7, column 5. Let's see. Okay, so where is my irregular geometry going on to get that one of these is a 5? Because that would actually be very helpful if one of these has to be a 5. But odd requires actual areas or actual regions. Like you can't just apply the standard sets to irregular things. I would really like Tristan to explain this to me. Let's see. Okay, so bottom 4 rows. Okay, so there we go. So because I think this is very likely going to be useful. This is just a region as well. Okay, and so yes, okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so that is very helpful. Thank you, Tristan. So there's a 5 in one of these two cells because there's a 5 up here to finish this region. And so the thing we learned here that I maybe should highlight is that these 3 cells contain the same digits as these 3 cells. Okay, so now these 3 cells I want to remember are a 5 and 2 digits that are either both high or both low. We don't know which, but because of this geometry going on over here, these things are exactly a 5 and then 2 things of the same high-lowity. Okay, but this 5 getting lopped off this renbon completely and off of this renbon completely means that one of these renbon is high and one of these renbon is low. So one of these renbon contains only digits less than 5, and one of them contains only digits greater than 5. Now, that means one of these digits is high, and one of them is low, which means this one's definitely low. Because I can't have 2 high digits in the 10 cage. Okay, so tallcat is telling me the only ways to make 10 are 1, 2, 7, and 1, 3, 6. So there's definitely a 1 in one of these 2 places. One of these places. Yeah, the 5 is over down here. Okay. So 3 lows, 3 highs. Okay, so here's a point. So remember, this is this is a 5 and 2 things that are high or 2 things that are low. Well, these 3 cells got transposed over down here. So these are not on this renbon. So this is the opposite of whatever this collection is. So if these are low, this is high. If these are high, this is low. Okay. This also means row 5, column 5. Oh, no, I have that this is 1, 2, 3. That was what I meant by turning it blue. So yeah, and so this is so the only way, so I want to look at this now. So the only way this would work is if this is a 2, 3, 4, with that being a 1. And this would be a 7. So I'm looking at the overlap here. Okay, those two are the same. I don't think that's immediately helpful. Hey, Luis, welcome. First 5 rows versus last 4 columns. Okay, I'll try it. I will just leave these pencil marks here. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way down the rabbit hole here. We're going to add 5 sets of the digits 1 through 9, and then take away 4 sets of the digits 1 through 9. So these are all going to cancel immediately. And I'm also going to drop this out. So these digits down here are these. See, people are asking about the 1 in the 10 cage. This can't be the 1. So I can tell you that. That's not the 1. So one of these two is the 1. This can't be a 1 either, actually. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we didn't need odd to see that, I suppose, at least. But yes, so the point is here, as soon as this is 1, 2, 3, and this is gorgeous. I should have seen this before, and it would not have required any of this nonsense. This has to be the 1, because if this is a 1, this is a 1, 2, 3 Renbon, which breaks this cell, and if this is a 1, this is a 1, 2, 3 Renbon, which breaks this cell, and we needed a 1. So these are a 2 and a 3. Oh, and as pointed out, I can remove another set from each. So that's a set of 1 through 9 from there. That's a set of 1 through 9 from there. So the conclusion is this little blue collection is the same exact digits as this little yellow collection. Okay, so in our shading before, I'm going to try and reshade this. These two were the same high-lowness. And so now, if these want to be low, that would have to be the 4, with these both being 9, which I guess is okay. Have a good day, Virtual. Happy holidays. Okay, so one of these is a 2 or a 3, and then one of them is a 6 or a 7. Is that what was uh, the tallcat theorem before? Uh, yeah, these are all high. Or sorry, one of these is all high. Okay, yeah, so there's 3 low and 3 high. Okay, so that's... well, we knew 5 wasn't on the Renbon. We proved that way before. Row 7, column 6 is high. Okay, so there's... So the claim here is that there are... We know there's 4 lows and 3 highs here. So that's going to impact what happens because of this equivalence. Okay, and so... I'm going to try and actually color this. So I'm going to make this gray instead. Yeah, that's what I was... Yeah, I don't fully understand what's happening here. Okay, but the point is, this is a pair of one of each. This is a pair of one of each. This is 2 of one flavor plus 1 of another. So that means these are low in our equivalence, and this is high. That is the whole Katui, or whatever you want to call it. So this can't be a 6 because that would force there to be 2 1s. So this is a 7, 8, 9. Now, can there be a 9 here? It would have to go 9, 8, 7. Seems fine. Now, I remember from before that the first thing we proved is that these 2 cells were the same as these 2 cells, which means these cells are all high. And so these cells are all low. These cells are low, although I'm not going to color them just yet in case there's something else. Yeah, I just got there, Luis, that because this pair of cells is this pair of cells, and so that's high as well by that same comment. Let's see. Yeah, so this is a pair of one of each. Okay, so this is a... Yeah, I don't think I can try and keep the set break-in going, or the set thing going in here. But I also don't think the set thing is super useful. So I'm going to start coloring based on high-lowness. Oh yeah, we know there's not a 5 on this Renbon. So yeah, so this Renbon definitely is 2, 3, 4. That's a good point. So yes, so S. Marcus points out, we know that this is a Renbon that is low, but has neither a 1 nor a 5 on it. So yes, so this is a 2, 3, 4. But I don't think it tells me which digit this is, except I know this can't be a 4 because there's no combination that works. So this is a 6 or a 7. I know that much. Let's see. Yeah, so we can look at questions about fours inside this box. Oh, actually, T or TID has a point, which is where are the lows in column 5? And the answer is that by just geometry, they can only go there because the rest of column 5 is in a region that's already done. So those are low and are 2, 3, 4. Which means that's low, and that's low. Did I do it right this time? No, I did not. That's low. That's low. That's high, that's high, that's high. Okay, and so one of these is a 4, and we know which one. It's not that one. It's that one. So these are 2 9s, just by German Whisper stuff. So that's not a 4, so that's a 4. Okay, so we've got a 2 3 pair here. Oh yeah, we just know this is a 1 because it has to be. So that's not a 1, so that's not a 5. This can't be a 4 anymore because that would require me to put a 9 here. So let's see. So this is high because it's joining joining a blue and a 10 cage. This can't be 6, so this is 7 or 8. Oops. Okay. I feel like we're getting somewhere in this story. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm trying to keep at the back of my mind in case it's useful that these are equivalent. Okay, the 6 in this box is in one of these spots. There's not that many spots. So is the 5. Okay, yeah, this is a 5 and 2 highs. Okay, so that is an excellent point, tallcat. So I think this whole set thing, I think this is the first time it's useful, which is tallcat's beautiful point that there is a 4 in this region. I'm looking at it. And so there's a 4 in here somewhere. But anywhere in here is on a whisper line. So there also has to be a 9 in here. And so that means that has to be a 9, which means this is a 7 and that's an 8. And that's a 2 and that's a 3. And that's a 3 and that's a 2. And this is not a 2. So that's 4 or 5. That's a 1 or a 2, so that is low. Let's see. And now we can place 9 in this region. Ah, yes, okay. Beautiful, beautiful catch, Luis. So this weird-looking region, we're going to say seahorse, the seahorse-shaped region. 9 can't go in any of these places. 9 can't go here because a 1 is not available there. 9 is not one of 2, 3, and 4. But 9 also can't go here because it would need to be joined by a 4. So this is the 9. So that's not a 9. Which means neither of these is a 4. So these are from 1, 2, 3 only. And it means one of these is a 9, by the note that, remember, one of these has to be a 9. And so one of these is a 4. Because, again, one of them has to be 4. Okay. Douglas, Tristan has a list. It's posted to the Ranks Discord. I can't get it for you now, but there is a spreadsheet with all of the puzzles that have been done on this stream. Let's see. The 8 looks all the way to its left. Thank you, T. So that's a 2. Those aren't 2, so this is 6 or 7. Oh, but it's not 7. That time I saw the Sudoku part. So that's a 6, that's a 4, that's a 3. Oops. So these 2 digits are a 5 and a 6. And this 13 cage is not a 4-9. Could be a 5-8. It can't be 6-7, so it's a 5-8. And that's going to resolve this for me. So that's a 6, that's a 5. So that that will handle that. I'm going to get rid of this gray coloring over here. So I don't think I can disambiguate this 5-8 yet. But let's see what's left in the box, because it's probably worth writing down. Let's see. We still need a 1, a 2. Well, I know where the 2 goes. The 2 goes here, because it's the only place in the box that can accommodate a 2. And so I need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7. Oops. And a 7. So that's a 2. This is a 1-7 pair. I don't think the 1-7 pair is fixed yet. Okay, what about this 9 cage? It's not 4-5. It's not 1-8. So this is either 2-7 or 3-6. Those are the options. The 7 doesn't go there, so the 2 doesn't go there. But I think the other possibilities are still possibilities. The 7-8 in column 6, tallcat says, is resolved. Interesting, interesting. The 9 killer clue, yeah, I wrote that. The 9 killer clue could be 2-7 or 3-6. Where does the 3 go in column 3? The 3 in column 3, Marcus has to be there. Very nice. So that means these digits are either high or 5. Let's see. 7 in the same region. Yes. Thank you. Was somehow not going to see that. So I can actually finish this region. Because that's an 8, and that's got to be a 9 now, because the region's done. Okay, and that's a 5. Okay, where is 9 in column 1? It's not there. It's not there. It's got to be one of these handful of places. It's not the best, but not the worst. Maybe it's not actually that useful. Let's see. Okay, so we do know there's a 4 over here. Let me write in what's left in this box. 5, 6, 8. Let's see, and then at the bottom here, we also have a 5, 6, or an 8. The fact that this is an 8, unfortunately, means there's no pressure on what these are. Let's see, the 3 in row 1, column 3, we got that one. Let's see. He lured me into doing a set puzzle by making a puzzle with whispers and Renbon, which is, I feel should be criminal, but is not. Let's see, 4, 5, 8, I believe. Yeah, I think that's correct. I don't think that's useful. Okay, where is 9 in the top right region? It's not there. It's not there. So the 9 in this region is somewhere along here, and it's not there or there either. So one of those is a 9. Oh, I even know which one. It's not that one. So that's a 9. Good spot, Barbie, as always. So the 9 in this region is not there, and it's not there. Still going. Yep, we've got about another hour, I think I'm going to say, Ambrose. Let's see. So the 9 is in one of these spots. It's either there. The 9 can't be here. Because, remember, one of these two cells is a 9, and so that can't be a 9. And so that means one of these is a 9. So that is pretty cool, actually. I'm very happy with that. Okay, so those are 9s, those are 9s. Okay, and so we have aligning 9s, but it doesn't do anything. Let's see, 9. Oh, 9 is high. I can say that. Or 9 is gray. We can say that, too. No one's going to stop us. Let's see. Thank you for all the support in chat. 9 in column 1 in 2 places. Yeah, it was in 3 places a minute ago, and then we removed one of those places. So now 9 in column 1 is just in one of these 2 places. Let's see. Okay, so the 9's at the bottom of the grid. We've got, 3 left to go in this little swordfish pattern. Okay. Let's go out, let's see. Where does 2 go in this candy cane region? It doesn't go any of those places. It doesn't go there. So, in fact, it doesn't go there. The 2 in candy canes goes one of these 2 places, which means that's not a 2, which means that's not a 7, which actually gets this is a 3-6 pair, which is kind of crazy, but great. So, let's see. Someone is saying Mark 2 is in the top row. Yeah, there, I think, is what people are talking about. So that makes that a 3-6. So now what's left in this region is 1, 2, 4, 5. This one's not 1 or 2. So that's a 4 or 5 pair. So that's not 4 or 5. That's not 4 or 5. So that's a 1 or a 2. So that makes that a 3. Makes this not a 3. Let's see. So the conclusion from before is that these cells are the same as these cells. And so that means the cells that are left here are, well, I've got to have a 7 and a 9 in there. So that means that this is a 5, 6, 8, as tallcat points out very wisely, which places the 6 there by the fact that this is now a 3, 6 pair. I really like this becoming a 3, 6 pair. That was very cool. This being a 4, 5 pair means that's not a 5, or means it's purple. Take your pick. Uh-oh, what did I do? Wee woo, wee woo, what did I do? Let's see. Where did I go wrong? How far back? Missing a 7 pencil mark in that box. Oh, all the way back in this box. There we go. Okay. So people agreed with me about this becoming a 3-6, but disagreed with me about putting a 1, 2, 4, 5 quintuple into the box. So we will not put a 1, 2, 4, 5 quintuple. We'll put a 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 quintuple into the box. So that's not a 7 or a 4 or a 2. That's not a 1 or a 2. That's not a 7. In fact, so the 7 is placed. Are people happier with this arrangement? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Yay! Okay, good. Boop, doop, boop. Okay, so this digit together with this digit has to add to 6. So that means that this is... Oh, this is a 1 or a 5, so that disambiguates this cage. So this has got to be a 4 and a 2, and now this is a 1 or a 5. The point was there's only 2 ways to make a 6, and one of them is a 1 and a 5, but if there's a 1-5 pencil mark, then this can't be 1-5 anymore. So that is a nice blue 4. That's not 2 anymore. That's not 1 anymore. That's not 5 anymore. So that means that this is orange now, because it had to be orange or 5. And so this is... Okay, I think the thing I said before is still right. This is still a 6 or an 8. And so these are 5, 6, 8. So I think the tallcat theorem still holds. Let's see. Okay, so now there's a 5, 6, 8 triple. Wait, did I screw this up, or is there really a 5, 6, 8 triple across here? I think there's really a 5, 6, 8 triple across here. Part of me doesn't like the fact that there... Or part of me is suspicious that I somehow screwed something up to get a 5, 6, 8 triple, but I'm not usually one to turn down a triple. Oh, yes. As before, this 3, 6 places the 6 there. By the tallcat thing. Okay. So this row needs to have a 3. And this row needs to have a 3. And so one of those 3s is here, and one of those 3s is here. Okay, so the thing I'm observing here is these 2 rows need 2 3s, and those can't be 3s. None of these can be 3s. Oh, no, this can be a 3. Dagnammit. I think that can still be the 3. Uh, let's see. There's a 4 left over in row 4. Oh, excellent. Yeah. As Tallcat points out, I do know there's a 7 in here somewhere. And so that 7 has to go with a 1 or a 2. So I do know one of these is a 3. I just don't know which one as of yet. I should know, but I don't actually know. Oh, yeah, so the 7 has to go... So I can at least say the 7 has to go over here, because there's a 7 looking at it up here. So the 7 goes with a 1 or a 2, and it can't go with a 1, so it goes with a 2. So we're sort of pencil marking this by gross attrition. Let's see. So we've got one of these is a 2, one of these is a 9, one of these is a 7, and one of these is a 4. So we could actually turn these all into pencil marks. Do we now know where 2 in row 2 is? I don't think I know where 2 in row 2 is. We used the fact that there's a 2 in one of these 2 spots in row 2 previously. Oh, we do! Because that's a 2. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! I love when someone points out that just by Sudoku I can see where a thing is a 2, and then I don't believe them. And then it turns out that actually, yes, by looking not 2 cells away, you can find it. Okay, so the 2 then, over in... actually, where's the 2 in this column? The 2 in this column can only go in one of these 2 cells now. And we said the 2 here had to go here, so this can't be a 2-3 anymore. This has to be a 3, which means that has to be a 1. Good point. Good point, Brian. Okay. So one of these 2 is a 2, but I don't think I know which one yet. Yep, so row 8, column 7 is a 3. Yep, I agree. Let's see. There's a 2 in row 7 already. Well, that sounds helpful. Look at you with the 2 in row 7 already. So that's the 2. So that goes with a 7. And so that's the 4, which goes with a 9. That was just all by rote from our previous calculation. So good spot, Tallcat, on the Sudoku there. Okay, and so I bet that helps. Yep, so that's going to make that a 1 and that a 7. Let's see. Okay, so that was excellent. So these are a 3, 6. I don't think it's resolved yet, though. Let's see. Can finish the 2s now. That sounds pleasant. So I'm missing 2s down at... Yeah, so I need a 2 in this column. It can literally only go here, which also places a 9. That's not a 2. And now I need a 2 in the first column, and it can only go there, which places a 9. So that was great. So those are blue. Those are 9. Okay, things are looking at 3s in the bottom right and then top left. Let's see. Who's looking at my 3s? Let's see. Column 7, nearly finished. That is definitely in my wheelhouse. I can figure out what the missing digit is in most three guesses. I think it's an 8. It didn't yell at me, so I'm going to go with it. It's an 8. So that's not an 8. Or it's yellow. Take your pick. So that's good. So now where's the 8 in column 9? It's not there. It's not there because of the 5-8 pair. So one of these two is an 8. Where's the 8 in this region? I think it could annoyingly be there. So let's write in the candidates for this row. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's not a 1. Don't know about that. Chat suggests, and by chat, I mean, I'm not sure. Someone in chat suggested we finish this column, which seems like a fantastic idea. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's not a 1. So that's the 4. That's the 1. Okay, so that's blue. That's also blue. Da-dee-dee-da-da-da. Let's see. Yeah, an increasing amount of madness as it would happen. So what's left in this row? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 3 and 7. Do I know the order? I don't seem to see it immediately. Where's 6 in column 1, asks Luis. So 6 not there. So the 6 in column 1 is definitely in this box, because the 6 in this box has to be in one of these places, because just by pencil marks, it can't be anywhere else. So that makes that a 3 and that a 6. So 3 and 6. It is very, very, very generous of you to suggest that the colors are what is causing me, but you're probably right that I probably don't need the colors anymore, because I don't think they're actually doing any good, and I'm not like worrying about coloring stuff. Let's see. Okay, so that fixed that 3 and that 6. Did either of those do anything? Yes, that gives me that's a 7. Which gives me that's a 3. Let's see. So what is left in this box? We need a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that was a lot of digits. This is not a 4. Let's see. It is a 1, 5, 6, or 8, it looks like. This is not a 4 either. So the 4 in this region is placed. It can only go here. Probably worth a while to look at 4s overall. Where am I missing 4s? Oh, I still have a 4 in the first row, and it's my last 4. No, this is the only 4 that's left in the grid. I'm hearing about 3s from chat as well. So there's a 3 somewhere in this row, and it's not here. Wait, where is... Oh, no, there's a... Wait. All right, one of the 3s is here. Okay. So one of the... No. This is the column without a 3. I could not for the life of me find the column without a 3. This column does not have any 3s in it. So that's a 3. That's a 6. That's a 3. That was a scanning disaster. Okay, but that makes that a 1. Just to finish off the row. So let's see. This 4 is making that a 5, making that an 8, making that a 5. Making these not 5s anymore, meaning one of these is a 5, meaning none of these are 5s, meaning the 5 in this box is here. Let's see. Meaning what's left in this column is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what's left in this column. That's not an 8. Let's see. That's not a 6. This one's not a 7, if I look closelier. Let's see. This has got to be a 6 or a 7. This 8 is seeing this 5. Has been for some time, I suspect. Let's see. This is not a 5. Let's see. This is a 5, 7, or an 8. To finish the row. I don't think I know which one. Oh, it's not an 8 because the box already has an 8. So this is a 5, 6, or 7 to finish the box, but it's not a 7 because of the row. I did just say closelier. Row 8, column 6. Sees the cell above it. It looks like I got there on my own-ish. 6, 7 there. But not a 6 because there's a 6 in the box. So that's a 7. That's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 7. Let's see. That's a 7. So that's an 8 and a 6. 8, 6, 5, 8, 5. That's an 8, that's a 1, that's a 6. That's an 8, and this is a 1. Woohoo! I did just say closelier. Very nice puzzle. That just seems like bad luck to say. I've gotten stuck at almost done puzzles for really long times before. Yeah, I really wonder if the set stuff was a distraction or not. I sort of feel like probably could have just gotten around that because we'd made most of the deductions. We probably could have gotten there with irregular geometry, but the set equivalence there was nice and not too complicated to find. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're going to do the easier of the two puzzles that I have left saved aside, as I'm not sure I can quite do the Playmaker ambiguity puzzle, and Playmaker might be around tomorrow, so I can do the Playmaker ambiguity puzzle tomorrow. Where do I find these puzzles? So there are two main places that I find puzzles. I find puzzles in the Discord Puzzle Archive on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord server. If you're not on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord server, I really encourage you to join it. It's free. There should be a link in our video description. And tons of people there, like all the setters hang out there and post puzzles, and so just skim those. The other one is Logic Masters Germany is a site that posts lots of puzzles, and so I will often flip through there. And lots of people actually post puzzles to both of those. But I have a list of setters who've told me I could do their puzzles on stream, and a few setters who I have harassed to ask if I could do their puzzles on stream. And so I just look for puzzles by those people that I can do. So this is the puzzle Bobbins by Fryer, which features yet more German whispers. Have a good night, Tallcat. Thanks for dropping by, even though the time zone is weird. So, Merry Christmas. So, these are whispers, so digits along them must differ by at least 5, as we saw in the previous, 3, 4 puzzles in a row we've done that have had German whispers in them now. And these are thermos, and the digits on a thermo have to get bigger as you go up the thermo. Simon likes to say rise as Mercury rises, but it is an analogy I don't quite admit I understand. So I will just look at this like this. Did I get the DM from Palando and Katara? I did not, although if they sent it today, I have not looked at my messages today. Have a good night, Alex. Okay, so we're going to start with just generic coloring the whisper line. We'll see if I do it better this time. So T's point is if you look at this thermo, it actually ended up all the same color. So these are either all high or all low. Now, I think we might actually be able to figure it out. Because maybe not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we can't. Let's see. The same thing's going to be true over here because it's the same exact pattern. Let's see. We've got this interesting n here. All of these are the same parity. All of these are the same parity. Interesting. Okay. Trying to decide if the 7 is going to be at all useful yet. Yeah, the 4 and the 6 are not going to play nicely on either of these. So this is either... Yeah, this can't be a 4. So this is either... Sorry, I keep miscoloring this. This is either 1, 2, 3, because I can't put a 4 here, or it is 4, 5, 6... Sorry, I have no idea where that came from. Or it is 7, 8, 9, because I can't put a 6 here. So I actually know these weird pairs of what these numbers can be. So if these 3 cells are green, what does that tell me? Well, then one of them is either the 4 or the 6. And it can't be that one, and it can't be that one. So this would be a 4 or a 6. And so it would be flat out impossible for it to be a 4. So interestingly, if these 3 are green, then green is high and this is an 8. Okay, so Barbie suggests looking at column 3, where if this were yellow now, that does a similar thing where now I'd have all the yellows in the column, and I'd have to put the yellow 4, 6 somewhere, and I would have to put it here. And so then that would be a 9 or a 1, but it couldn't be a 1, so it'd have to be the 9. And so that would force that. Let's see. Okay, so... Excuse me. So... Yeah, so if these are green, it's very interesting. I guess one other thing to note is if these are green, then these are yellow and these are yellow. And so that would be all the yellows for the row. So I'm just saying, just so you can see what I'm imagining, if these are green, these are yellow, and now all the greens are done for the row, and all the yellows are done for these 2 rows. And I would need to have a yellow 4, 6 somewhere. The yellow 4, 6. Well, that could be a 6. But I could never have a yellow 4, 6 here or here, so I'd have to have a yellow 4, 6 here. And it couldn't be a 6 because of the same reason that Barbie pointed out, that if this was a 6, then that would be a 1, which would break because it's on a thermo. Okay, so... Oh, wait! I see it now. Okay, so... Can these be green? No. Why can these not be green? Because... Wait, no, sorry. No, wrong. I am wrong. Retract. What can this cell be? See, I'm going to just color this in a dark gray, light gray sort of color scheme just so that we can keep track of this for a second. What can this actually be? There's no way this can be a 4 because these have to be the same thing. So if this is low, this is a 1 or a 2. Oops. Oh no, if this is low, it's a 1. Because if it was a 2, it would force one of these two to be a 4, and neither of them can be. So I'm not actually now thinking anymore about what if this is green. I'm now just thinking about what if this is low. If it's low, this has to be a 1. If it's high... then be 6 with a 1 here and a 1 here. Yeah, I don't think there's an immediate obvious problem. Okay, so actually, it certainly can't be higher than 7. Because there need to be 2 digits bigger. But I think this could be a 7, and I think it could be... And I think it could look like that. So now, I think some of the discussion in chat is around what happens with this cell if gray is low. Because now this has to be at least a 2, but it can't be higher than 2. Because... Yeah. If... because I'd need a 7, but I couldn't have a 7 anyway with a 3. So yeah, this would have to be a 2. No, this could be a 2 or a 3. This is maybe not useful. Okay, so Sam says the bulb can't be a 7, because where would I put 6 in row 3? Let's see, so the 6 would have to go on the outskirts here somewhere. I do not see. Where is 7 in row 4? Ah, that is a beautiful question. That is the sort of question that I love. 7 is never in yellow, because 7 would have to go next to a low digit, but 7 can't go next to 3. 7's not here, so 7's over here. That is a beautiful question. Okay, T has said a couple times that if the whisper in box 9 is high, which I'm guessing means if this is high, then the whisper in box 1 breaks because of 7s. Ah, yes, okay. Because of this 7 being here. So this is a different way of saying the same thing Barbie was saying, that the 7 has to be here. Remember we said when we're looking at this shape, the only way this can be a high digit is if this goes exactly 7, 8, 9. Well, it can't do that anymore. So this is not high. This is low. So that goes 1, 2, 3, and these are all really low. These are all really high. That's low. So this is an 8, 9 pair. These could be anything. I guess they can't be 7s. Okay, and so that does it. And so this is a 1 or a 4. Yes, that I am coughing because Tristan is making curry, which is going to be delicious, but it is also filling the entire house with smoke. It will be very worth it, however. Okay, so now the question is, because of this 2 here, can this be low? So if this was a 1, yeah, this can't be low anymore. Because the lowest this could be is a 1, but it's now going to force there to be a 4 there, which is just not going to work. So these digits aren't low, they're high. So those are blue. Oh, yes. Good point. Barbie points out that definitely is not a 6 because it sees a 2. So I actually have an 8, 9 pair now in this column. I don't know that that's the most useful 8, 9 pair that has ever lived, but it's an 8, 9 pair. So these are 1, 2, 4. These are 2, 3, 4. Let's see. This is 6 or 7. Well, it can't be 6 because this can't be a 1. So this is a 7. So this is an 8, 9 pair. Yeah, some definitely can't be 4. I'm going to get there in a jiffy. This, in fact, is now just forced to be 2 because it's next to a 7. This one's definitely not 4. This one's not 2. This one's not 2. So that's cool. Okay, so if this were a 3, these would be 8, 9. Yeah, I don't quite see how we're getting there, but we're getting there slowly. Ah, okay. So there are 2 highs going. So if light gray was high, one of these 2 would be a 6. But that would make this a 1 on the tip of a thermo, so that does not work. So light gray is not high, light gray is low. And so dark gray is high. Let's see. Okay, so these are from center 1, 2, 3, 4. And I will clean that up in a second, I promise. That we already resolved that this could only be 6 or 7. So these are from 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7. It is an 8 or a 9. Okay. These certainly can't be... Sorry, this one could be a 4. That one can't be a 4. Or a 3. And this one also can't be a 4 or a 3. It's also not a 7. It's also not a 1 because there's a 1 in the box. So that's a 2. So that's not a 2. That's not a 2. So there's a 2 in the box in one of these cells. There's a 1-2 pair in the column now, so that's not a 1. That is a 3-4. And if this is a 3 or a 4, oh, well, that just tells us that's an 8 or a 9. Okay, so... yes, and so because of that, because this is a 2, this can't be a 6 anymore, so it's a 7. Which is what we sort of expected it to be, but we'll get there. So that makes this a 6 by the 8-9 pair that we now have in the column. So that's cool. Let's see. Yeah, so now this cannot go 7, 8, 9, because now 7, 8, and 9 are gone. So this is a 2, that's a 1, that's a 3. Good catch, T. So these are low. That's still low as well, and these are high. And that 3 fixes that. That's a 4, which fixes that's a 9. That 4 sees that that's a 3, that's an 8. This 3 can only live with an 8 and a 9. Those are its only friends. So this can't be an 8 or a 9 or a 6, so it's a 7. Let's see. This can be basically anything it pleases. But the 1 sees across and sees that that's a 2. So now this is a 3 or a 4. But that's an 8. And so this isn't a 4. It's a 3. That being an 8 makes this a 9. That being an 8 makes this a 9. This being a 9 makes that an 8. That being an 8 makes this a 9. This being an 8 makes that a 1. Yeah, so this is a 1 or a 4. Yep, okay. So these are left 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, those aren't 7. These aren't 6. Let's see. The 9 in column 3 looks up. Thank you. It's an 8. That's a 9. Thank you, Carl. And Andrew, and everyone else who said it. The 2 in column 5 sees the 1, 2. Yes. Okay. Excellent. So that's a 1. That's a 4. That's a 1. Good point, Barbie. So these two cells are a 5 and a 6. Don't think that's resolved just yet. This is a 6 or an 8. Let's see. So let's see. So the only low we have left here is a 4. But that doesn't immediately help. Let's see. I do know the 7 is down here, so there's a 7 over here somewhere. Just Sudoku left, but you know how Sudoku goes on this channel, so we could be here all night still. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well, these aren't 7. So that gives us a 2, 5, 6 triple out of nowhere. So the 2, 5, 6 triple out of nowhere tells us that these 3 cells 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Let's see. Someone says I can finish ones. Let's see. There's got to be a 1 over here by Sudoku. Probably at that point where I should just clear the coloring because it's not going to do anything. We've got a 1. Let's see. 1 in one of those places. I don't think that helps. We've got a 1 here, though. That helps. And now the last one is there. I think that's all the ones. 4, 7 pair in row 6 in box 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These aren't 6. These aren't 7. Let's see. I don't think I quite see 4, 7 pair. Let's see. I see. Okay, it's because 4 and 7 need to find a home. So it's a 4, 7 hidden pair. So 4 and 7 need to find a home in this row, and they're only allowed to live here by the rules of Sudoku. Yeah, and this 6, 8's automatically satisfied because it's next to a 1. So it really is just pure Sudoku from this point forward. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 3, 5, and 6. Which I had imagined being more useful than it was. Let's see. Andrew says 8 in box 6. Is there. So 8 in box 5 is in one of these two spots. In fact, actually, what is this? I know this pair exactly. I don't know what button I hit that it interpreted as turn those cells green, but sure. Let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is a 5, 8 pair. What's left in this row? I thought we were done with ones. I just never... We were only done with ones in the sense that I didn't actually put them all in the grid. So now we have all the ones, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these aren't 6, so this is 6. So these two cells are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are 3 and 4. And they're resolved by this 3 looking down. So that's a 4 and that's a 3. So that's a 5. That's a 7. Let's see. This is not a 7, not a 5. It's 4 or a 6. That's a 4 or a 6. Okay. 3 in this row now can only possibly go here. Barbie says it right as I see it. Okay, 4 in this row can only go here. So presumably this is a 6. That's a 5. That's a 6. Let's see. 2, 5, 6. There's a 7 over here somewhere. Okay, we've got not too much left, hopefully. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, but this isn't a 7 or a 2. This isn't a 2. So that tells me that this is the 2, hopefully. And that's not a 7. So that's a 7. So that's a 5. Okay, should I ask where... Do I have almost all the 2s? Yeah, one of those is a 2. So the 2... No. Yeah, where is the 2 in row 9? That's the question. The 2 in row 9 can only go there. So these aren't 2. Uh, yeah, that was because of this weird 256 triple. I was trying to figure out how on earth did that ever even happen, but it was because of the 256 triple telling me that the 2 in this box was in one of these two. So these two cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. These cells are a 2 and a 9. Don't know which order yet. Let's see. There's a 5 and a 6 already. So that's a 7. That's a 4. That's a 7. This is not a 6 or a 7, so it's a 5. So these aren't 5. That's not 5. Or 6. So that's a 3. And what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is an 8. So now at the top of this column, that's a 9. Let's see. Reading across here, we have these 3s giving us a 4-9 pair. So the 4-9 pair gives us that's a 6 and that's a 5. So these aren't 5 anymore. They are a 2-6 pair. That 6 is giving us that that's the 2 and that's the 6, which is giving us that that's the 9 and that's the 2. That looks like we're all gonna get down there, but now we should be in pretty good shape, I would hope. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a 4. Let's see, these are a 7 or a 9. That's a 9, that's a 7. Let's see. This is a 3, 5, or a 6, but it's not a 5 or a 6, so it's a 3. So that's a 5, 6 pair, which makes that an 8. To finish the column, 1, 2, 3, 4 is what's needed. Let's see, we have a 5, 6 in the row, so we still need a 3 and an 8. Which is fixed. That's an 8, that's a 3. So that's a 5, that's an 8. So then what are these two cells? Let's see, we need a 5 and a 6. And 1, 2, 3, and a 4. This can't be a 5 or a 6, so it is a 4, fixing the 4, 9, which chat was concerned about. So that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 5, that's a 6. Nice puzzle. It was very interesting how it sort of stayed mysterious at the beginning for a bit, and then all sort of fell into place. I feel like the key was really, at least Barbie was the one who pointed out to me that I could never put a 7 here. And so that forced a 7 over here, and then that just spelled out all of the rest of these things. That was very intricate and interesting. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up shortly, but I can do a couple pencil puzzles until then. Let's see. Well, I can if the PuzzLink database will load. Let's see. Okay, so there we go. Hopefully that will show up. Okay, yeah, so we can do, let's try and do this random Yajilin. Let's see if I can post the link in the chat. For once. Okay, so here is a link to this Yajilin. Oh no, this looks like this is going to be a scary one. But we'll try it. Okay, that looks reasonably well set up. I can probably zoom in a bit. We'll see if that destroys anything. How's that? That still looks reasonable to me. Okay, so just in case you've never seen one of these before, which is very possible if you came here for the Sudoku, the way these puzzles work is that I'm trying to draw a loop that goes through the entire grid. Oops, that would not be a good loop. I'm trying to draw a loop that goes through the entire grid. So this would be a loop. But it has to visit every cell except for the cells that I blacken. So I can blacken cells like this to say, hey, my loop is not going to visit this cell. For example, a loop could never visit this cell because it only has one way out. And a thing about a loop is every cell in a loop has an in and an out. So I'm going to blacken that. But there are two rules about blackened cells specifically. One is I'm only allowed to blacken one cell. I can't blacken a group of black cells. So I can't blacken this cell. Although it will let me, it will not count my solution as correct if I blacken this cell. So as soon as a cell is black, all the cells next to it need to be part of the loop. And all of the clues tell me how many blackened cells they see and their direction. And they see through other clues. So this is telling me it sees no clues looking down. So I'm going to go ahead and just drag dots down like that. Drag dots down like that. And the dots are saying this is definitely part of the loop. So these are, oops. My ability to drag in straight lines is being somewhat impeded. These are all part of the loop. These are all part of the loop. Now, these cells across the top, I know definitely aren't part of the eventual loop I'm going to form. And that's because, again, all of these cells only have one exit. And that means that all of these things are part of the loop. Now, in any sort of loop puzzle, anytime you have a corner that is part of the loop, it's exciting. So this has to do that. It has no choice because it only has the two outs. Likewise, that one. Likewise, that one. Likewise, this is a corner, and this is a corner. And as soon as I realize that, actually, I find that that is the one that is referred to by this clue. I realize I didn't do my usual thing where I sort by difficulty. So it is possible that this puzzle is actually a very low difficulty, in which case, well, probably good for my brain at this point, honestly. So now that's a corner, that's a corner, that's a corner. Let's see. What else do we have? I'm going to say that and then immediately get completely stuck. Just watch. That is how this works. Okay, this is part of the loop, and it can only do that. Let's see. Okay, this cell I know is part of the loop, and the way I know this cell is part of the loop is because if it's not part of the loop, I create an alcove that only has one entrance. And so that would require a black cell, and that would put two black cells next to each other. So that is part of the loop. So it's going to have to go like that. This doesn't look like it, but this is actually a corner because it can't go down anymore, which you can use this little X here to indicate. So we can go like that. This is now a corner, so it has to go like that. And now this is a corner, so it has to go like that. And now this is a corner, so it has to go like that. Now this is a corner, so it has to go like that. Now this is a corner, so it has to go like that. And so on. Now this loop has to go down. Now this is a corner, so it has to do that. Now this is a corner, so it has to do that. Now this is a corner, so we have to do that. This is now an alcove that I've created. That's an alcove and that's an alcove. So this one has to do that. Let's see. I still do need one of these to be shaded. Let's see. Yeah, this is just the first thing that popped up on Puzzlink. So I suppose I should have said who made the puzzle, which is aoiatuage. I am probably not saying that correctly. Let's see. Okay, now what am I missing? Let's see. No. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, so if this was in, I would be in good shape, but I don't actually have any way of knowing if this cell is in as of yet. I know one of these two is in. Yeah, it has to be a single loop. So I can't, like, connect to these. Let's see. Okay, so let's start counting crossings somewhere. This started out being relatively straightforward, even for me, who is definitely a novice. The bottom left. Yeah, okay, yes. So, good point. So if this was in, then it would have to do that. So it can't, so it does that instead. Okay, good point, Ben. Well spotted. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's you gotta fill it in to get credit for solving it, so it's something. But yeah, this came crashing down real fast. It feels like it was seemed to be going well, and then it wasn't. Let's see, there are an even number of crossings so far across this line. So there's got to be an even number more. I don't know that. I think I marked all the dots that obviously to me had to be part of the loop that I saw. Uh, but there's a lot of qualifications there. I think this can't be. No, I think this is. Yeah. Uh, so this can't be shaded. Because if this cell is shaded, this is the one I always have a hard time finding. Okay, so there's actually a button here. I'm going to show you what happens. If this cell is shaded, sorry, that's not the one I meant. If this cell is shaded, what happens? Okay, up here, this now has to do that. But down here, this has to do that. And so this cell being shaded has by itself forced a T, which the loop is not allowed to have, because if it has a T, it's not a loop. And so if you're good at these, which I am emphatically not, you could see right away that this can never be shaded. So therefore, because there is a shaded cell in this row, it has to be this one. And so now there's only one way through this area. In order for that to work out. Oops. This is now like that. Okay. That also does not seem to have caused this to just suddenly fall over. Let's see. Where else is there a spot where it would cause problems if I did it? Let's see. So I think here's the point. So let's look down this column. There are 1, 2, 3 crossings down this column. Now every line you draw through a loop has to cross the loop an even number of times. So if I count down here, there's only 3. So there needs to be a crossing. But I don't think that actually helps. There's 1 crossing somewhere around here. Let's see. Ben suggests row 6, column 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This cell. Let's see. So if this is shaded, does that force me to have a T? Probably. Let's see. That would have to do that. That would have to do that. That would have to do that. But now I've created a problem over here, because now this is now an alcove. Okay, so let me try and see that. That is a good spot. So this can't be shaded. And so, yes, if this is shaded, it creates a T here, is what happens. So that can't be shaded. So that is a good spot. Yeah, so it screws up stuff on the left. Okay, and so this now... No, that's not true. So that's definitely not shaded, although, yet again, I now have a mystery as to how that is useful, because I think I can still imagine this going straight across, or going up like that, or going over like this. Let's see. Can row 5, column 7 go down? 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. If this tries to go down, what happens? Yeah, so if this tries to go down... This is a good point, Carl. If this tries to go down, it can't go back because that would create a loop, so it has to go forward. But now we've isolated this cell here. So this can't go down, which means it can only go left. Which now means this cell can actually only go left and right. So now this has to go over. Okay, that seems very helpful. So that has to do that. Now this is a corner. So this has to do that. This certainly can't go down and close, so it's got to go over. This now has to go over. Still can't close, so it's got to go over. Got to go over. This is a corner, so it's got to do that. This is a corner, so it's got to do that. This certainly can't connect to all of these. So this now can't be part of the loop, because if this cell's part of the loop, then it connects these and leaves this cell isolated. So that's a cell. So that's a shaded cell, which forces this down. And now, if I were to connect this cell left, it would force this left, but then it would break it. So let me just show you what that looks like. If I tried to take this left, now this cell only can go left, but now it can't go any of the 3 directions. So this can't go left. It can only go down. Now means that has to go down. It has to go down again because there's nowhere else for it to go. Now this only has 1 exit, so it's shaded. And so now I got loop, loop, and loop. Like that. Okay, so we finished that one. That was very unusual. I thought we were going to do it in a respectable amount of time to start with, and then I didn't. But that was an interesting one of these. I thought I was going to get to do more than one of these, but I think it is dinner/curry time here. But thank you everyone who has joined me today. As I've said a couple times, but I'll re-say because I know the number of viewers and who's been viewing has bounced all around. So we're going to be back tomorrow, so about the same schedule, so same time we started today, about the same length. So if you think I'm wacky now, just wait until we do this again tomorrow, and then I will be even wackier. But I look forward to seeing you. Have a great holiday. If you're traveling, be safe. If you're staying home, be safe, I suppose. But I will see everyone tomorrow. Remember to subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, so you'll be alerted to future versions of this stream. Hopefully you had fun. And I'll see some of you tomorrow. Have a great day.